Well, hello everybody. Welcome to a second playthrough of Marvel's Midnight Suns. Nice to see some familiar faces in the chat. A lot of new people here as well. Nice to see everybody. Thank you so much for coming. This playthrough, we're going to be playing as the Light Hunter. And although the opening hours are probably going to be pretty similar, we're going to see different abilities, very likely. And we're going to try to go with all of the Light Hunter dialogue options. And this playthrough won't be as serious as the recorded one. We're going to be chilling. We're going to be having a good time. I'm going to be chatting with you guys. I'm looking forward to having a couple different vibes in the videos and the streams. This stream is sponsored by 2K. Thank you to them so much for partnering with me on not just this, but like, as you guys know, I've been doing those character showcases and a bunch of cool videos. I got a cool video today. We made a we made a Hunter fashion show, you guys, and it is spectacular. So in about 3 hours, that video is gonna go live, and we might watch it together. We'll see. We'll see. It's really, I had a blast making it, so. And then I've got a couple of other guide-style videos coming up in the coming days. Just like tons of Midnight Suns stuff. So, I'm excited. I'm excited. Now, I have a question for you guys. We're gonna dive in here. The question that I have is... Well, first of all, before I get to the question, so get ready. I got a question, so get your fingers primed, because I need answers here, all right? If you're watching the Dark Hunter playthrough, you know we started on Heroic 3, which is cool. This is great. But now you're looking at this and you're thinking, whoa, how come Ultimate 1 is unlocked? Well, small spoiler. We reached Ultimate 1 in the Dark Hunter playthrough, okay? And when you do that, it becomes available to use on new playthroughs. So, for this playthrough, we're going to start at Ultimate 1, which, admittedly, very nervous about, okay? Because when you're increasing your difficulties throughout the game, you're also building up your cards, you're building up your abilities. Right? So you have stronger resources to deal with the higher difficulty. Going to the beginning of the game on the higher difficulties is feeling very painful because you just have your basic decks. Okay? And the enemies are not basic. The enemies are coming in jacked. So This could be a little painful, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We're just here to have a good time. I'll try to answer your questions in chat as they come up. I'll do my best. How do you unlock difficulties? What's the exact method? The way that difficulties are unlocked in Midnight Suns are based on your combat mission ratings. So the more stars that you achieve in a mission, the faster you unlock the next difficulty. For example, if you play your first 3 missions in Midnight Suns and you get 3 stars on all of them, you're going to unlock the next difficulty. So, I think the math behind it is that any star above 1 goes towards unlocking the next difficulty, and I think you need a surplus of like 6 stars to unlock the next difficulty. So if you did 3 missions at 3 stars, boom, you got the next difficulty. If you did 6 missions at 2 stars, I think you'll get the next difficulty. So that's how that works. That's how that works. What's the difference between Dark and Light Hunters? So There's a couple of different things. So first of all, there's 3 different hunter types, really. There's a dark hunter, there's a light hunter, and then there's a power hunter, it's called, where it's like you're kind of choosing little bit of both, but then there's cards that are neutral. So the Light Hunter, we're going to play more, we're going to try to get into more Light Hunter cards, which are generally more support focused, but still, you know, capable of dealing damage. Dark Hunter is usually more damage focused in their cards, and there's kind of like Ghost Rider trade-offs sometimes. For example, the heroic card you start with the Dark Hunter is like Whip or something, and you can forcefully knock back an enemy in any direction, which is very powerful, but the downside is you have to discard a random card in your deck. So there's a trade-off there. The other thing that's important to know is that it kind of forms how you want to choose your dialogue options. So I'm going to be picking the Light Hunter dialogue responses in this playthrough, whereas the other one I'm doing only Dark Hunter responses. And sometimes that can hurt you because it could hurt your friendship with certain heroes. But we're just gonna commit to one side, and yeah. It doesn't mean that I won't pick up any Dark Hunter cards as they become available, because early on I just gotta get cards. I just gotta get abilities as much as I can. So, yeah. Do we get a Bulldog skin for Charlie? Great question. I would absolutely love that, Tao. I would absolutely love that. More so, I would actually love if they added a Bradford sweater to the cosmetics options. And I'm thinking about making a formal petition to Jake saying, listen, we're gonna need that sweater. Maybe it's like some type of super secret option, but I haven't seen it. So, yeah. Would it make sense to unlock a bunch of difficulties and then abandon the run and start fresh on a high difficulty? Like, you could, but it's not essential. I don't think that's, like, an important, I don't think that's necessarily important to do. There is a certain... I always love fresh starts, so... Sort of. But you gotta keep in mind here, like, when you're starting on these higher difficulties... So, we're on Ultimate 1, okay? If we get to Ultimate 2... which hopefully we do at some point. It's probably going to take us a while. Enemy health goes up, offense goes up. We still keep our revives, and we still get additional enemy reinforcements. However, Ultimate 3 is when it gets really gnarly. You don't get a single revive, and that's really punishing because, you know, heroes are going to drop in a fight, and you want to be able to bring them back. So, yeah. Now, the question that I have for you guys is... do you want me to play the tutorial missions? I've done them in the Dark playthrough. It's the 2 little mini battles at the start that tells you basically exactly what to do. But there's also some story cutscenes that are in there, specifically related to Johnny Blaze and the Sanctum Sanctorum, that do not play if we don't do the tutorial. Okay, so everybody's saying skip. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. I'll keep the tutorial pop-ups. If you want to see that stuff, go and check out the Dark Hunter playthrough episode 1. It's there and it's super detailed. This you'll see. You'll see what it, if you've watched the Dark Hunter, you'll see what this skips, and it gets us into like our first combat mission a lot faster, which is nice. Okay. What if I pick light and dark dialogue switching between the two? Is there a downside? No, but to unlock certain things along either the light or dark path, you want to kind of go extreme. And it's not like you're building dark points and you're building light points. It's a pendulum. So if you've got, let's say, you're plus 10 towards the dark side, and then you start picking a bunch of light hunter options, that's going to swing you back towards the middle. And so if you want to unlock the extremes of either light or dark, you want to swing that pendulum in one direction. Okay, are you guys ready? Let's begin, shall we? We're going to skip the tutorial mission. We'll keep tutorial help pop-ups just in case. Like, it's going to introduce a bunch of little mechanics if there's something I forget to touch on. But let's rock and roll. This is awesome. I'm hyped. Oh, I'm glad. I, too, am hyped. Let me know if I need to make any volume adjustments.
You know how much I hate this hocus-pocus nonsense, Faustus. Now you want to tell me just what the hell is so important?
Sleeping Mother, sacred harbinger, awaken and reclaim what is yours. You who rise with the moon in darkness, who prepares the path for the midnight sun. Turn your merciless eyes upon us and arise!
Nice show, Doc. Next time, call Zemo. Better yet, I'll just shoot you and save us all the trouble.
That sound that happened right there gives me Arrival vibes, the movie.
My child. Where are you, my child?
Dun dun dun, that's not good. Let's go, Gatecrasher. Yeah. The Gatecrasher mission. Fond memories. Fond memories.
Okay, you did that one on purpose.
The fabric of magic is unwinding. We are fortunate to be here at all.
And where is here, exactly?
Salem, Massachusetts. Well, a pocket dimension in Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh, suburbs. Nice.
Welcome to the Abbey. Home of the
Midnight Sun.
It's my boy Blade right there.
What the hell is this? Lilith's Junior Demon League?
Wait, it's that jerk from TV. Which one?
Now, if everyone would just take a moment.
Enough!
And that's Caretaker, aka Mama Bear.
You're standing on my flowers.
Oh, been a long time, Sarah.
It's Caretaker now.
If I could have avoided this moment, I would, but...
Oh, spare me the speech. I know Lilith's back. We're sisters after all.
Guess we're suddenly invisible now.
Shall we chat, Stephen?
No one can argue that the Hunter earned their rest in the first battle against Lilith.
Yeah, anti-bear
hope they're
technically,
up to
but
the
she
task
gives us
once more.
Mama vibes, you know?
You wizards always make everything sound so lofty. I raised my sister's only child as a weapon against her.
And saved the world in the process.
Now you want me to dig them up and ask them to do it again.
I did not write the prophecy, Sarah. Besides, I am no common grave robber. We are simply reuniting their ethereal essence with their corporal form. Speaking of, it would help to have a mental image for the procedure. Spare no detail. Spiritual identity theft is no laughing matter.
Okay, and so now for the next 3 hours, we will be building our... we're going to go with the feminine body type because we have... in the Dark playthrough, we're playing as a masculine. This is voiced by Matt Mercer. The feminine build is the... her name is Elizabeth Grulon, I believe. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but... I actually really like both of their voice acting. The thing is, the appeal for playing the masculine side for me was that all of the work that I did pre-release with Marvel and 2K was all related to the feminine hunter. So I've heard that voice like so many times. It's really good. But for the light hunter, this is what we're doing. I saw a question from Renee's. Said, anyone else get the opening couple of cutscenes with black borders around it? It's fine after those two. Try checking your Windows scaling, and if it's not set to 100%, set it to that and give it a try. When I was playing on the pre-release build, they didn't have a full screen option. There is also now a full screen option, I've noticed, because I'm playing on the release build. So, yeah, try your Windows scaling, because that was giving me some issues. Okay, so let me see. You know what I might even just do here? I think we're gonna we're gonna randomize a couple of times and just see if something strikes us as being amazing. That's a look. That is also a look. I like this. This is kind of cool. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm into this. I'm into this. Now, one thing to keep in mind. When you're creating your hunter, it's really interesting. So, as soon as you get into the game, you start unlocking the ability to add different hair colors, hair highlights, hair roots, different eye colors. You can even get, like, green, red skin, like, all kinds of crazy stuff. The one thing that you cannot change is your face shape. Okay? So, if you are making your hunter, the most important thing to know that you cannot change ever is your face shape. So make sure you lock that in. You're happy with how your face looks. And, yeah, we go from there. This does kind of give Triss vibes, doesn't it? Let's look at some different hair options. I mean, this is the most obvious one that I think people are going to love to play with. It's just so ridiculous. And small spoiler for the fashion video, I make a hunter with this hairdo. And he is magnificent, okay? I do kind of like this. This is kind of like canon female hunter hairstyle. But it is nice, don't get me wrong. This is very, like, elvish. I kind of like this look, too. I kind of like that. Volume is definitely She-Hulk. Yeah, it's cool, though. What do you guys think about this? I like that it's nice and clean. I actually like the color, too. The auburn's really nice. You know I'll probably change it to white as soon as I'm able, but I do kind of like the auburn. This looks good. Eye colors, we got medium brown, brown, dark brown, blue, and green, but we'll get a lot more options for that, too. Kristen Bell, but red. Yeah, that's not bad. I kind of like that. I kind of like it. If I lightened up the skin tone, then we probably have some more flexible options for colors that wouldn't be as jarring if we change hair colors later. But I don't know. I kind of like this one too. I think we just lock this one in, you guys. Straight hair is giving you Legolas? That's hilarious. I feel like where is it? This is more Legolas for me. I really like this hairstyle, but I feel like we've seen that so many times. Tousled Bob is great too. Ooh, this is cool. This is very Captain Marvel chic, I would call this. The swept bob, you guys. I don't know, maybe this is the one. Or we go like high fashion couture on the cover of Vogue magazine. I don't know. Swept is looking pretty good. What do you guys think? You guys like Swept, Bob? I think so. I think this is the way. It's between Swept, Bob, and medium straight for me. But I think just for a little flair, we're gonna go Swept, Bob. We're locking it in. Can you unlock more hairstyles later? I know there's more colors, etc., but I'm not sure about styles. You know what? I don't think so. I think this is all of the styles, if I'm not mistaken. But to kind of customize them more, you can add roots colors, you can add highlights colors, stuff like that. Facial hair wise, there are more facial hair options, that I can tell you, than are listed here. But yeah. To be honest, I think all of these look very nice. Yeah, they're a pretty good job. You can see a lot of like the XCOM influence here from the character design, which is comforting to me. Okay, you guys, let's go. This is us.
Child of light and darkness, you who tame the night, hear the voice of those who beseech thee and...
The caller! Wait! Wait! Ah!
So many beams!
Mother. So, that's a good thing, right?
Sarah. Where is she?
You guys, I'm not gonna lie.
Spells are concerned,
Our hunter is a stunner.
particularly on myself.
Tony, come on. It's perfectly safe.
That thing wakes up and takes a bite out of you. Don't blame me.
Visiting hours are over.
You can't stay here forever.
There's nowhere else I should be.
Just saw that Stark guy poking around behind
She's
the
giving you
mirror
guys Jill Valentine
Find me as soon as
vibes.
they awaken.
I can see
And
that.
Blade, be nice.
table. Always am.
So just as a reminder, this playthrough is going to be a lot more casual. I'm not going to be reading all of the lore, like all the snippets that we pick up. We'll read through some of them, but if you want like all that detailed stuff, that's going to be in the recorded playthrough. I won't be skipping cutscenes or anything here, but I just want to set your expectation. This is going to be a lot more chill.
The air burns with every breath. Has it been so long?
When am I continuing the recorded series? We put an episode up this morning. There'll be another one tonight at 6
I know
o'clock.
this place. In my dreams, it was always empty.
Yeah, very happy with the choice,
But
you
now I
guys.
sense
Good job. Good teamwork on the
I am not alone.
hairstyle.
Have to admit, Hunter, you make one hell of an entrance. Guess that makes two of us.
You should have struck when you had the chance, vampire. You will not live to regret your error.
Cute, and Caretaker told me to be nice. Relax, Slayer. I'm a friend. You just don't know it yet.
Slayer.
Yes. I saw you with Sarah before. But what would she want with a vampire? Unless...
The name's Blade, and I'm no ordinary vampire. I get you've been out of commission, But I thought you noticed since we're having this little showdown under the freaking sun.
A Dampier? Daywalkers were a myth even to me.
Says the half-human, half-demon monster hunter.
You appear quite versed in my history, Dampier.
Heard my fair share of stories from Caretaker. The legendary hunter, child of Lilith, last champion of the blood. Some call you angel, some demon. Probably a little of both. Led the Knights of Wundagore against the armies of darkness until you fell at...
Fell?
Shoot. This is why they don't normally have me do the meet and greets.
I can see why.
Right. As much as I'd love to see how much weirder this conversation can go, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. The prophecy is in motion. I can feel it. We have wasted too much time here already.
Man, the others are really gonna love you.
Others?
Yeah, you've got a little fan club, I think. But why spoil the surprise? Hope you're up for the challenge, chosen one.
Lanky goes, the voice cast for this are amazing choices. Yeah, I would agree. They did a really good job locking down some great voice actors. There's, like, I've talked about this in all of my impressions and stuff, but, like, the writing is very much like a Marvel thing, right? It's very much in tune with that comedy side of things, and there is this kind of line between cringy and comedy, but I think for like the most part, the dialogue lands in the right spaces. But yeah, sometimes it doesn't land as much as they probably wanted it to. So what I was doing there, I just went to the back of the Hunter Folly here, because there's a chest, and I want to mark that so I don't forget to come back when we start getting some keys. When we start exploring the Abbey and stuff, I kind of know where a bunch of things are, so I'll end up
or did Nico just
running to those and grabbing them when we need them.
Hunter. Not sure if you remember me, but we met briefly before. I'm
the witch who called me back from the grave.
Told ya.
Or Nico, but either works. And this is...
Robbie Reyes. Oh man, never thought I'd be standing next to you. Got quite a rep. I mean, caretakers told us stories.
That's Ileana.
Привет.
And I think you already met Blade.
Of course. Caretaker has reformed the Midnight Suns.
Whoa, how did you...
Your power. I can feel it. I always do.
So, welcome home. I guess
I never left.
Right. Well, we can fast forward through the tour then. The Abbey is still, well, you know, the Abbey. Basic stuff. Dorms,
Nico the TikTok
war room,
witch.
library, a few places to chill. And,
she is like the youngest
whatever the hell the Forge is.
and has that
I have to say,
personality
for a haunted
sure.
transient castle raised on the cursed grounds of Old Salem, it's pretty cozy. Of course, that doesn't stop us from adding some improvements. We can all thank Robbie for the Wi-Fi. Oh, and one more thing. We've got some new house guests now. You think we're a fun bunch, just wait until you meet them. Speaking of, we're here.
Another thing I'd like to do over the course of this streaming playthrough is start to focus on different heroes that I'm doing in the recorded one. I'm not really specializing yet in the recorded playthrough either for the Dark Hunter. I'm not only picking certain heroes, but over time we probably want to get to that point where we're doing that. So if you guys are wondering, when we chose to skip the tutorial, the part where it says 6 months later, if you don't skip the tutorial it will take you to a scene with Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Johnny Blaze, one of the older Ghost Riders. And they're kind of talking about how things aren't going so well, and all of these weird enemies are starting to show up, and they have to deal with it. Then it takes you through a tutorial for combat. Then you see the Sanctum Sanctorum is under attack, basically. I believe Wanda shows up there. And then there's a fight with Captain Marvel, Doctor Strange, and Iron Man. Again, another tutorial. And then they're like, okay, we need to solve this problem, and I think I know where we can do it. And Doctor Strange opens up his portal and then comes in here, which is where we picked up from. So that's the difference.
Prophecies be damned. It's good to see that face again. You look like it was yesterday.
And you look older.
Oof. Ballsy.
How long was I in that crypt, Sarah?
No more than a few centuries. You were missed.
Centuries? And what of Lilith?
Fallen by your hand.
Captain America shows up quite a bit later.
Of Lilith,
Tony?
After Spider-Man, I think.
the kid's literally speaking of Lilith.
Tony.
That's my name.
Tony. That's Carol and Dr. Spooky over there. Here to help.
Help with what, exactly?
Oh, I don't know. Throwing the magic amulet into the volcano? Smiting the Dragon Mother? You tell us, kid. You are the chosen one, after all.
Do you recall anything of that last encounter, child?
There was a voice. The rest is hazy.
Oh, a voice. That's it? A voice? That's what we have to go on?
Results of your long crypt sleep, most likely.
A minor inconvenience. Everything required to restore those memories is contained within my sanctum. I will simply alert Wanda to prepare the necessary rituals.
What? Straight to voicemail?
Some sorcerer supreme.
Must be mystical interference caused by this little pocket dimension of yours.
Ah, yes.
Perhaps
Good
Agatha
old
can help.
mystical interference.
Allow me. Alato.
Does the map eventually change so you fight in other places other than New York, or is it very much Chimera Squad and it's just one city instead of a whole world? No, there's multiple areas that open up.
We just call it the mirror table.
Wanda!
As we move into different acts, we have access to new locations.
That's impossible. Nothing on Earth could possibly affect those wards.
Wanda's in trouble.
Wanda is trouble.
I'll go.
You'll need my help, of course.
Then let us make haste, Dr. Spooky. Our hunt begins now.
I just can't not call him Dr. Spooky now.
So that was Lilith, huh? She has a real
Okay.
90s album cover vibe.
It is time.
1690s, maybe. Hard to believe she's the hunter.
With everything
Sanctum
going on right
Symbiotum.
now, we simply cannot afford to
Hunter,
lose contact with the
Strange,
Sanctum
Blade,
or Wanda.
Gamma Coil.
Resemblance dwindles
Baboom.
when one is twisted by Chthon's power.
Hey Warren, thank you so much for the 17 months, man. Appreciate that.
The Elder God.
Okay. Wish me luck, chat. I'm gonna need
Given
it.
The fluctuations in the astral spectrum, I should be seeing something. Are you ready? The prophecy of the Midnight Sun does not linger, and neither should we. Lilith possesses the Darkhold. If she forced her way into my Sanctum Sanctorum once, I suspect she can do it again.
You are a sorcerer supreme. Can you not predict her movements?
Normally, yes. But since your mother breached the sanctum, my sense of the future has grown volutinous in nature.
Is that another language, or...?
Fuzzy. My predictions are fuzzy.
I prefer volutinous.
For the first time as Sorcerer Supreme, I cannot foresee how the future unfolds, and with my apprentice in danger, we cannot tarry.
Your sanctum will survive. We shall see to that.
Indeed. The Sanctum Sanctorum
I'm also going to try to pick
different
different dialogue options than I do in the Dark Hunter playthrough.
But this time, it feels different. I do not doubt Wanda's capability, but without my predictive acumen, I cannot bolster the wards should she need it. Still, the wards are woven into the Sanctum's very essence. They should hold. In any case, all will be revealed with time. I suggest we make use of it while it still functions. We shall hurry. As much as I'd love to hear a first-hand account of your exploits, time is of the essence, I'm afraid.
Higher difficulties do result in enemies having more HP, but the enemies also have more offense. The thing is, at this difficulty, we now have extra enemy reinforcements, and that's a pretty major thing. And then as you go higher, you get fewer revives as well.
About time.
Not just about time, Mr. Brooks. Time, space, reality, the building blocks of magic. All must be constant for my portals to work properly. Yet as we now know, that is no longer the case.
We've heard.
Several times.
Otherwise, I would still be hunting dread maidens in my sleep.
Indeed. And while I certainly appreciate the view of this vista, I fail to see how it will hasten our return to the Sanctum.
Magic is the answer.
No, as I've just stated, magic is the problem.
Your magic is not ours. The ground you are standing on exists within two worlds. A mystical anchor point to Ileana's realm that allows her to... Well, I'll just let her show you.
She's sick, man.
Any more questions?
Okie dokie.
You are standing in Limbo. Nexus of all realities, both real or otherwise. A chaotic but secret realm, beyond the influence of Lilith. Thus far.
Are you certain of that? Because I am sensing all kinds of...
Dark energy. That feeling you're being watched. General hellhole vibe.
Yes.
All these potentialities converging at once? Truly surprising feat, Miss Rasputin. For someone so young, of course.
Now that's curious. I don't know the answer to this, but like that little
you see
look at, I think, another version of the Hunter, maybe? I'm not sure what that's insinuating.
From here, magic can open gateways to just about anywhere on our planet, and beyond. We don't want to risk punching through the wards protecting your sanctum, Doctor. So we've chosen a safe exit a few blocks over instead.
Couldn't be worse than the last time.
Also, chat, can I get your help with something? So, because this is a sponsored stream every half an hour or so, they'd like me to mention and remind people that it is sponsored by 2K. So, there's our reminder. But, could you guys, because I'm going to probably get really focused and I might forget. Every like half hour or so, can you guys just like spam the chat or something, sponsored by 2K, and then I will make sure that I don't forget to do that, that would be exceptionally helpful for me, if you wouldn't mind. Thanks, that is all. Remember to remember. Yeah, you don't need to do it now because I got that one, but you can, but in a half an hour from now.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Let's go.
All I ate today was a bagel.
That'll just be the chat the entire time. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Excellent.
Well, at least we know the wards of protection are still in place.
For now.
I suggest we
Yeah,
hurry.
Holocron, exactly. I know the chat. As soon as I said it, I was like, whoops.
Arm Alpha in position.
Not your average Hydra goon.
No one's getting through.
Welcome to New York.
I don't know why I can't pronounce the word average. Okay. Let's rock and roll,
I
shall we?
hesitate to call this good news, but I'm seeing minimal Hydra resistance between you and the Sanctum.
Looks can
Okay.
be deceiving, I'm afraid. There's no way these foot soldiers are behind the disruption of the wards of protection.
So, what do we have? We've got 3 minions. We have 3 big boys and 1 super big boy over here. We have 2 Winds of Watum and a Quick Strike, which is quite nice. We can probably... Can we reach that guy? No. We could use... Okay, so we could use 1 Winds of Watum here to take out this minion. And then we could use the second Winds of Watum to take out these 2. They'll get a little bit of damage on the elite over here. And that won't cost us any card plays because we'll get those refunded. I've got another Quick Strike, which I probably should just redraw if I'm not going to end up using it. I'm thinking I want to use Whip to stun this guy. Get the Hydra officer thrown into the generator power thing so that he doesn't act, because he's got a lot of like annoying debuffs and stuff. And then what? We have this that we can slide around and bounce these guys into stuff, maybe even bouncing one into that other generator. So yeah, anyways, I think that's the way we start this.
Let me show you the
So I'll try to maybe explain some mechanics. If you guys have questions, just drop them in the chat. But I go really in detail in this beginner's guide that I created that's also on the channel. And in the Dark Hunter playthrough, I spend a lot of time like explaining all of the different mechanics. But if you have questions, please drop them in the chat. And I will answer them. Even if they're basic. No question is too basic. Okay. We could... Okay, if we had the angle... I don't really want to burn my move to set this up, but if we had the angle, we could knock this guy into another elite enemy to do a little bit of extra damage. But I don't want to use my move, as I said, this early. So we'll just take out these guys, as was the original plan.
That's one hell of a move.
Question, how do I get my voice so silky smooth? I've never heard it referred to as silky smooth before. But thank you. I don't know. I don't really have an answer to that, other than copious amounts of water. A couple of things we could consider here. So I think we're going to redraw Quick Strike because... Ooh, Agamotto's Gaze. Now we're talking. Okay, so I've got 3 card plays here. The downside, if I want to play Agamotto's Gaze, which is really nice, because then I get 4 card plays next turn. That's like the biggest benefit there. The downside is that I need to whip this guy so I can disable him a bit. And if I go make him bleed, I get another blade card, and then my next 2 blade attacks apply bleed. And I could stake, like, maybe even stake the big guy just to get some extra bleed going. Or I could do it to this guy, and then after he gets an attack off, he'll be gone. So that's another option there. But then I won't be able to play Agamotto's Gaze in all of that. But I guess we could save Agamotto's Gaze for next round and do it that way. Also, even without the bleed necessarily, because I have, hold on, I have 25 damage on stake here, which will take him down to 8, and then I could finish him off with the newspapers, as you do, okay? You destroy people with newspapers, because why not? So, from that standpoint, I could probably save Make Him Bleed. I could do Agamotto's Gaze now, so that I go up to 4 Heroism. It's going to draw our last 2 attacks played, which are basically going to be the Winds of Watum, right? Which isn't bad because that can help with the reinforcements that will come in. Next turn, we start with 4 card plays. Then I go stake here. But the problem is I won't have the heroism. I won't have the necessary heroism to do the throw if I also want to do the whip. And then the whip is also going to discard a random card. So, yeah, there's already like some complex issues here that I need to decide on. Okay. I think I'm going to do it the original way. We're going to go Make Him Bleed, stake here. This guy will die from the bleed damage after he attacks Strange, which is too bad. We whip this guy into the box, and then the Hunter takes damage here. Strange takes damage here. This guy will be stunned. And then the problem with that, though, is that we're going to then discard Agamotto's Gaze from whip. So, what are you going to do? Is there any base building?
I'll put this to
There's base development. Oh, there's a chance we could discard Strike because we drew that blade card. So, yeah, maybe. So we also drew crit on this, if you guys don't know. Every hero has their own individual crit chance stat. And that means that when you draw the card, if it's got that fiery blade, it'll be a crit, which means it's more damage. So we're going to go here.
This is gonna hurt.
One thing is,
you do not have to show off for me, Blade.
I actually probably should have targeted this guy because Blade has lifesteal on that stake card. And if we do try to finish this guy off a little earlier, then he's targeting the Hunter. I don't think it ultimately matters here. But now we are going to forcefully whip this guy into the generator and stun him so he won't act. And then cross your fingers, we randomly discard Strike. Okay? That's what we want.
Blade told me to mention your mother. Apparently she is promiscuous.
Apparently she is promiscuous. Love that. And we did not discard Strike, but that's okay. I can make Strike work because his next attack, he has one more bleed attack, so that's okay. I'm not going to redraw this, and in terms of moving, I don't think there's anything that I can do to kind of draw somebody into a position I would need that would be better than this, so we'll take a little bit of damage here.
All right, that hurt a bit.
Was that really your best?
So these guys are dealing 18.
Reinforcements inbound.
3 reinforcements. Okay. So we got him on the bleed.
That gamma spike we detected in your area seems to be growing. Let's assume that's not a good thing.
Nobody
Gamma
targeting the
or not,
hunter.
I feel the hand of my mother at work here.
I am going to redraw the heal because I'm not going to be using that yet. There we go. We want a quick card. It's coming in crit, which doesn't really help. I'm not going to be able to stun this guy again, but what I could try is getting the Axe of Angaramus on him to get him weak. I have a quick strike here. I don't want to do this first, though, because his next attack is going to have bleed, and we want to get that going on the bigger enemies. I wonder if I can chain all the way over. No, we're just short. Okay. So I think our order of operations here is we strike, we get bleed going on the big guy, and chain that into this one. We take care of one minion, that's one card play. Then we quick slash, quick strike the next two minions, they're gone. And then we Axe of Angaramus this guy, and he'll be weak. And we probably should redraw. We should probably redraw slash here and see what we get. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay. That changes things. So we can go... Blessing of Ashanti is going to give all the attack, or all the cards in our hand, +5 damage, which on the surface isn't that good because we're using the 2 quick cards to deal with a couple of minions here. But the strike will be more damage on this guy, and it will buff this strike. And I think it should buff the axe as well. So if I played this, that's 1. Then strike would be 2. Then quick strike is free. Quick slash is free. And then I have Axe of Angaramus for the weak. I think that's how we're gonna approach this.
This should aid me in my fight.
Okay. Let's do this first.
They're mine.
So we got the bleed going.
That
He's
was
taking
really
10 damage, which is all right. If we get this to 4 heroism, which we will have, then this will be 35 damage. And that's going to take him down to 20, which means with the bleed, he'll only have like 10 at the beginning of the next turn. So that's pretty nice. One thing I'm doing sometimes, and I probably won't call this out all the time, but when you highlight an enemy, you can see the green circle for Blade back by that, like, bike rack thing. That's where Blade's going to end up at the end of the turn. So you can use that to kind of think about your positioning. So from that area, Blade would be able to jump over here and hit this guy, if that's the option that we want to choose. But the choice that I have to make right now is, do I want to play the Axe of Angaramus with less damage? Because I'm going to have to put some attacks into that guy on the next turn anyways. So he'd go to 35, and then he would go down to 25. Yeah, I don't know if that makes a big difference. Because I'll do quick strike here, quick slash, that takes me to 5 heroism. Then I'll play this for 4, and then I'll have an environmental attack. You know what? Oh, this one's 10, and this one's 15. This guy's going to go down to 20. Oh, I have to math live in front of you guys. He's going to go down to 20. He'll take 10 from bleed. If I hit him with this, then he will be killed from the bleed damage. You know what? Maybe that's the play. Okay.
Let's do this.
Sadly, chain can't target the same enemy. No, you definitely can. Chain 100% can be used against the same enemy. And in fact, some heroes have cards that reward you for using something called, I think, full combo, which is chaining the same guy for all of the chains. And then you get an additional benefit from that. It hits 2 times, yeah. But the animation, they basically make it so that it's one animation, but it applies double the damage. So yeah, 100%. Okay, so now we're gonna go Axe of Angaramus here, but the question is, it actually doesn't matter, because what I can do is I can do this first. We take him down to 40, right? And then we're going to apply the 35. But this way I don't have to use a move because I'm in position, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to be out of heroism after I do this attack and the axe anyways. So let's just do it from here.
This won't end.
It's a good idea. I would highly recommend to try to take advantage of the environmental objects from your current positions without moving right away and saving those moves for when you really need them. Okay, so even though he is going to get an attack off, he will be weak. He's probably going to apply a status effect, which is unfortunate. But we're almost done with these enemies, so hopefully it works out for us.
Do I look a bit younger to you?
Okay, Strange leveled up. We'll take that. We're out of heroism. We could move. He's going to take a little slap from this guy. Sorry. This guy's going to attack Blade. This one, who's weak and bleeding, will do an attack and then, unfortunately, perish. But he's going to do that against Strange. And I think that's fine.
Lucky shot.
I see the enemy health bar flashing to show how much damage they will take. Yes.
Strike.
Oh, so he... Okay, interesting. That's actually kind of bad for us.
I've summoned creatures of the void larger than you.
It's kind of bad for us
calling out to me.
if we...
I feel her struggle. Need to concentrate and...
If we were to just stay here, you can see all the damage we'd be taking. Now, I know there's a phase 2 to this fight after we get rid of this guy, which we could do. We have 22 damage from Strike. We need 38. So that would be 22. Or I can use Blessing of Vishanti to give 3 extra damage. And the reason that that's 3, I believe, is because we're weak. So this, I think, is based on Strange's offense number. So because he's weak, we can only increase these damage outputs by 3. But if we did that, that would put this up to 14. So times 2 is 28. But that would be 2 card plays. So I kind of need to figure out a way to take him out all in one go here. We do have... I'm not going to do this yet. But we do have this, and I just am not sure if that's going to reach our guy. It's like right on the cusp. I don't think that's going to reach him, unfortunately. So I may have to... Well, I have a stake here, so hold on. I could go... I could go Blessing of Ashanti for the 2 heroism. Then I can go double strike into stake. That's an option. I actually wouldn't mind redrawing something to see if I can get a heal card for the hunter. Because then I could do, instead of blessing, I could do a heal, double strike into stake, and I'll have the necessary heroism to do that. But you can see here, like, some of these guys could use some healing. Strange at 28, Hunter's at 38 currently. Let's see. Oh, the gods. The gods. Okay. That's awesome. So we're gonna go heal. And the reason that we can realistically not expect, but we can say like, okay, if we can get a heal card in the next draw or two, the reason you can think like that is because in Midnight Suns, the way that the deck works is that you have to cycle through all of the cards before they come back again. So if you haven't seen it in a while, there's a really good chance that it's going to come back. Yeah. That was calculated, guys, okay? That was calculated. All right, anyway, so who do we heal? I think I gotta heal Strange, right? And then I just go double strike into Stake, because that'll be all the heroism that we need.
Behold the light's gift.
Greatly appreciated.
Greatly appreciated.
Give the mother my regards in hell.
And then this is also going to heal up Blade with the lifesteal. So then the only person that's in any danger is the Hunter going into the next phase, which, funny enough, in the Dark playthrough, the boss just has it out for the Hunter, I swear. And we went down to, I think, 2 health on a totally calculated, not lucky at all play. Goodbye.
I'm a bit surprised they all still have their heads.
Okay, that was pretty decent opener.
Misguided as they are, remember.
Yeah, I think the calculation went something like 2 plus 2 equals hope, hope, hope. Yeah, pretty much exactly that. Yeah, I actually thought we got knocked out.
Blood of the mother pumps through our veins. The mother is eternal. Hydra is eternal.
Wanna bet?
Hey, Marvel's Midnight Suns is actually in the chat. What's going on? Is that Gadge or Rocio?
Wards, weakening. Cannot let them fail.
It's Gadge. Awesome. Can we get a shout out to Gadge in the chat, you guys? He's a social media guy, well, and more for the official Midnight Suns channels. He does such a good job.
Exactly.
The neighborhood association is not going to like this.
No.
I'll handle it.
Or not. We do not fear your magic, little wizard.
Strange has got to be feeling intimidated that his magic keeps failing.
Are Venom to all who oppose her, and you are lost.
Let's hope not. I think I made that same comment in the Dark playthrough. That's what's weird about replaying this so soon after I just played the Dark side. Okay, so this is a little teaser for Fallen Venom. He could symbiote bind somebody, and then we have to deal with that. It's just treated like a minion, basically. Hidden intention. So powerful enemies like Fallen Venom do not forecast which hero they intend to attack, and they may attack multiple times in their turn.
Well, that certainly escalated quickly. Do I even want to know what
4
that
minions.
beast is?
Okay.
It calls itself Venom. Until now, a pale imitation of a very heroic young friend of mine.
We will feed your ugly tongue to the spider wizard. Marinate it in his stomach juices and eat it with his spleen.
Zorgrim mentioned, I would love a mod that lets you see your discard and draw pile. I 100% agree. I don't expect that we'll see official mods in this game. That said, in an update, I would really like the ability to see what's in my draw pile. That's very common in any type of card games, and it just gives you a little bit more information. Like, you want as much information as you can have to kind of plan things, especially at higher difficulties. Like, look at this guy. We got 249 health to work with, and I gotta calculate our best chances of doing that. Now, we're in a bit of an unfortunate situation here. We do not have any quick cards in our hand off the get. We also don't have any heroism. Heroism from that first part of the fight doesn't carry over. What we do have, though, is Agamotto's Gaze, so that's nice. I think we want to try and work that in so we can get 4 card plays next time. We have the Axe of Angaramis, and even if I don't enhance it, we get the weak that we can put onto the Fallen Venom. I could draw some bleed cards to get him bleeding, and I also have a whip, which I could use to throw him into one of these HVAC systems, ruin somebody's apartment, and prohibit one of his actions. There's a couple of options there. But I'm gonna start by redrawing the Blessing of Vishanti. Give me a quick card. That is unfortunate, to say the least. That is not great. The chances are, if I draw a blade card, it's either going to be the chain, or it's going to be one of his quick cards. And if it's a quick card, that's great. I could take care of a minion, but I want to get the bleed going on this guy, so yeah. Well, I guess I just redraw this. Oof. Game. See, now this is the karma. This is the karma from calling out that heal in the first round. I think the minions are going to deal half of what the elites were dealing before, so I think probably 9 each. That's like that's a 27 right there. Hunter's down to 11. Plus Venom. So Hunter could be in trouble here. Yes, we have Slash. And we could take out 2 of these guys by doing a knockback here. We also have the ability to knock back into either Venom or this barrel, so Venom takes even a little bit more damage, which I don't mind at all. I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. That would be 1 card play. Then I probably have to play Agamotto's Gaze. Yeah, we're in a this is a bad draw to start this. Especially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work in a whip where I can stun him and remove one of his actions. You know what I mean? That would be ideal. That would be the best way to use whip here. I just don't know if I can do that and get all of the other stuff that I want to. If I did a, let's say I do a make 'em bleed, that takes me to 2 heroism. Hopefully I get a quick card. It's kind of wasting some of the bleed part, unfortunately, but it does give me some card draw. The other option is I just take care of 2 minions with the slash, right? That's one heroism. Then I could Agamotto's Gaze. But even still, then I can't whip. So I either Axe of Angaramis for the week, or I just save that and we do the whip, but then it could get discarded. So we're in a kind of a tough spot, to be honest. We're in a tough spot. Yeah, I'm in analyze mode, yeah, for sure. And for people that aren't familiar with my channel, like, hey man, this is the way. I gotta think about it, especially at this difficulty. If you just go willy-nilly, you're gonna get crushed. You gotta think about these options, so. We'll start with this. This is gonna relieve a little pressure on the hunter, so. There's that. Hunter leveled up, nice.
Like myself every day.
We'll take that. We'll take that. So, I got 2 card plays left, and I'm thinking we go Agamotto's Gaze, because I really want to buff our next turn. If we can get those extra card plays, that would be massive. And then it's a decision between playing the Axe to weaken Fallen Venom, or using the whip to remove one of his actions. I think, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. This is also gonna draw our last 2 attacks played, which will be the one that we just used. I don't recall what the previous one was. Okay. So this chain could be nice once we play Make 'em Bleed next turn. But the knockbacks are kind of like, yeah, they're okay. But the reason I wanted to play that is because if I'm going to play Whip, I don't want that to be a card that's discarded. So now the question is, we're going to have a 25% chance that Axe of Angaramis gets discarded. I don't want that. Actually, a 20% chance. I want any of these to get discarded, preferably a slash from the whip here. And then what I can also do is blow up one of these barrels. And that'll take care of the minion. I'm going to actually blow up the barrel first. Use one of the heroism, blow up the barrel. That's going to take care of the minion. That's going to hit Fallen Venom. And you know what? I'm actually going to use this as well. I'm going to use more heroism, but that's fine. We're doing this before we stun him. Bow, 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 bow. A non-live stream? What's the point? What do you mean, Love Boat? We are officially live, brother. Officially live. Okay, so now we play this. Please discard a slash. Also, these guys cannot be knocked off of buildings or into pits and stuff like that. If this guy was targeting the hunter, I would consider throwing him into this guy. But he's targeting Blade, who we haven't seen his lifesteal stake card on this part of the mission. So pretty good chance that's coming up. So he can take a little bit of damage there. And now this guy's only going to get 1 action, which is nice. And that's pretty much all we can do. So now we're chilling.
First you die, then we eat.
The pain would be bearable.
Okay.
Only he would stop.
I really have a theory. I have a theory that Fallen Venom just has it out for the hunter character specifically.
This house belongs to Mother now.
Okay.
As you belong to us, we shall start with your juicy entrails, then slowly savor your delicious brains.
So
Are the rest of your mother's children so chatty?
So we ended up discarding the
Thankfully,
Make 'em
no.
Bleed card, which is, you know, not great, but not the worst. I do have a slash where I can knock him back into this as well. That's cool. Another thing we need to consider here is that he has the Join Us passive. So on melee attacks exclusively, there's a 50% chance where he's going to gain symbiote skin. And then if he takes another melee attack from that, he's guaranteed to bind the attacker, which is kind of scary. But in this scenario, I think I'm going to redraw one slash here. We've got Winds of Watum that can take out... Ooh, does that reach? Oh, that would have been cool. Look at these. Look at this. This guy here, just out of range of that barrel. Very convenient. But we can knock these two in. That's free. Then we could quick slash one. That's free. I'm going to redraw one slash for now. Give me a quick. I'd be okay with that. Blessing of Ashanti? Maybe. Maybe. I want to keep the slash because I want to use a potential knockback into the generator to reduce his output. Maybe what I should do, because this guy is next to a barrel, I could use the Winds of Watum on these two, use a quick slash on this guy, and then use Blade to target this barrel. I think he'll move out of the way of this exploding. Even if he doesn't. That takes care of all the minions, right? Then I've got Axe of Angaramus to weaken. I could even maybe build up the heroism, but I want to use Axe first, and then we want to slash him to knock him back into the generator second. I'm just uncertain if Blessing of Ashanti is a card that I need right now. But I don't think that it is, to be honest. I'm gonna ditch it. Actually, very nice here. And I think we might be able to make that work. Because if I play these two quicks, then I have 4 card plays left. And boom, 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 that's what I have. So, alright. There's our play, I guess. It's the best I can come up with.
Let's give it a go.
Is it possible to knock back barrels, Rupert? No, it is not. But you can knock people into barrels. You can knock people into barrels.
Weak, even for Hydra.
Weak. Okay. So Blade will jump back to this position. And we could get rid of that other minion for 1. Then I'll heal. That'll give us +2. Then I will... I guess... I could strike him, but, like, that symbiote skin is going to go off, right? Like, because I have 3 melee attacks I need to do to him.
Time to bleed.
And mathematically, one of those 50s is going to work out in his favor. Unfortunately. So let's heal here. I do find often I'm redrawing or not using heal cards, but we've been in a kind of fortunate circumstance for the first half of the fight, and now the second half where I just have the card plays to do it. Okay. The most important part here is the axe, so he's weak, and the slash so that he is knocked back into this thing. Okay? The problem is, I have 3 card plays, so I should probably chain him twice then do the axe. Even if he has it, that's fine. Strange gets binded by the symbiote skin, and we can break him out of that next turn. And then I can come over with the hunter and slash with the knockback into the other generator there. So if we get really lucky and none of the symbiote skins go off, super cool. All the better. The only way that this would have been better is if we had bleed on that card. And that's excellent. That's great. That's just super duper dandy. If this was closer, we could have used that to break the symbiote skin. Because you can remove it with non-melee damage. But I don't have anything. I don't even think... This is too far away, so I could have kicked that. Vaulting over here, I'm pretty sure that counts as a melee attack, so either way. We're gonna use an enhanced version of Axe here, so for 36 damage, and he's gonna take weak, but we're gonna be bound on Strange, so that's too bad, so sad. So this binding just operates like a minion. Any damage to that, and we can free him. But outside of that, there's not really a whole lot we need to worry about. So I'm going to move the hunter over.
Where are you going?
And we're going to look to get rid of one of his actions. This is actually, like, they've laid out 3 generators here, which is, you don't see this very often. And so I think strategically the best way to handle this is by encouraging him over into this area. But he can start in different locations, so that might not always be available.
Look how fragile you are. I think you've got some on me.
I mean, 3 damage. Tentacles. He's probably gonna do his spiky carapace thing next.
Smarter to pull back until we know what we're up against here.
Yes. Surrender. Be eaten. Fill our belly with your tasty fear.
I shall fill your belly with my blade, demon.
Man, we got a whip here too. Like, okay, things are going all right. I'm gonna redraw 1 stake here. Okay. I kind of want to get his Make 'em Bleed card if I could. I may redraw a heal. An extra quick card would be great as well. I think because he's bound, we're not going to draw any Doctor Strange cards, which is a bit unfortunate because Winds of Watum would be really nice to redraw because that would take care of 2 of these guys. If I use a strike to get rid of him and then redraw a heal, there's a potential that could happen. There's potential for that. I'm not going to heal anybody here anyways, so I am going to redraw this and see what we get. Okay, so the other option is we quick slash our way through these enemies. I would like to free him to get his cards flowing on the next turn, but that'll generate 3 heroism, taking us to 4. Then I have a... Then I basically go... you know what? I could even do this. I can quick slash our way through these guys. I do a chain to apply a little bit of damage on him and free Doctor Strange. Then I go into stake against Venom, and then I have the whip where I launch him into this last thing. The only way this is better if it's bleed, and I guarantee next hand we're going to draw Make It Bleed. Probably both. We're going to probably draw both Make 'em Bleed cards, which is, you know, It is what it is. What are you gonna do? So, okay. That's all I can come up with. Fleet says him getting symbiote skin on the first try is also XCOM numbers. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. You are not wrong.
About time. These fanatics are always the same. It's on.
What's up, Dave? How's it going, man? Loving your playthrough so far? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. That's super cool.
Even the best can get better.
Okay, Blade is getting up there. So now we're gonna do this. If he goes symbiote skin here, it's kind of sucks for us, but it's what I need to do. If he doesn't go symbiote skin, then we're in the clear for this round. And he didn't, so very nice. Now we're gonna stake, which is also going to lifesteal and heal Blade, and I'm gonna whip him into this last thing here. I almost feel like because he's weak right now, that him getting off 2 attacks isn't the worst thing in the world. And maybe I save this in case I can't get rid of him next turn. You know what I'm saying? Does that vibe with what you guys are thinking as well? Why don't you quick strike Venom and strike the minions instead, since quick strike looks like a ranged attack?
I know it isn't easy for you.
That's a good question. You're correct in that Blade's quick strike is a ranged attack. But the quick benefit of that card, meaning that it's basically a free card play that gets refunded, wouldn't kick in when you use it against Venom because you have to KO the enemy to get that card back. So that's why I do it the way that I do it. Now, we have a decision to make here. This is range, so I'm not worried. We either stun him, or I look for something like this, where it's like big damage. Could split the middle here between these guys, knock him into this. The reason that this is a bit more appealing, if I knock him here just for damage versus knocking here and using up our stun. I could even knock him here, just next to that thing. But if I keep him close to it, there's easier chances for us to knock him into it on the next turn. Because otherwise I have to rely on a whip. He will probably move though as well. That's another thing to consider. I think he's gonna do his like spiky bomb prep thing. And he's weak, so yeah. Let's do this.
You have earned this.
What's his health at now? 91.
Will make you feel regret.
Okay. I'm gonna, in case he does want to move and do like a group thing, I'm gonna try and separate these guys a bit. I love his, man, okay, I gotta shout out the animation teams. Every hero has their own set of animations that are so perfectly tied to their playstyle and personality. It's unbelievable. Just refreshing a 30-minute timer on my phone for general sponsorship reminder time. Yeah, thank you to 2K. Thank you, appreciate that.
We will crack your tiny bones.
Hey, Polar Beard, welcome. Welcome. You came in a sweaty moment. Okay, so his first attack, he's using the bind. Totally fine. And like the hunter. Okay, so he didn't do his little spiky setup, which means that's probably coming next time. Downside to him being bound, though, notice we have no blade cards coming in.
Blesses us with power. Mother blesses us with strength. We protect the mother and are rewarded with your meat.
And to think Lilith was a vegetarian.
Okay. Damn. Well, I'm gonna redraw the heal. There's no question there. We got the whip. That's pretty nice. I'm wondering if I have the range. Let me look at this first. I do have the range and the angle to stun him for one. I probably am not playing 2 Agamotto's Gaze, so I'm going to redraw one of those. Okay. Okay. So I think the play here is I have to move Strange first. We Winds of Watoomb here for the quick. That releases Blade. The thing is, it doesn't even, like, Blade doesn't have any cards in our hand to play, so it's, like, not a top priority. But the longer I leave him down, then we're, like, if we keep him bound, I'm not drawing Blade cards, so that inherently becomes a problem. That said, I don't think Winds of Watoomb can knock these two into each other. I think it's too far away. So I am going to use an early move here. Would it redraw Blade's attacks? Like, you mean if we had Blade cards in our hand? No, they would remain. They would remain.
Decades of ineptitude.
Yeah, see, we're short there. So I am going to do this.
Watch and learn.
This is the thing, like, we get on this difficulty, we have additional enemy reinforcements, and yes, they're minions, but like, you cannot just leave them out there. That's the challenge. We have very sufficient health right now, which is great. So if some of them here stay until we get a bunch of quick cards or something, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, so we have another Axe of Angaramis set up here if we want it. I could... The key here, based on the cards that we have, is getting Axe of Angaramis and Whip played. And we can do that, no problem. So I think I go Agamotto's Gaze. That's going to give us another Winds of Watoomb. So I could take out one of these guys. And then next turn, we're going to have 4 card plays.
Watch closely.
Sorry, you meant with Strange's card? Would it redraw Blade attacks from the last 2 if he was down? That's a good question. That's a great question. That's a really niche... that's a niche one. Can one of the mods message me that question on Discord? Would Strange's card return Blade's card if Blade was symbiote bound, but it was one of the last 2 card plays? That's a fantastic question. Okay, who am I okay with taking damage? I actually can't knock him into anything, so that won't do anything. So I have to use it here.
A moment of preparation.
Yo, Dennis! Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, buddy. Thanks for the super chat.
I haven't felt this good in years.
Thanks for the guides and the characters. It really helped you. That's cool, man. I'm glad. That's, like, the best feedback. Thank you. Okay, so now I Axe. He takes a bunch of damage. I don't care if he goes Symbiote Skin. I'm going to whip him into that thing, and he's only going to get 1 attack off. And then next turn, hopefully we get a bunch of stake cards and we can finish him. Physician Weird is a cool character. I love Doctor Strange, man. He is hard not to take on every mission. I just think he's borderline OP. He's borderline OP. So I'm gonna have 1 minion left out here, and that's totally cool.
Pain is staggering.
I'm feeling a 2-star rating right now. I don't know how many rounds we've been at this, but if I walk out of here with 2 stars, I will be absolutely thrilled.
Soon we eat.
Thank you, Debput. Okay, there's his spiky carapace bomb thing. And luckily the minions came right in there. Oh, there's just so many. Now the thing is, we just need to focus Venom down here. We have the extra card plays from the previous strange card. So we need 31. We have it. So for people wondering, Spike Bomb deals 7 damage. It's less because his offense is reduced because he's weak. And it's going to apply bleed to all units in the area at the start of the next turn. It's immune to taunt, removed if incapacitated. And we are absolutely going to incapacitate him. Funny thing is, we did this all without applying a single drop of bleed to him. And our first hand was bad. So, yeah, this worked out pretty nice.
Who's next? No time to lick our wounds.
Okay, now I'm gonna go a little inside baseball here, but pay attention to the bottom left of the screen. You see this red bar going around his hero icon? Okay, so that's your XP. And so if you have the turns available, you should play as many cards as you can to build more XP. Let's see here. What's the hunter at? I didn't get like a noticeable bump there, so I'm not sure if that's as good of a demo as I was hoping it to be.
You are lucky to still
Like every time you play abilities, you're increasing XP a little bit, so you might as well, right? Even here, I'm gonna play Make Him Bleed, and then I'm gonna play Blessing of Vishanti, and then I'm gonna play the Axe.
Ought to make things interesting.
We got another quick.
Come get it.
Now,
They cannot possibly
Blade.
match your strength.
Blade is level 3, Hunter's level 3, Strange level 3. So I think he's going up like just very small amounts there. Either way. We'll go Blessing of Vishanti.
Just what this battle requires.
And we'll let him finish off Fallen Venom. Yo, guys, very happy with how this went. Ultimate 1 difficulty. Very thrilled that I did not crash and burn in front of you.
That's something of a relief, at least.
You know, I probably could have taken out the last minion with the environment there.
No escape from
I probably
me,
could have used the leap.
Hold up. We don't know
Good
what
eye.
we're dealing with yet.
Why not use the quick attacks for XP? I think you might be behind on the stream. TC is asking, what kind of choices do you get when leveling up? Do you get to make builds like an RPG? Spider Boy. We'll talk about that after the cutscene.
I was in the neighborhood, you know, being friendly. Seemed like you folks could use a hand, Doc.
Spider-Man!
Jeez, Eddie, what happened to you? That's sort of a horrifyingly terrible new look. The tongue was gross enough, but whoa! Someone is extra touchy today.
We will rip your face off and suck the marrow from your bones!
Always nice to see you too, buddy. So, I'm
like a
thinking
Hallmark
your
greeting
friends
card.
here could use a little break. How about I take Eddie here for his afternoon walk? worry, Doc. That's just his way of saying he cares.
Christian says, I don't recall. Is Spidey playable? Yes, he will. 3 stars, baby. All right. 8 turns. Okay. 8 turns, still 3 stars. I'm down. Spidey is playable. He is like the 4th or 5th story mission. Yep. Who was it? TC said, what kind of choices do you get when leveling up? Do you get to make builds like an RPG? So when an individual hero levels up, it buffs their health and it buffs their offense. That's it. However, through certain interactions in the Abbey with the heroes, you sometimes get choices and ways to buff their other stats. So like they'll make a hero request and they'll ask for your opinion on something, and you'll say, you'll get to pick, pick this option because it'll give them a brand new ability, or pick this option because it'll permanently increase his critical chance to hit. So you can do builds that way. The main builds come from how you build your deck and how you choose and upgrade your abilities, though. So can you use Luis is saying, can you use the difficulties unlocked in the other Let's Play? So yes, I believe if I unlock it here, I could then use it in the other Let's Play. Yeah, and vice versa. Grim says, hey, Chris, just starting my playthrough. When you first started playing, were you getting stuttering during combat for the first few times you used each card? Sometimes, yes. So the way that they seem to stream like the video assets seems to be some type of caching thing. So the first time that you use it, it might stutter a little bit. But it's hit or miss. It doesn't always do it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But after the first one, I never had any issues like that. How are the stars calculated? Henry, good question. The stars are calculated based on primarily the number of turns. Secondly, if there is a villain encounter, then I think you get a little bit more leeway in the number of turns that you can use to get the highest rating. And then third, if a hero gets knocked down, then that heavily detracts from your rating. So those are the main things there. Yeah. Any other questions? Is the experience shared? I think overall mission experience is shared, but then actually I don't even know. I don't know if that's a thing. But I feel like you get some experience just for being on missions, kind of like XCOM. But you do certainly see that some people start leveling more if you start playing their cards more. So I think that's like the main thing. Are there more cards that can be unlocked on specific heroes later, or are they just the same? Yeah, so each hero has 10 cards, but then each of those cards has an upgraded version of that. So that's like essentially 20. And then on top of that, at some point in the game, you get access to what's called the card mods system, where you can basically submit your card to be modded in the game, and it will add like a bunch of random crazy stuff and then your theory crafting and your deck building can just go wild because every card is super unique and weird. If you want a little taste of that, the last dev stream that they did, if you watch that VOD, Jake Solomon played on the hardest difficulty, and all of his cards had mods, and it was like, it was very intense watching how to go through all of those options. Any other questions? Do injuries affect star ratings? I don't know if injuries affect them. That's a good question. I don't think so, though, because you would still get it done in the same number of turns, but an injury would make it more challenging to get it done. So, yeah. This is my first ever strategy game, Number One Believer says, and I'm loving it. I've always been a board game fan. Daft, it took me this long to try a strategy game like this. There you go. That's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, here's the thing. I honestly believe that this game is approachable to anybody. Like, if it's your first strategy game, just play it on normal or even story difficulty and just play it and have fun and try to do your best in the missions. But if you want a challenge, you up it to these higher difficulties, and it's like,
New world or not,
you sit there and you analyze every move for like 10 or 15 minutes to make your play optimal. So,
boldly charging headfirst into the jaws of your enemy, courageously
What's up,
risking
Juan?
the lives of yourself and your teammates, just to play the hero.
good questions, you guys. Keep them coming if you have any.
This is the Fire Dragon all over again.
Fire Dragoon. My memories may be fragmented, but as I recall, I killed the bastard.
She's.
And all it cost was a village.
I'm really proud of our hunter, you guys.
Of course.
She is badass.
I see it now. The look.
Cut him some slack. It wasn't that simple.
It never is. Which is why I sent you to help. If Spider-Man had
I just
come
noticed,
along
look at how
today,
much blood
we
she
could
has
have
all
lost
over her.
far more than
the sanctum.
Or Wanda.
She means
Strange,
I
of
could
course,
have
like
died.
super clean, like he
Again,
didn't even go to
putting
combat.
an end to her eternal crusade against my mother.
You've been through a lot. For now, it's enough that you all made it back in one piece. More or less.
Yeah, I shouldn't say blood, it's venom goo.
We'll
Is
talk
this stream
more
sponsored?
later.
Yes, sponsored by 2K. Thank you for the reminder.
Get some rest.
Thank you. Okay, so if you notice in the bottom right of the screen, we got some friendship XP on Strange and Iron Man. So one of the things that I didn't notice for a long time in my playtesting was like, I'm like, why do I get XP for friendship on some missions but not others? If you take the hunter on your missions, like when you have the optional side missions that open up, they're led by a superhero. So you take that superhero and then you can take anybody else. You don't have to take the hunter. But if you take the hunter, then you will also gain friendship in those missions. And that is a very compelling reason to take the hunter, because those friendship levels are so important. It makes people exponentially stronger. Does playing the game as both stream and recorded series make anything confusing? Not yet. I mean, I personally, like, I just love playing the game. I love playing the game.
Not to be
And
an old lady.
it is so fun for me to just play more of it. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think I vibe with, like, Firaxis' style of games.
Interesting.
I'm going to just grab all of these for the arcane knowledge. You'll see that popping up in the bottom
What is
right.
this?
Arcane knowledge is gained from exploring the Abbey.
Fascinating.
These are, I think, old Midnight Suns people.
Curious.
And we'll find other statues in the Abbey grounds. When we activate them, it lights these eyes up, and I think something happens when we find all of them, but I've never gotten that far. So yeah. Got a common masterworks here. We can hang these in the empty frames. Tao is asking, what's the mix between story and non-story missions, looking at replayability? Early on, I think our first 3 or 4 missions are all story missions. Then we get our first side, and then we go back into either story or side missions. When we get to the point where we can either go and recruit Spider-Man or choose a bunch of other missions, that's when you're kind of like really free-flowing in the game. So yeah. The arcane knowledge also, if you look here in your bottom right of your map, that builds your arcane level. As that gets higher, the drops that you get from the arcane chests at the Abbey are improved.
That was a complete fiasco.
What are you talking about?
And it would have been far worse had Spider-Man not arrived when he did.
That actually went better than my recorded playthrough. And we started with a really bad first hand, so I'm pretty happy.
Hey, for what it's worth, I think you did okay out there. You got some decent hang time, even given you were wearing, what, 70, 80 pounds of chainmail? On the Stark scale of reckless yet daring heroics, I give it a solid 6 out of 10. Don't worry, you'll get there. With a little help.
And where exactly am I going?
Oh, that's the real question, isn't it? Sky's the limit for you, my friend. Unless you'd be up for wearing a space helmet. You do breathe air, don't you? You know what? It doesn't matter. I couldn't help but overhear Auntie Caretaker over there telling you to get some rest. That sounds like a good idea to me. I suppose I could keep you company on the way, seeing as our rooms are in the same direction and all. Besides, no one should be forced to walk the hallways around here alone.
Yeah, so Tony's he's like the scaredy cat, as tough as he is.
Here we are.
He's
The old
scared of
room,
the stuff
huh?
at the Abbey.
It's not bad. Functional. Solid construction. Almost cozy. Love the antique furnishings from the early Mephisto collection. Full transparency, Hunter, there's another reason I asked to join you here, other than my abject terror of this entire facility. Stopped here before, while you were out. Wanted to surprise you with a nice little housewarming present. Was all set to write you a lovely welcome note, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't red ink in your quill.
I think he's insinuating that it's blood.
I assure you, there is nothing to fear here.
Well, it's easy to say not to be scared of things that go bump in the night when you are a thing that goes bump in the night. I don't even watch horror movies, and now I'm living in one.
Horror movies?
Oh,
We've been
you'll
out
love
for
them.
300
Imagine
years.
a painting come to life. Moving, talking, telling a story, one that just happens to be pulled from your very worst nightmare. Or just stop by my room. Fairly certain there's one hanging there already. Well, I suppose I should leave before whatever monstrosity that is most definitely hiding under your bed jumps out, rips my face off, and then proceeds to feast on my soul. I'll leave you to it.
May your sleep be filled with pleasant dreams, Tony.
Right back at you. Oh, and if you hear the shrieking of a grown man, please ignore it. It's just me, walking to my room.
Polar Beard says, been a huge fan of XCOM franchise since first games back in the 90s. Big fan of card games like Slay the Spire. Not a fan of Marvel and superheroes like at all, considering if I would enjoy this. Yeah, I think a question that's come up a lot that I've seen is like, would I like this game if it wasn't superheroes? Like, if these were just all generic characters, the combat in and of itself is super solid. But the fact that they are superheroes, some of which are more recognizable than others, allows you to, in my opinion, equate like a certain play style with each of them a lot more easily. Instead of like, you know, let's say something like XCOM, for example, you have like a sniper, you have an assault ranger, you've got like a grenadier, right? They have like classes, and that's cool. But here it's like they have a whole style, and the entire deck for that hero is built around it. So, like, little pros and cons there, I guess, for somebody that's not into Marvel. But even still, like, I would say the combat alone is insanely good. Is this not the Let's Play? No, this is a separate playthrough, DH, where we're playing the Light Hunter, and we're gonna stream it all.
Hi.
And it's gonna be a lot more casual. I'm not gonna go through all the Super Link stuff.
I'm not saving the world.
I'm not gonna read
I
all
solve
the
world's
lore.
problems with technological means, like the one you're holding. I call it the Spark, a secure information and communication device built only for superheroes. It does all the usual: private messages, pictures, and calls for some reason. But it also comes with access to Superlink, a private social network exclusively for your cape-wearing, world-saving compatriots. You might ask, Tony, aren't you just repurposing a failed product from your communications division? If you do, I'll revoke access and let everyone
Hey
else know
Vixen,
you're
welcome
a jerk.
back.
I call it the Wonder Man rule.
Spark XCOM reference. There are a lot of little XCOM references in here that you'll find, so keep an eye out for that. This is part of the Hunter's Journal. So, stuff like this, if you want to, like, you can pause the stream on YouTube and then you can resume to live or do whatever. But if you want to read these, just pause it. I go super in-depth in all of the lore stuff in the recorded playthrough. But just to kind of speed things up in this playthrough, we're not going to be reading all of
My
those.
old journal. Maybe it is time I start writing in it again.
But I am gonna be collecting them, because
we were all so happy.
If you collect
then.
all of them, that will unlock certain things. So this is Agatha and Sarah with Hound. Beautiful. Before we leave, a couple things here.
There never was enough room for my armor in this thing.
Somebody had asked in the chat if, like, what are the in-game currencies? So the main one is this gloss, and this is earned by doing better in missions. You find this around the Abbey. You get gloss thrown at you all the time. You use gloss to basically purchase the cosmetics that you've unlocked, and the cosmetics that you unlock are random. So if you open something in a legendary chest, you might get something from the legendary pool that's different playthrough to playthrough, and then you spend your gloss to actually equip it. I think since we're doing a light hunter here, I kind of like this vibe. We're gonna lean into the light side as much as we can. But I'm also, because I'm not a monster, the first thing you need to do in the game, you guys, once you get to this point, if you don't do this, you are a bad person, and there's no coming back from it. You have to upgrade the dog bed. Okay? Gotta be plush. Charlie deserves the best. If you're not gonna do it, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have words. That's it. Now, if you look in just regular customization, we now have all these different options in here. A lot of like funkier hair colors that we can unlock. I kind of want to go into the white hair or the gray hair at least, and then I've got some type of like carryover from the other playthrough, and then we could go like we could go straight white to really lean into the light hunter side. So are all the cosmetics purchasable with gloss? Yes, all the cosmetics except for the legendary skins. Those come from buying the legendary edition, or you can buy the skins individually. Yeah, dog bed is mandatory at risk of a ban, 100%. You want to go a little crazier with this? Okay, so maybe we'll keep the outfit a little bit more like white focused for the light build, but then the hair, maybe we'll do something like, we'll do some colored hair. I don't have the glow. I can't afford it. Okay, I can't afford to get my hair did right now. Here's the epic horseshoe mustache, the goatee, and soul patch. So these were not available in the build process. You have a lot of different eye color options here. And while this may seem like, oh my god, 300 gloss, you only have 135. Trust me, at some point you're gonna be like, I wish. Also, it does appear there's like 21 options here. So I feel like maybe some of these were not in the original ask. Oh no, maybe they were all here. Anyway, we'll get into more of that stuff later. In terms of outfits, we've got these ones that we unlocked. You can wear your combat outfit at the base if you want, and you can do that for each of the individual superheroes. There's a whole like eyeshadow section, so you have to unlock to have full eyeshadow, which actually I am gonna do. That looks phenomenal. And then you can buy different eyeshadow colors if that's your thing. It is not my thing. And you can change the opacity of the eyeshadow. I'm gonna go pretty dark. Then you can do like eyeliner, if that's your vibe. I'm not gonna do any of that right now. And you can go lipstick or no lipstick. I'm gonna go no lipstick. And then you can also, because you can create your Abbey outfit and your combat outfit separately, you could have like if I'm going into combat for whatever reason, I wanna have full yellow eyeshadow in combat, you can do that, right? So you can customize these however you want. There's like upper face props. We have some aviators there I actually think are kind of nice. This silk is pretty cool. And these are just the basic ones. We're going to get access to way more later. So anyway. Then you've got room customization. So you can change the color of your bed. And as you get more furniture options that you can modifier in here, so we'll get into that a bit later. The only actual gameplay impacting thing that you can do with Gloss is buying gifts for your super friends, and that will happen in a couple of hours. We'll get access to that. So I'd recommend saving some Gloss to buy stuff like that. Why even play if you don't pimp your crib or fully explore all the cosmetics? I know, right? I know.
They are everywhere! We must fall back! To where?
The book! Is she reading from the book? Then we advance.
No! Hold the line! I can stop her! Only I can stop her!
What's up, Nick McLaughlin? Welcome, buddy. Oh, it's Charlie.
Charlie!
National treasure.
I know. I missed you too.
And our
Let her
hair
enjoy
kind of
the
matches,
moment.
Charlie.
She's
That's
been
great.
visiting your door every morning for the past 300 years.
Oh, it must have been so hard on her.
Not just her. I suppose that's why I might have been a little curt before.
A little?
You already made the ultimate sacrifice once. Maybe I'm in no rush to see you do it again.
We do not choose our destiny.
But we can choose to duck.
First lesson you ever taught me.
And still the most important. Especially now that you have all these eyes on you.
I have noticed.
To these people, you are a being of myth and legend. A grand hero of old. And they're right. You are a hero. But I also know the battle that rages within your soul. It's not enough that you are a hero. You need to decide what type of hero you will be.
I kind of like the caretaker's
I'm sure there will
eye
be plenty
color.
of opportunity for that in the days to come. For now, I would head to the forge. Our new guests are eager to show you something. This was a lot easier when it was just you and I beheading the Dark Legion as we traipsed through the woods.
Don't forget about Agatha.
I never could.
Brupert asked a question, said, been meaning to ask, so Light Hunter versus Dark Hunter is in good versus evil main character, or does Light and Dark refer to more play styles? And then Spirit of Wanderlust gave a very good summary, said, there's actually mechanical differences, so generally speaking, the toys you get as Dark Hunter are more offense focused and sometimes cost you health or discards to use. And then followed up with, while the Light Hunter stuff is more support and resource management focused, including healing. So really good summary, and yes, 100%. Yeah. Will the playthrough be available to watch on the channel later as well? Yep. Yeah, it'll be there right away, like as soon as we're done. Pet the dog every day. Every day. Okay? This is one of the things that I like about this game is like, yes, you can pet the dog, but look, I not only got arcane knowledge and gloss out of that, but in the background, Charlie has her own levels. And the more you pet Charlie, you can only do it once per day. You can only like register it once per day. The more her levels go up, and it will buff some of her cards, which we use in certain challenges. And then the Light Hunter, I think her heroic ability is like summon Charlie. So Charlie comes to the battlefield, and yeah, so pet the dog, okay? Pet the dog. Spirit says, I find it tragic and demoralizing that at the character creation for the Hunter, I have to choose between being a cute girl or being voiced by Matt Mercer. It's an evil no-win situation. Yeah, you can't have everything, you know? Maybe you should try to get them to add cute girl with Matt Mercer's voice. Around the Abbey, you're going to see little things like this. There's usually about 5 or 6 of them that drop every day. And it's worthwhile grabbing them. I'm just going to mark this chest. I'm also going to grab this elemental rod because we're going to need this for one of the puzzles. And I'm going to grab an elemental rod that's in the back here. These are all the hero rooms. So you can see the icons there. Strange right next to Iron Man, of course. I'm sure they both love that. This is the the chapel of the Abbey. There's a fire rod here. So we got fire, water. We're going to need 2 more, and I'll show you where those are later. This is a little puzzle that I've never seen the solution to.
Something.
So we'll have to keep this in mind when we're trying to solve any Abbey puzzles. Caretaker's journal page. If you want to watch this again, just pause it there. And we have tarot cards. These are little collectibles that give us some cool insights into other characters of the Marvel world. Electrical energy erupts around Thor as he wields Mjolnir. The card represents great courage and taking control of one's destiny. So these go into collections. So tarot cards, there's 22 of them. There's 12 Hunter journals, and there's 12 Caretaker journals. You find all of those, and you unlock extra stuff. So, Polar Beard, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. You can go into heroes' rooms, and you could... So one of the, like, memes that the developers would always talk about is they would take, like, unique photos of themselves and, like, of their hunter and put them up in the superheroes' rooms as kind of, like, little shrines to the hunter. I think that's kind of fun. So if you guys want to mess with that later, we can get into that. Heroic essence there. Let me just see if I got any other glowies that I could grab. Yep. Now, you don't have to just go and navigate just for these pickups. Generally, as you're going through the areas of the Abbey, they'll just be in those spots, so yeah. Will there be videos about DLC characters?
Think you can tell your friend inside there to turn it up a few hundred Kelvin?
Yes.
I could. However, it might shatter the containment spell, preventing him from incinerating this facility.
Does the game support DualSense on PC also? I have no clue.
I think we're
Amiga,
good.
sorry.
And just in time.
The Forge has certainly changed.
Right. Caretaker said this all happened after your siesta. What spooky castle would be complete without its own Babylonian demon-powered furnace?
Sumerian fire demon. His name is Babs.
Oh, now it all makes sense. Well, once you get past the esoteric terror of the situation, I've found this thing actually has some uses. Molecular bonding, breaking down evil gamma serums, fashion accessorizing.
Yes, speaking of...
Oh, right. It's ready.
Your armor seemed to offer minimal protection.
Yeah, now we're
against
talking.
the Venom
Let's
creature.
go.
I noticed.
Yeah, I thought you could use an upgrade.
Well hammered. Well fired. Caretaker did not mention that you two were such skilled smithies.
Yep. I am Iron Smithy.
Perhaps you should just try it on.
Feeling roguish, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, thank you.
Still think it could have used a cloak.
Kind of gives me a little bit of Jessica Rabbit vibes, actually. Maybe a deep cut there for some of you. We can select facial hair for the feminine body, which is great. Why not make the voices selectable as well? If it don't fit, that's my problem, you know? Hey, man, actually,
I still think it could have
great idea.
from a cloak.
I don't know. I don't know if there's like a technical reason for it or not, but you should suggest that to the devs.
I hate to admit it, but somehow this ancient forge puts any arc reactor I've got to shame. Who would have thought mystically bound demon power would be so damn energy efficient?
Oh, thanks, Roguish.
Carbon neutral.
Welcome.
Certainly got that new suit of yours done a lot faster than I expected. Speaking of, what's the verdict, boss?
Tell me about this demon. Why is it there?
Thanks for the 18 months,
well, you would
goats.
probably know more
Thank
about
you.
that than me.
Morning, Luckless.
I'm still working on a way to keep track of everything that goes bump in the night around here. Whatever they've got trapped down there, it's hotter than hell by a few thousand Kelvin, very pissed off, and really good at weaving synthetic microblends. But tools are just one part of the equation. You gotta know how to use them too. You were out, what, 300 years before we woke you from your eternal rest? I'm betting you have questions, so ask away, Hunter.
Okay, so we're not going to go through all of these side conversations. Some things can grant you like small boosts in friendship XP, but I don't think it's the general questions like this that get that for us. And we'll have much faster ways to build this. But again, if you want to see all of this stuff explored in a lot more detail, go to the Dark Hunter recorded playthrough.
Thanks for catching me up on things.
Anytime. Oh, and speaking of things, remember that creepy gamma goop you found from that hopped-up Hydra soldier? Well, I gave it a peek, and it explains a lot. If you have a minute, meet me at the anvil over there, and I'll walk you through it. I promise it'll be worth your time.
So when you go out to missions, you get these gamma coils, and then you come back and you analyze them for new abilities, which we're going to do. And the abilities that are in that gamma coil come from the heroes that you took on those missions. So, did they have a specific channel for feedback? No, but if you message me directly, I'll make sure it gets to the right person. Yeah. Is there a place to look up the complete voice cast? Reddit did a post about that the other day. If you check the Midnight Suns subreddit, they listed everything there. You can look up, you can play the credits right from the opening screen, so I think that's where people got it from.
Now, I doubt advanced gamma thermodynamics was a hot topic at Yale Demon Hunting School, so I'm just gonna give you the condensed version.
I appreciate that.
Closest I've ever seen to this substance is pumping through Bruce's veins. Part gamma accelerant, part unknown element. Calling it coil for now, given its unique atomic structure. Man, I love acronyms. This stuff is more volatile than Nick Fury on a Monday morning. But Hydra doesn't seem to mind.
Oh, has IMDb been updated since? It wasn't updated with everything like a week ago.
Would make your average
but yeah, maybe now that the game is out, it's been fully updated.
Thankfully, with a little help from Dr. Spooky and our haunted oven over here, I think two can play at this game.
You are not suggesting we start injecting ourselves with it.
No, nothing like that. Though I can see some future
Don't
applications
feed the
for my
trolls,
energy
boys.
Decline. I was thinking we apply this stuff towards upgrading our equipment.
You can see it coming from a mile away.
Just give me a little time here and I can whip up some pretty fun toys. How about we give Hydra a taste of their own gamma-powered medicine for a change? Give me a sec.
Okay.
Okay, what's up?
So, let's see what we get first of all. This is just a common coil. I'm not expecting anything too crazy. And we only get to pick from one of 3. So, we didn't get any new abilities here, but what we can do is look at what we're going to upgrade next. And I think this is probably, like, quote-unquote scripted drops, where because you're going to be forced to do an upgrade next. So, Slash, we could upgrade into Forceful Knockback, so that's an option. Strike, we can go into Chain 3, which would actually be quite nice. Or Stake, we could upgrade so that it's less heroism and more damage. It's just slightly more damage, but the lower heroism is very nice. But Chaining 3, I think if we get some Blade going, honestly, I think that's where I'm going to go first.
Hunter, when you have a minute, come meet me in the yard.
Okie dokie.
Hunter, your new attire suits you quite well. But how are you holding up on the inside? I know it's easy to look upon me and simply see the universe's utmost authority on all things mystical and macabre, Hunter.
Been playing for a while, so
However,
far
in
so good.
addition
Glad
to
you like
being
it, Lion
Earth's
fan.
Sorcerer Supreme, I am also your doctor.
You mean a physician of the medical arts? You jest.
I assure you, Hunter, I do not jest. They don't call me Mr. Strange, now do they? Except for Tony. Your awakening ritual was admittedly a touch more chaotic than I had originally intended, and well, after your violent encounter with Venom, my oath to Hippocrates compels me to check in with you. Simply put, how do you feel?
Physically, I am fine. However, I do feel some
grogginess, a tinge of nausea, sense of memory loss upon time of passing, watery or itchy eyes, common side effects when one is pulled back into the light. Believe me, I know. If any other symptoms arise, you can always tell me, particularly if you develop a craving for brains. I have a cream for that.
In any event,
Tell us more about your special
I, for
cream.
one, do not know if I will ever feel 100% again after the events of yesterday. I still can't believe what transpired. The sanctum, all that knowledge, Wanda, lost. Swallowed whole by the black mouth of that foul Venom creature. With all my resources, all my gifts, I should have seen this outcome spelled out in the sacred geometry of this universe years ago. But I miscalculated.
Lilith's power has placed a dark shroud over us all, Doctor. You are not alone in this.
Your words are appreciated. Still, I must not allow the underlying truth of the situation to become shrouded as well. It's not just the Sanctum Sanctorum that was lost yesterday. It was my protege, Wanda. She is my charge, my responsibility, and I failed her. But I am determined not to let that happen with you, Hunter, which is why I am here to answer any questions you may have. Perhaps my wisdom may benefit you more than it has me thus far.
Yeah, so when we get into like the general questions stuff here, we probably won't go through most of it.
Let us talk later.
Visit whenever you like. It's not often I get to converse with a true legend.
Okay, let's go upgrade cards. While I'm in here, I'm gonna get some more
I see.
arcane knowledge. We've got a tarot card here, the Star. So this is a reference to a hero named Nova. Are anybody in chat familiar with Nova? I know one of the other content creators that was working on this game before release was like really surprised to see a Nova reference. So that's probably some type of deep cut.
Fascinating. Curious.
And Moon Knight reference here. Hides true identity behind his cloak and shadow. Nova's Pog? Tell me about Nova, 'cause I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her. If you want to do Critical Role reunion mode, that's funny. Play Hunter with Magic. So you have Matt Mercer with Magic, who's Laura Bailey, Ghost Rider with Darren DePaul, who's guest starred, and Spider-Man with Yuri Lowenthal. That's funny. Yeah, I think themed runs and stuff could be really cool in the future. Yeah, there's a lot of different ideas you can come
Welcome
up
to
with.
the yard. At least that's what we're calling it these days. Caretaker put me in charge of your training. Too bad she didn't listen to me yesterday. Now that we know what we're up against, I think we can all use the practice. Any questions?
No.
None.
All right then.
We will obviously spend time conversing with them at certain points, mainly through Hangouts and stuff. But yeah. Okay, so we're going to be able to upgrade our one ability. Which is a pretty nice upgrade. Going from Chain 2 to Chain 3, that can exponentially add more damage. If that's buffed with bleed cards, then we're laughing. So, very
See you
cool.
around. Hunter.
Like the way you move out there, Hunter. Guess Dr. Strange picked the right supernatural demon hunter to resurrect. I'm Carol Danvers, but you can call me Captain Marvel. Kidding. Carol's fine. Just thought I'd throw a bone to the Avengers PR team. Not gonna lie, going a few rounds in Vampire Guy's Magic Thunderdome sounds like fun, but we've got bigger fish to fry.
As a reminder, the stream is sponsored by
Not
2K.
so much
Thank you,
fish
chat.
as that ginormous, invulnerable
Thank you.
sewer monster that swallowed the Sanctum.
What would I do without you? Can you upgrade an already upgraded ability? So each ability has one upgrade path. You can have a maximum of 2 copies of card in your deck. So you could upgrade 2. And then beyond that, you get the modding system later on that adds random extra mechanics to individual cards. And then they could do anything, like hundreds of possibilities. So.
Every lock has its key.
True, if only a man-eating alien demon monster hadn't eaten ours. But that got me
Can you look at your
thinking.
deck mid-fight?
Strange
not as
Caretaker
of
and the
now,
rest
no.
of the funky bunch can try and magic their way through that shield all they want. If my time as a pilot taught me one thing, It's that sometimes you've got to find a workaround. As in Hydra. They've got to know the way inside. Steve's always said they aren't much for talking. But then again, I'm told I can be
Can you
rather
re-roll the
persuasive
random
when I
abilities?
need
Yeah,
to
I
be.
believe you can keep modding cards if you have the required currencies to try and get different things on them.
Well, if there is any time to put your powers of persuasion to work, now is the time, Captain.
Trust me, Hunter, I'm looking forward to it. Hydra's been a thorn in me and Steve's asses for years. Can't wait to remove them for good. Find me in the war room when you're finished here. There's a few things we should discuss. Oh, and Hunter? Welcome back from the dead.
Gemini is asking, is the Hunter's light side branch just healing focus or a mix of both damage and healing? Okay, good question. Literally every hero, including the Hunter, can deal damage regardless of cards. Of course, you can customize decks to be more focused in one area, but the light side Hunter does have a few more healing and support abilities than the dark side, but they're still damage dealing capable, right? The main thing that drives your damage is your numbers down here, right? So your health, this is your just how much health you have. Your offense number, that's what dictates how much damage you're outputting. So if you look at somebody like the Hunter who has 16 offense right now, and you look at Blade, level 3 as well, he's got 16 offense. So their basic attacks are going to do roughly the same amounts of damage, and those are the things that help scale your cards. Now, their cards have multipliers and things like that on their offense, so it's not perfect every time. Also, Blade's health, 69. Nice. We'll take that.
Nothing is certain these days, but the...
Ow. How long is the stream today? I'm probably gonna go another like 4 hours. I literally could play this game for 20 hours. Like, especially once we start getting into the rhythm and out of the intro is very story heavy. It's very story heavy. Once we start getting into the flow of things, we can be doing so many more missions.
Wait, you're being serious?
We should be able to track this new gamma signature to its source then, right? I'd do it myself, but we seem to be having a little IT trouble today.
Please. Old Central here is ready to grind through
XCOM
that
reference.
data like chum.
What exactly is a central?
CENTRAL. Cognitive encryption, net transmogrification. We'll figure it out later.
Sending coordinates now. Hope your gremlins enjoy gamma spectroscopy.
Ah, well, he's been a little moody lately, ever since, you know, the problem with the big old green guy.
I heard that.
Banner can't turn into the Hulk? Not sure if we should be frightened or relieved.
That makes two of us.
Oh, hey. Come on.
So you guys
Happens
may have
to
seen now that the Hulk is revealed as the 13th
not everyone.
Nice work,
spot on the roster. Doesn't come until much later in the game, a point I never reached. So, but I did get to play with him in my testing for the showcase videos.
Anybody up for paying it a visit?
He's ridiculous. Good.
Aw, see that? Teamwork goosebumps.
Yeah, best kept secret.
Find
yeah.
me when you're ready.
Whoops. One of the questions that came up was,
and she kicks it.
Kaz is asking, do any card upgrades have a choice between different effects? Good question. No. No, they don't. You see exactly what the upgrade is, and then if you invest in it, that's the upgrade you get. The card mod system, I guess in theory, adds a bit of a choice because you're going to get something applied, and I think you can re-roll it and apply more or change that. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. I think I've caught all the questions. If I miss any of your questions, let me know. Okay, we're heading to New York with Captain Marvel, Faustian Bargain. Blade's coming. He's got that upgraded chain. We're going to take go for an artifact and gamma coil. Very cool. we'll talk a little bit about Captain Marvel's binary ability. Do you guys want us to put on some of the hero suits for them? In the Dark Hunter playthrough, I have her dressed as Marvel. I think it's really cool. Her Midnight Sun suit is something we have to unlock later. And so maybe we'll go like medieval Marvel here. And then each of these legendaries have some different palettes that you can unlock with 300 gloss. But we're going to be on the default there, so that's fine. And Blade, he's got a kind of a unique outfit. This 1602 look it's not my favorite. I really like Demon Hunter. I think this one's really sick. So that's what I'm using in the Dark playthrough. Oh, but we also have this Night Stalker one that I shouldn't overlook. I think this Night Stalker one is from linking your email with or linking your 2K account at the main menu. So let's do this. That's kind of cool. I dig that. And then for us, well, we have a whole bunch of possible suits, but they're all unlocked with different things. So like the dark suit, here's an example. You need to reach 150 dark balance. And you can see on the right, you also get the passive abilities. So dark attacks and heroics have a greatly increased chance to be critical when drawn. So if you really focus your deck, then you can get into that kind of stuff. And then these passive abilities that come with the suits can be decoupled, and you can use any passive you want on any unlocked suit. So there you go. But right now we just have this. Okay. Let's go. Can you buy in-game currency? Like gloss and stuff? No.
Let's see.
You can buy the Eclipse credits for skins. I think that's how they handle that, but that's only for those legendary skins. Everything else is earned in-game.
Gamma signatures and unstable isotopes aren't really in my wheelhouse, so we'll be patching Dr. Banner.
Be cool if we can get color-coordinated teams. I talk about that in a recent episode of the Dark playthrough. Trying to get everybody into like some army green style is kind of cool. There's a lot that line up, yeah. Is there anything that stops you from taking 1 to 2 specific heroes on every mission? Would that unbalance the
Probably
team?
can scratch abandoned off the description of this place.
That's a great question.
You seeing this, Bruce?
Let me answer that after the cutscene.
Getting all sorts of weird down there.
Johann Fenoff. That hack. I heard he was dead. Well, hoped is perhaps the more accurate description.
Calls himself Faustus now. Hydra's resident mad scientist.
Not just Hydras. Lilith's. That's magic coming from those crates. I can feel it.
Yeah? How about gamma radiation? You feeling that too? Because that's some pretty evil-looking Hydra tech down there.
Gamma and magic.
Gonna need you to use your science brain on this one, Bruce.
We need to approach this situation carefully.
Just while this cutscene plays, I'm just gonna run to the washroom.
Explosive proposition at best. Think scalpel, not hammer. Stealth, not strength.
Yeah, I don't do stealth.
Kill them.
Okay, I'm back. The question from Khan was, is there anything that can stop you from taking 1 to 2 specific heroes on every mission? So, like, yes, there are some missions that require specific heroes to come out.
I always
and if you're a min-maxer,
His fundamental science must
if
be
you're like
sound.
if
The
you really
device
just
would
want
have
to
surely
optimize your
exploded
team the
otherwise after
absolute
your
best,
display, Carol.
you actually probably should
it by
pick like a
watching you,
core
Bruce.
group of heroes that you want to invest your friendship and stuff in. But as the hunter levels, so too will every other hero in your roster. They're going to stay like, I think, 2 levels below the hunter. So if your hunter's 10, the minimum anybody can be is like 8, I think. But for other heroes, they can level up to whatever and be outside of the norm of your regular levels. But the way that works is that when you go into a mission, enemy health and stuff like that is adjusted to the average of your team's level. So we're all level, okay, Captain Marvel's 2, the others are 3. So we're like, you know, we're like a low 3 average or whatever, right? So the way that would work is that it'll figure out what their health and offense needs to be, and then it'll apply the difficulty modifiers on top of that. So anyways, little inside baseball there. Okay, what do we want to do? What are we dealing with? I got 3 big boys. We are getting introduced to some drops here, so we could try and knock enemies into these pits if we want. I think we can knock them over these ledges potentially. I do have some knockback where if we got really lucky, like let's just see. I'm not going to actually do this. 25% chance to knock them down there. That number goes up the lower the enemy's health is, which is kind of cool. Let me redraw 1 whip here. Fists of Radiance. Okay, that came in crit. That's not bad. Fists, that's 20 damage. These guys are at like 56, so not too shabby if we can work that in. We have a quick strike here. This guy's next to the throwable and this. I could use this with 1 heroism to take out 2 minions, so I may actually just save that. I can also apply damage to 2 elites with this. This guy, however, is a little bit alone, and then this guy's a little bit alone also. So I think maybe this guy's targeting Blade, this guy's targeting Captain Marvel. Let's start our quick strike here.
Playtime's over.
They cannot possibly match your strength.
Spirit of Wanderlust said, I posted on your Dark playthrough an explanation for the upcoming bomb scene. Not sure if you saw it. Energy absorbing in general is a huge part of Carol's power set. Oh, cool. Yeah, see, there's a lot of stuff, like, with the Marvel characters that I'm not super familiar with. So, yeah, thanks for doing that. Okay. Now, make him bleed here would be all right. There's a decent chance we get that upgraded strike, or we get his quick card. Or we get Stake, but we have 2 people in the roster that use a lot of heroism, so we kind of have to plan around that. The question is, am I going to want to have Whip right now? I'm thinking I'm going to ditch Whip and hopefully get another quick. We did not. We got a knee strike, so she can taunt, and she gains some block, which is all right. It's not too bad. How many are targeting? 4 of them are targeting the hunter. It's a lot of... it's actually a lot of damage coming out. And we don't have any more quick cards. Okay, we're gonna go make him bleed. It's also gonna generate 2 heroism for us.
Should get the blood pump.
Oh! No! Game! Why? That's the worst. The worst is when you use Make 'em Bleed and it draws Make 'em Bleed, your other copy of it. Oh! It's just very depressing. That is very unfortunate right there. Okay, so now we have to consider our options a little bit more carefully here. Reason being, I'm going to need to use I'm going to need to use 2 heroism to clear out 3 minions, at least. Okay? So what I'm thinking is, I got 2 card plays left. I'm thinking we're going to do What's our angle like? It's not bad. We can put a little damage on that other guy. We could attempt for the drops. If I could spend a heroism here to weaken these guys, the chance for the drops is even better. But off of 2 card plays, I think realistically I should probably do a bleed here on these guys so they start taking some damage every turn. Maybe by next turn or the turn after we can just take them down. That would be 1. And then I'd be up to 4 heroism. I could play Fists of Radiance for 2. I'd have 2 left over. And I could either do... I have to do that one, I think. I could do this one to weaken these guys in hopes that our knockback from Fists of Radiance insta-KOs one. It's not a bad option. Not a great option either. I could also just apply bleed to 1 and take out this minion, but he's targeting Blade. We could get some lifesteal later, so I'm gonna start with this.
It's on.
Okay, Blade's power leveling. Excellent. Okay, so these guys are taking 16 bleed per turn. That's not a joke. That is very good. I'm gonna have the Hunter detonate this with 1. So now we have 3 targeting the Hunter. Minus... Well... Yeah, this is gonna hurt. This is probably gonna hurt. I think I need to blow up this with the Hunter as well. Then I try a Fist of Radiance knockback into the pit and hope that we get that. Hopefully we get that to trigger. The other option is to taunt one of these enemies away from attacking the Hunter, or even just attacking this guy and clearing that. But I think this is our better bang for our buck. And the Hunter might take 3 attacks here, which isn't lovely. So we might have to play a heal, which should come soon. We should see a heal in probably our next draw. And let's see if we get lucky on the 38% chat. This is a Firaxis game, right? I like to remind people, 38% in Firaxis numbers, pretty much 100.
Take this.
Come on, baby. Oh! Oh! Ooh! We take that. We take that. We take that. Now, the other reason we want to play Captain Marvel cards, she has a binary meter. Every time we play 3 Captain Marvel cards, she draws the go binary card that doubles her offense and gives her a bunch of block. And then she maintains that. For that strength boost until she loses her block. So, is there anything I want to move? These are all ranged enemies, so I can't really predict where they're going to end up. We're about to get whacked on the Hunter twice, but that's, man, that's super nice that worked. Let me tell you. There's really not much else I can do. Other than if I wanted to draw enemies closer to this area, maybe.
By her command.
This is getting old.
Always take the low roll, yeah. Exactly.
You just made a big mistake.
Okay, so the elites are dealing 23, the minions are doing half of that rounded up. Oh god, they all have these sparkly weapons. Yeah, so the big setup here
I've never been one to
is
buy
photon
into the
beam, but
science
we
of
really
magic.
want to go
But the
binary
data I'm
before
seeing
we
is
do
hard to
that.
ignore.
We
There
did
are
get a
more
heal.
things in heaven and earth, Horatio.
You know you're talking to a vampire.
1,
an
2,
alien
3
hybrid,
targeting the hunter.
and a
1,
resurrected
2,
demon
3
hunter, right?
targeting Blade. 1 targeting Captain Marvel. I could, in fact, go binary here. And then play Photon Beam. It's going to damage and taunt everyone in the line. That Photon Beam will be at 26 damage. Enough to take this guy out. Not enough to take this guy out. But he will go down after the bleed. And I can hit these 4, which is a really good line. And then this will be 26. If I hit this guy with another 5 on top of that, that's gonna be 31. Not enough to take him down. Okay, so I have to go 1 step ahead here.
Let's do it.
Another Fist of Radiance. That gets some heroism going. So now I have an option. I could knee strike to taunt. Yeah, I actually can't go Fists of Radiance here. I have to knee strike because Fists of Radiance is going to consume my heroism, and I want to have 3 for the Photon Beam. So if I'm not going to be able to take out this elite anyways, then I might as well take out somebody from the lineup, or outside of the line that we're going to shoot the Photon Beam on. This one's already targeting Captain Marvel, which is okay, but she is getting a little lower. Hunter's at 36 as well. She's going to get a bunch of block, though. So I think we let the Hunter take 1. She's also going to taunt this guy, who's going to be alive. So she's going to take a stronger hit from there. And then Blade's going to get attacked from this one on the left. She will get attacked by this one. We'll protect the Hunter a bit.
That's one hell of
And
a
then
move.
we do have the heal card that I will not redraw. So now we can go binary. It's a free card. It's going to give us 32 block, and we double her offense.
It's about time.
Okay. And then we're going to line her up. We could bring her over here, or we could bring her to that side. I don't know if it makes a big difference. This mission's, it's funny because, like, it's literally all about the Photon Beam. When she's binary, too, she looks sick. It's 27. Oh! Okay, so... So there must have been a rounding thing there because she was at 13 and I just assumed it would be 26. And remember how we were coming up 1 damage short on this guy right in front of us? If we would have knee struck this guy, we could have taken him out. Either way. This is one thing, and I've given them feedback on this too. I just want a little bit more information on the battlefield. I know we want to have like a clean look and everything, but I want to be able to more cleanly calculate things like that. And so, yeah, I think there's room for a bit of extra info there. Let me get rid of that. I actually should have gotten rid of that card earlier. That's a misplay on my part. If I knew I wasn't going to play it, I should have redrawn it, because then I could have used this quick strike on either one of these minions, and that would have been exceptional. I think I'm going to keep Make 'em Bleed because there's a second phase to this mission and has a lot stronger enemies. So if we could reapply some bleed, I think that could be quite good. And then Fists of Radiance, These enemies are all weak here anyways, so I think I'm going to redraw that too. So that was a bit of a misplay on my part, but either way.
We serve until the end.
How many times have I played this
Maybe
game?
you should try something new.
Well, I've never completed it. The furthest I ever went in my pre-release stuff was to the end of the first act, so after you fight Fallen Scarlet Witch. Then I stopped. So there's so many things that I'm going to experience for the first time. She has 2 block left, so her output is still huge.
How else could he be achieving such a high yield?
1, 2, 3,
Bruce.
4,
I'll be
5.
sure to ask him when we're done punching out the bad guys.
Okay. So good news is we can use strike to take them all down. To take 3 down. Then I've got a quick slash and a quick strike. And then I can play my heal. And then I can play my make 'em bleed card. And that sets us up pretty good going into the next round. I probably don't want to clear the board. I probably want to do the... Yeah, okay. So here's what we'll do.
Hell that.
We're going to do that. We're going to do... How do I want to play this? So if I go into my strike here to take out my strike plus takes out those 3, right? Then I heal. And then I do... That's a little messy. So I think I go quick strike here. Then I strike. Then I heal. Then I make them bleed going into the second round.
I'm on it.
I am impressed.
Okay. So, strike for 1 card, heal for 2, make him bleed for 3, so his next 2 attacks after this will have... Oh, but if... Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. If I use my strike here, it's gonna end the turn, I think, and go into the next section automatically. I think. So we're gonna do this. She's at 36. She's at 47. He can heal himself later.
The light is on our side. The advantage is mine.
So I'll have to use one of the bleed stacks, I guess. Hold on a sec. Okay, interesting. Interesting. This does mean that we'd be going into the next mission with bleed on stake, and then his first attack can basically be a big damage heal and a bleed applied to somebody tanky. I'm just unsure if it would end the mission if I do this first, so I think to be safe, I have to do a make him bleed.
Exactly what I needed.
Double stakes. All right. So let's see. If it ends the mission right here, then lesson learned for next time.
I think they can arrest you for that in New
so we
York,
did that.
Blade.
We did that the right way. Yeah, I was wondering if you should heal first. Exactly, yeah. In that situation, we wanted to.
Now, quickly!
Let's go, go, go!
But I think similar to the last time we had like a multi-mission thing, we probably lose the heroism, so my idea for stake probably isn't gonna actually work.
The perfect opportunity to.
You don't like the KO sound, Tobias? I'll show you a way to fix that. Just don't KO enemies. Just kidding.
Watch out!
Get her.
Thanks for the reminder about the 2K sponsoring the stream. Thank you, chat. You guys are on the ball. Okay, so we got to get the artifact. That's the key.
For the record, Bruce, I did not smash that thing.
Noted,
Problem
Carol.
is, they have a
Perhaps
huge
you
shield
might
guard
direct all
blocking
that
it, who has a
energy
ton of
towards your
block
newfound adversaries
as well.
instead. And the mysterious cargo they're attempting to escape with?
Yeah, so we lose that heroism. It's unfortunate. Well. Oh, also. Oh, Blade's bleed doesn't carry into the next part of the mission. Is that right? Is that right? Okay. Okay. In that situation, we're gonna redraw one of the stakes for sure. Okay. So she's gonna lose binary status if she takes any damage here, and we are in a bit of a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minions. I got one quick card. And then I got the heavy boys looking to do some damage as well. We do have this drop here, which is pretty nice. 40 damage for 2 heroism. That would take out 1, and then if I hit this guy, that's something. I probably go for the knee strike here, because we're going to gain a bunch of block off of that. So I could knee strike for 1 and taunt someone. Then I could go one step ahead, and this will draw 3 more Captain Marvel cards, and then we'll be at 3 heroism. That's 2 of our card plays. Then we could use a quick here. I could play the stake, but it won't have bleed. If I played Make 'em Bleed first, then yes, it would, but then I can't play all those other cards. So I could do like Make 'em Bleed, one step ahead, and stake. But I only have 1 quick card for the minion, so like that's a problem. This is taking out 1. This would take out 1. This would take out 1 and hurt 1. This damages this guy. This is actually a really tough spot to be in. So the Hunter's actually the strongest right now. Healing, like in terms of health. So if we're looking to clear something from the field, pretty sure this guy's going to start adding debuffs like daze to us. So if I need to take out any of these, Blade's at 57. I feel like these 4 attacks are probably enough to take him down too. So I unfortunately probably leave the Hunter ones up and try to take out one of the guys targeting Blade. I'm just gonna start there. Hey Chelsea, welcome, you made it. You made it, you made it.
Even for Hydra.
What's the next option for a redraw though? That's the tough call here. Is because Stake is useful for healing Blade. I wouldn't mind healing Captain Marvel with the heal card. But that even then changes my play even more. I could knee strike here and take him down to 42, and then this does 40. It's like so close, but it's not enough. I think I'm gonna have to redraw the heal here. See if I can get it quick. Okay, that's something. That's something. And I'll take, when I can get it, I'll take a something. Any day. The slides are pretty nice. I could knock them into each other, but it's 2 heroism. Just looking at who's gonna get attacked here. The hunter is full currently, but man, this is a rough position. I do think I should drop this thing if I can. I could try and encourage more enemies to come over here on the next turn and drop it then, but I really feel like if I can just get a solid drop with 2 in there, that's probably enough because it's so much damage.
You asked for it.
I saw a move like that once, centuries ago.
So I think we set up for knee strike now. On this guy, that taunts. Then we do the 1 step ahead, which will draw 3. And then we probably get like one of Marvel's big cards. If we get a photon beam, we would have enough to do a big lineup attack against some of these guys. So I think that's our best play.
That's a neat trick.
Leave some for the rest of us.
All right. We got a pretty sick photon beam, 35. And with this drop, that would be enough to take this guy as well. Trying to see, I wonder if we can line up these 4 for an attack.
They're displacing.
Excuse me, Hunter. See, now her upgrade to photon beam increases the width. And, like, this is exactly where that would become so important. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finagle a better angle here, unfortunately. Hey, Edelstein, how's it going, man? Is this scratching the XCOM itch? You know what? It's a whole different itch. The thing about XCOM is you kind of get into like a routine of using your abilities. You go into a thing, you're like, okay, well, here's what I have. Here's how I'm gonna plan my order of operations. Whereas this with the cards is way more like, actually I don't even need to worry about hitting this guy because I'm gonna drop that on him anyways, right? Let's go back here. This is way more about like every turn is just different because you're so reliant on which cards drop. Okay, so I think this is my play.
Don't blink.
All right.
Now I see why so many fear your
Now we're down to
strength.
2 heroism, and we drop this, takes out this minion, takes out this guy. This guy's taunted, and then Blade's gonna take 2 attacks, but we have a stake in our hand for Hopefully something we can build up to next time. I have another one step ahead, which I probably draw at the beginning of next turn to get heroism. Maybe make him bleed. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It depends. But we're going to drop this. Bye-bye. Okay, that cleared about as many as I could have hoped for, I think. Does the RNG with cards feel painful, like the notorious shot percent, or it feels balanced? Well, the thing with the cards is that you can actually plan out what you want to do. Like, your sequencing will be executed according to your plan, whereas in XCOM, you can have a plan and then you miss a 90%, you're like, shit. Well, now what? So it's just very different. Okay, so someone's dazed for 2 actions. So we have to play 2 cards before we get him back.
Unknown energies.
We lost binary mode on Captain Marvel.
There is dark magic at work here.
We have 1 quick slash.
Hydra escape with it.
Oh, Blade. Oh, Blade. He will go down if he takes these 2 attacks. There's no question. I think... like, I need to start putting some damage on this guy, but there's just so many minions. This guy's at 21. I'm gonna redraw a whip. I mean, if I have to use it, I can use it to clear out 2. And then I've got quick slash to clear out a 3rd. Captain Marvel's being targeted by this one and this one. I could force binary by playing 1 step ahead and then just whatever Marvel cards we get. We have some environment stuff here, but it's not a great angle where I can hit 2 people. I do have this for 1 minion, but I guess I could... well, can I even? Can't knock them together. My positioning here, I can't knock those together. Can't knock those, so my only knock options, my knockback options really are back there. Let's play this first, see what we get. Okay. So we have 2 Fists of Radiance. One's at 26. That's enough to take this guy. And then that would take out the minion as well. So we kind of thin out the herd a little bit there. Then I would have a knockback to take out those 2. Then I have a quick slash to take out one of these. And then I've got a knee strike to take out the other one. And then the only one alive, unfortunately, is this dude, who I want to try and deal with first, but I kind of have to, like, go all in on him. But I think that's at least a decent way that we can do this. Wait, I think I'm 1 play short on that, aren't I? Am I 1 play short on that? So hold on. Fist of Radiance, knockback there. That's 1 card play. I quick slash 1 over here. I do a regular knockback here. That's my 2nd card play then, technically. So then I'm out. So I have 1 on the board. Is that enough? I think it has to be. Because we need to use the Fist of Radiance here because we need the damage. So that's a no-brainer. I do think overkill may have been a statement of the obvious. That actually is a gameplay mechanic that you get access to later, where if you overkill enemies, then I think you can interrogate them to get intel. Oh, and somebody had mentioned the KO sound. It's funny, when I went to this Baltimore event to play this game like 6 months ago or whatever it was, that was one thing I made in my video, Everything You Need to Know About Midnight Suns. One of my criticisms was like, that KO thing gets very annoying. And I'm not saying that it's because of me, but there is now a KO voice frequency slider that was not there before. And I have it at 33% of the time to go off. So you can put that at 0 if you want. You can put it at 100, but I don't mind hearing it from time to time. If it was every time, I felt like it was a bit much. Okay, so I do have another redraw, and I just have to figure out... Yeah, you know what? That's what I need to do. Why didn't I think of that? We're gonna redraw Fists of Radiance here. Okay, so he's undazed now. So there we go. So now we actually do have it. We have the clearing. And maybe I shouldn't have redrawn Fists of Radiance, because I could have went into the next turn having it, but I mean, whatever. Okay, so we go quick here, then quick here, and then we have our knockback angle from this position to go there. And then I could even use a heroism to blow that thing up just to get some damage going. What are tone indicators? Would it be written sarcastically in front of sarcastic statement? Yes. Exactly.
Here it comes. Looking good, feeling good.
You should have called it the ChristopherOdd slider. I know, right? I know. It's, in a way, it is tempting for me to play knee strike here and leave one minion on the board, because then I would get binary and I could add block right away that would save me from taking a bunch of health damage here. And then all of my Captain Marvel cards next turn will be with binary status. I actually think that's the better play here. And I let the Hunter get hit. Because then I don't need to use a card play next turn to have binary. And I get to save her health a little bit. So that's what I'm doing.
I think you got it.
And chat, by the way, feel free. Am I in the credits? Fabio, that's a great question. I was told 2 weeks ago that I will be in the credits. But only after like the first patch or something like that. They didn't submit my name in time for the original credits. But what I was gonna say, chat, is like, if you guys have, like, if you're looking at this and you're like, do this or do that, like, you can backseat game if you want. I may or may not listen, but feel free if you want to do that. Okay, we're gonna go binary now. There are situations where you might want to save binary for the following turn. Like if you know your block is gonna get destroyed, then you could do that. But I still have a heroism too, actually. Guys, yeah, this is totally the way. So we'll use one heroism for one minion. I feel like that's a decent trade-off, honestly. The amount of damage that comes out is kind of insane. I am not going to use it here. I can use it later. I'm not going to use it here because it doesn't give us an immediate benefit, and he's not moving. So, whatever.
Hydra's in control of the situation.
Why not blow up the barrel close to the minion? Yeah, we're in sync. Exactly. Yeah.
Arm Alpha reinforcing. Mother, protect us.
Okay, so she got
clear. We won't
dazed
be able to
for
recreate
2.
Faustus's experiment or track potential future variance gamma signatures without a baseline resonant sample from his initial occult catalyst.
Got it. Stop the truck.
Okay. So I think this is the time where we have to redraw one, make them bleed. For sure. Bye-bye. Okay, extra strikes. I just need one, like a quick card would be great. I think though that I am gonna play Make 'em Bleed here. And that could draw a Blade quick card, but what's really important is I use this Chain 3 pretty much all on this guy to put in 33 damage plus a bleed. And then if I need to play another card, I can use this strike to take out these two, or I can use this slide to bounce these guys into each other. We have some options there. In my Dark Hunter playthrough, I have the Make 'em Bleed card upgraded, where he draws an extra card and the next 3 cards apply bleed damage. That's a really nice upgrade.
Time's up for these chunks.
Okay, well, there we go. So, that's fine, I guess. It's a quick card. But what I want to do here, I think... Okay. So I think what we're going to do, because Blade is getting a little low, we're going to go strike here, put all of this on him. Then I'm going to stake him. We're going to lifesteal and heal up and apply more bleed. The bleed damage doesn't stack, but the amount of turns it's on him for stack. But I need to put all the damage in there. And then I'll reposition, like, the Hunter or somebody to look at taking out these guys.
Time to bleed.
Now that was something.
Okay, so her daze is removed. Now, after we get his block gone, we can then play an artifact card to grab that. I'm not going to be able to do it this turn, but that is something. So the question is here, actually, because I've got him for 6 turns, because I used 3 attacks on him, and it's 2 bleed per attack, I actually think that I'm okay wasting... Yeah, I just take out one of these guys. Let me do this, because I wonder if I can knock him back with a slide into that guy. I don't care about applying more bleed to him now.
It sounds to me like they just missed their mama.
Okay. So now I can stake into him and heal. And that's going to remove the block. So we can grab the artifact next turn. And Blade's in a pretty good position. Then, one of 2 options here. I don't know if we're going to have the distance. We have the heroism. We do have the heroism. Let's line up this slide. I really, oh man, I don't know how long it took them to design this, but the way that you can preview the interactions with the environment when you're moving around is pretty huge. Okay, so you see this, like, I'm not really going to be able to get the angle, I don't think, to get him that far where he would hit that guy, but I can hit him into the explosive barrel and do some extra damage to that dude. He is coming in with a powerful attack. He's got that flashing sword now, so she's probably going to get her block removed. The other option is, if I don't care about that, I can save 1 heroism and come here and just take him out this way, and we're none the wiser. Because we can always blow this up next turn with 1 heroism anyways, but leaving this kind of saves some options for us if a bunch of enemies come in, so I think that may actually be better. The shield guard's in the explosion radius, but Blade is outside of it. Yeah. And then, do I need a heal? No. I could have redrawn that too. All right, now we got a 42 damage photon beam, and you know we're gonna have the heroism. The question is she gonna lose her block here on this powerful attack? It's possible.
The battlefield is ours.
21. She did not lose her block, but she's probably gonna be. Oh, maybe she won't even be dazed. Okay. So he...
these delays can be quite frustrating. Infuriating.
He's going to take out these 2 units.
I suppose by now I'd normally be tromping through the warehouse, hurling the puny truck at the moon.
Don't worry, Bruce. I've got a pair of torn purple pants with your name on them.
He's going to take out those 2 units, but he'll still be here. This is just an attack, an AoE attack. I also don't know if the other units are going to get to act first or not. Or if that's going to go off first. So, what do we want to do here? I just want to put a bunch of damage into him, ultimately. That's the goal. The most damage I can really do is... Fists of Radiance, where I knock him back into him. That's also going to move that, and he's going to take not just the 51, but the damage by bouncing off his buddy there. I feel like that's a pretty good start.
Watch this.
Maybe you should teach me that one.
Okay, now we're out of that AoE as well. So if I... Oh, look at this. 44 damage. Okay. Let's redraw the heal as well. Okay. So I won't have enough heroism. I don't have enough heroism to play this, unfortunately. I want to at least get the artifact recovered here. Hold on though, because I might send over. I could chain 2. He's taking 22. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I could do a chain for 22 there, and then he'll die from the bleed. But oh, and then I can even I can even just move Blade out of there too. With the recover artifact, because if I do this, he's going to run over to the artifact. The other option is to move the hunter and do a knockback into this guy, but like, I'm not worried about that.
Get some.
Thank you, chat, for the reminder that this stream is sponsored by 2K. Thanks.
Nice move.
So now Blade's gonna go recover the artifact. Is she in the circle? Oh, see, from here it looked like she was, but she is in fact not in the circle. Let's go get the artifact. I don't think this is one of the objectives where you immediately finish the mission, so we might still have some problems here. I think you could wait to get the artifact, but the problem is that the reinforcements will keep coming. So most of the time when you do the objective, then there'll be like one more thing that you need to do.
16,342 more to go. I suggest starting with the remaining Hydra forces in your vicinity.
My vault or my slide is 2, and I don't have any other things I can do here. So we're just gonna let this happen. Okay, nice. So he does do that at the start. That is awesome. That's good. There's a couple of different things where like sometimes they're detonating, sometimes they're doing that attack.
Bad guy.
It's a little hard to keep track of.
Full of bad guy stuff.
I know those symbols from the time of the first hunt. That
Why not have used the heal then photon beam?
That one almighty.
It wasn't enough
something, gods and
put it all
demons.
together.
So a spooky bad guy crate.
Very spooky. Designed to contain powerful magic. Be careful.
Got it.
Yeah,
Don't
Louise, in
cross
some
the
situations it does show
Never
that,
do.
but that's not
How
the
about we get this
explosion one.
thing
That
back
was
to
just
the
one of
Abbey
his
and
attacks.
See for ourselves.
So that's where it's a little different. Yeah, I felt like that was a 2-star. I mean, I think the idea there is that you need to somehow just say, okay, I'm going to take a bunch of damage, but I'm going to get through that block early. If you get through that block, then on the next turn, you try to play the artifact card, and then you maybe just finish up the rest of the enemies. But like the challenging part there, oh, dang. Polar beard. The challenging part there is that like there's just so many enemies at this difficulty where that feels like you're really risking it. So yeah. Polar beard, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships to chat. I really appreciate that. That's super kind. Very, very cool. Yeah, so 2 stars, not bad. Not bad. We probably need to do that 1 turn sooner.
Nice job out there, kid. I mean, I didn't get Hydra bombed until my 10th run with the Avengers.
Kid, you do know that I'm a good 3 centuries older than you, right?
Then you've got a lot of catching up to do.
Okay, Abbey tournament tonight.
Sure about that? Last one got a little heated.
The eternal spirits of vengeance take technical fouls very seriously, especially in the 4th quarter.
Forget it. Tonight is movie night.
It is always movie night.
Exactly.
Wow, out of jail again? Who made this game? Wilson Fisk?
What are my thoughts on
Parking
XCOM
is
3?
free. Clearly no one from Manhattan.
I want it.
You know what they say? All work
That's my
and no
only thought,
play
man, honestly.
is how we ended up with Ultron. Come on, you should hang out.
Having played so many Firaxis games over the past 10 years.
Should rest. Another time.
And getting to know some of the key members of their team. Like, these are really smart guys and girls and people. And they are... I'm fully confident that it's going to just be outstanding. Superlink message. Hey, yes, I'm here. Thank you, Nico, but I'm tired. Unfortunately, she is very aggressive.
Come on.
What affects how many stars you get? Number of rounds and knockouts.
Good. You answered. Getting hard to keep finding ways to say open door around here. And despite what Robbie says, I don't think the staff of one speaks High Elven.
Do some heroes feel more useful than others?
Blood magic stuff.
Yes. But also...
Cool room.
Every
Spacious.
hero has things they're really good
Aw, is that bed for Charlie?
Yes.
So, if you're planning on giving me some sort of brooding code of the stoic warrior speech, I'm immune. Just ask later, Magic. From what I just saw out there, whatever crazy ancient living weapons stuff Caretaker put you through back in the day did a real number on you. We got a lot of work to do.
Work?
Yeah, talking to people, making friends, basic human stuff. Or quasi-human. You're a Midnight Sun now. One of us.
Nico, I was just Hydra bombed. I could use some rest.
You and me both. Been bad dreams every night for me lately. I, keep seeing Wanda. She... Never mind.
I will meet you outside.
Meet
Yes!
you outside.
I'll go nuke us
Meet
some
you
popcorn
outside.
and you pick out a movie. Oh, and it may
There's a
just be
song
the
like
two
that,
of
right?
us. The others went outside, needed to cool off. Really need to hang a fan over that forge. Or maybe crack open the casket of ancient wonders a little?
Okie dokie, Nico is now available. Okay, let's go, baby.
These
So this is where we get
missions
introduced to
can't be good for Caretaker's
Hangouts.
blood pressure. That's twice now her
The only
precious
one
Hummer
right
has
now is
almost
watching a
gotten
movie.
I know this entire situation's gotta suck for you. Not just the whole resurrected, chosen one thing. I get why facing Lilith won't be easy. I was 15 when I found out my mother was capital E evil.
Was your father there for you when you found out?
Dad was evil too. Long story, lots of drama. There was a cool dinosaur. I'll fill you
Yeah,
in
see, like
later.
that reference is way over my
Look,
head.
I'm glad my mother is gone, but yeah, at times I just want to hear her voice again. Some days I'd give anything to make that happen. Makes me hate her even more.
I did not realize you carried such pain.
I just learned to bury
You
it.
guys, is our
You
Hunter
think I can
not
afford a therapist on a superhero
absolutely
salary?
a smoke
I'm
show?
kidding. We don't get paid for this. Enough about our crappy parents.
I'm just saying.
You missed out on decades of good movies. It's my solemn duty to fill this knowledge gap with the best examples I can provide.
Are
So,
hangouts always
the
one-on-one,
first
or
thing
can
you
you
need
get
to know,
a couple
the glowing
people
briefcase
together for
is a
movie night?
metaphor.
Hangouts specifically or
You did
one-on-one?
again?
Okay, so we got a new Wool Witch Abbey outfit for her and a compression top for me. Hangouts are one-on-ones, but there are clubs that'll introduce us to shortly where you're hanging out with a group of people. And then the club meetings usually are unlocking cards and abilities as well.
So, what did you think of the movie?
I understood more than I should.
How? You've been dead for 3 centuries.
I'm not so sure I was dead. Not exactly. I recall a deep slumber, not the void. I dreamt.
Of what?
Of everything. Much of this world is familiar to me. I know it from my dreams.
That's not creepy at all. So, do you know everything?
No, think of it like this. I know what a car is, but I have no idea how to drive.
You're up to date, but not omniscient. Then I'm guessing you don't know
Oh
much
yeah,
about me.
the fashion video went
Just
up
what you shared
half an hour
earlier.
ago.
You're always free to ask.
You should actually go watch that. It's
what's
like
the
7
stack of
minutes
one?
long.
Or who were the runaways?
And then come back.
I should get going.
Do you ever design my female
Good
characters
timing.
after your wife?
Looks like Caretaker wants
not
to speak
really.
with you, and wow, I should get to bed. Time flies when you're hanging out.
I'm glad
That
to
just
see
hits
you
too
using
close
your
to
free
home, you know?
time productively. Looks like you're finding your way around. Maybe making some new friends.
Night,
I
Holocron.
was planning on getting some rest, but
Things are moving at a frantic pace. For all we know, I'll be landing a jet on the roof with Mr. Stark this afternoon. Not quite like it was in the good old days.
to stand still is to move back.
You got that one from Agatha. She used to say it all the time. I always preferred if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Used to.
I am sorry. I should have had this talk with you much sooner. But you should know... Agatha... she's no longer with us.
What? That is impossible. She was so...
fierce, indomitable, or maybe just kind to a fault.
Agatha's power. How could she be gone?
She put her trust in the wrong person. Agatha died in an accident caused by her protege, Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch.
Hey, Bjorn.
The Midnight Sun's latest recruit, a powerful spellcaster in her own right. Perhaps the most powerful Agatha and I had ever seen. Wanda's abilities were growing. Too quickly for my liking. Agatha was determined to help her control them. I tried to caution her, but she would not listen. There was an incident. An accident, I'm sure, but...
Agatha was killed.
Yes, incinerated in an instant. Not even ash to remember her by. The others were heartbroken, as was I. But I also saw the danger, the threat, if Wanda's powers were left unchecked. So I did what needed to be done. I sent Wanda away, to the Sanctum Sanctorum, to study under Dr. Strange. I know the others still harbor a great deal of resentment towards me for it.
Urba, welcome back. Here we go! Light Hunter choices. This is exciting.
Was Wanda so different from me as a child? Was it that easy to send her away?
I didn't have a choice. Wanda's powers were beyond even her own control. And this time I had no Agatha to help me, as I had with you. I thought she would be safe with Strange. On that part, at least, I was clearly mistaken. Ah, Wanda. Agatha. It seems we've lost them both now. I conjured a small shrine to Agatha's memory on the grounds, hoping to find some solace, a way to move forward. You should pay your respects. Maybe you'll find what I couldn't. Good night, Hunter.
TC is asking if the game's canon doesn't follow the shows, right? No, not at all. It's rooted mainly in like the comic books, but then does its own thing. Fleet's asking, Power Girl asked on one of the Discords if there are skirts. No. No, I haven't seen any. There might be some in the legendary suits that look like skirts. I'm not sure. Question from Bjorn. Regular uploads and live streams, will this be ongoing thing for this game? Is it really that great? I really like it. And yes, I would love to do a full playthrough of the Light Hunter on streams and then pre-recorded, like doing all the lore, everything for the Dark Hunter in videos. So yeah, the goal is to do this every couple of days. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, and then we'll probably do like thinking every 2 or 3 days. Okay, so here's the shrine for Agatha. Yeah, cool, Bjorn. Thanks. Will I do a review after I complete the game? I don't really do reviews. I think if I complete the game twice in concurrent playthroughs, that should probably tell you everything that you need to know about my thoughts on it.
Agatha?
You always did have the most remarkable eyes, Hunter.
And I think because of like how involved I was in, you know, creating pre-release content for them and stuff, I don't think my review would be
to commune with the spirits, of course.
Something that you could take as being fully.
Is this a trick
what's the
of
word
some
I'm looking
kind?
for?
Because I am not amused.
No,
Like
it's no
I'm
trick,
biased.
dear.
You know what I mean?
You're just the first to see me. By now you've heard I had a bit of trouble with my corporeal body. I actually find it quite liberating.
You are dead.
You are
Always
dead.
Straight to the heart of things. That's my Hunter.
You seem strangely at ease about this whole thing.
After 1,000 years of living, you learn to take things in stride, even death.
And what have you been doing all this time?
Meet me by the cave just over there. You know the one.
The Blood Gate?
You know it.
Caretaker always told me to stay away from that place.
I think we can safely lift the
We got our
veil
first
on a
Charlie
few more of
challenge
our
coming up.
secrets. What's the worst that can happen?
Urba suggests diversifying reviews sub-channel. Look, there's really good reasons to get into reviews for somebody like me. I'm just gonna grab some of these reagents. Bunch of oyster mushrooms. I will say in the past 6 months where I've started doing this content with Midnight Suns, I've started getting into more like scripting of videos and creating guides and creating kind of deep dives and stuff, and that has been really enjoyable. I've really had a good time making that stuff, and it's been uncomfortable at points. Like my first, when I did the Captain America showcase, I believe that was the first one that we did. It was pretty cringy. It was pretty cringy, but I still had a fun time making it, and then I would apply the feedback that I got in all of those videos towards the future ones. And like, I feel like by the end, yeah, nice job,
What is
Charlie.
it, Charlie? Find something?
Yeah, she found a haven spot for us. By the end, I got into a really solid routine, and I love making those, and it's a different challenge for me. So these are havens. You can only use them one time in the entire campaign, and each hero can only visit a single haven over the course of a game, but you get bigger friendship rewards. So choosing who you're going to match with these, I would encourage you not to just use a haven right away. One thing here that I didn't grab in my Dark Hunter playthrough is down here. Oh, I'm here too early. Okay, that's why. Well, fair enough. We'll come back soon. But this is a neat little hiding spot there. Yeah, so anyways, about reviews, I do think that I should get into that, and there's a couple of reasons. One, I enjoy that process of like writing my thoughts, creating like the script, building the video around that script. But two, because of the nature of my channel, a lot of the times when you're getting review codes and stuff from people, if you're doing an actual review on the game, then you get access to the game even earlier than you would if you're just doing a playthrough like I typically am doing.
Good girl, Charlie.
And so that would allow me to A, create videos in advance and get the Let's Play ready, but also then provide a resource to share my thoughts on the game. So it would actually be very helpful for multiple reasons. You saw the fashion show? Nearly spewed my beer at the monitor when you unveiled your personal hunter. That's funny. I had, they sent me a save file that had all of the cosmetics unlocked, so I just built up a goofy-looking hunter for myself.
Caretakers.
I thought it turned out great. I had
Sarah
a
got
really
a little
fun time making that.
overprotective after the accident with Wanda. It's become something of a habit for her.
I have noticed that.
What lies beyond is meant for you.
Your
as much
after
as it
playthrough
ever
thoughts
was
are
for
often
her.
spot on. Yeah,
Assuming
I
you're
feel
up
like
to
I
the
could get
challenge,
deeper on that stuff though, because I'm very much like
I do. But it's always polite to ask.
sharing like 3 or 4 points. But I just feel like
ominous indeed.
If I ever get into reviews, I will not do a rating system. I feel like rating stuff like this is like, it's like art, right? It's like you rate a painting, rate a movie, rate a song. You can have preferences, and like if this song is a 5, then another song comparably could be a 7 to you. But it's so subjective, so I'd really like to take an approach of more like, here's my style, and this is what I did with my impressions video. If you guys watched the impressions video that dropped like a couple weeks ago, I said in that video, like, here's the type of games that I like. Here's what I like about those games, just to give people like a frame of reference as to my lens of what I'm looking at games through. And then people can say, okay, if he likes this, then that's the framework as to all of these opinions that I'm about to listen to. And then you can take that and make your own opinion. If you don't like those games that I mention at the front of the video, then you can use that information to further gauge your interest based on my thoughts. Okay, we're level 3. That's exceptional. I guess this is probably, when I did this in the Dark Hunter playthrough, I was only level 2, but we're leveling faster because we're playing at the higher difficulty, so fun times.
Not what you were expecting, is it?
That's the thing about ratings, is it's a lot of times just like for Metacritic and stuff, and even games developers and publishers and stuff, they put a lot of weight on Metacritic ratings. Oftentimes financial incentives tied to how good a game performs, like, yeah, it's very important.
Felt their descendants needed to earn their blessings, which is why they created these trials to begin with.
Trials? I should have known.
This entire realm exists for that purpose. Trial by combat, with no chance of outside interference.
By the way, sorry if this has been asked already, what system are you using to run this? Performance seems good so far. Yeah, I'm on a PC. It's a 4090 with a 12900K processor. And yeah, it runs very well.
Are responsible for a great many creations.
Sometimes when some of the like more crazy animations start, there can be a bit of a stutter, but like we talked about earlier, usually that's only for the first time you see the animation. Okay.
As the goddess of balance,
this is a puzzle.
Ashtor was sometimes called the giver of justice. You can expect a fair fight, or at least her idea of one.
This is a puzzle, and the trick here, we need to get Charlie's Howl card. Look at all these crits too. Totally. Oh, okay, hold on. We've got 4 elites. I think that's more than on the heroic difficulty, if I'm not mistaken. But we need to get a Howl if we can. Because then I can mark the enemies. Which cards am I going to redraw to try and make that happen? A knockback can take out 2, which is really nice. I'm going to redraw 1 bite. Hopefully we can get a Howl here. Sick. Okay. I don't know if that's like... I feel like that happened to us in the Dark Hunter playthrough too. Our original cards were different, but I don't know if this is like guaranteed to come up in this challenge if you do it this way. But Howl is going to apply 2 marked. We're going to put it on these 5. And enemies that you destroy that are marked refund the card play. So now when we play these bite cards, we can not only draw a card, because that's the nature of the mechanic on the card, but we get the card play refunded. So pretty big win-win there. So if I bite 1, 2, 3, I'm just looking at potentially where this slash is gonna go. Because you're only gonna get 1 from that, so like I may want to do like a quick slash over to here and then do a knockback of these 2, but it depends. We might draw some more cards here too, so I'm not going to get too ahead yet.
Now that was something.
Yeah, this is more than the previous difficulty. Okay. That's great. I'm going to immediately redraw the heal. We're both full health for now. And we got another quick, so that's great. That is fine by me.
I am impressed.
Okay, Maul. This applies vulnerable, so we definitely want to use this on one of the elites. Potentially that guy. This is a slide as well, so that's something to consider. I'm just gonna look. Yeah, so he appears to be in range if we did want to do a slide attack with all this heroism. That's definitely an option. Let's finish up here. And keep drawing cards. That's going to be all of our bites. And now we're into a double maul situation. I've got 2 more quick slashes and a regular slash. And 2 card plays. So I think what we do here is we go maul on this guy. And then I've got 2 rocks that we can use. We come over here with the hunter. We do a slash knockback here. That would refund the card play here. We still got 2 quick slashes to try and deal with these 2, I guess. And that's pretty much gonna be it. Like, I can't clear everything on the first turn. There's no way. Not at this difficulty. So I should apply the vulnerable first. It takes me down to 1 card play.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Then I think I'll move our hunter down here. Actually, hold on a sec. Do I need to do that? I'm looking at where I'm landing on my hunter, and I kind of need to be in this area to get the knockback to be appropriate here. I feel like Charlie might go down here at 28 health. There's a very real possibility that these guys just knock Charlie out. These elites, because I'm not going to be able to take out that many. I will have a slide here, though, if I want to do a bunch of damage there. So that's an option. I could probably put vulnerable on that first. Okay, let me come over here. Okay, so let's do this. This is, okay, so this is actually going to give us enough damage because of the extra bounce hit here. And the card play will be refunded. 2 of them are going to be gone. That's great for me, I think.
No mercy for the servants of Lilith.
Okay.
You were too weak for this fight.
Now the challenge is, because I've moved already, I need to consider where I'm landing a lot more to be able to get additional damage in. So I think I'm going to maul here. Wait, no. Okay, quick slashing there is fine. And then quick slashing here is probably also okay from this angle. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the slide there. If I go here first and then here, I don't know where I'm going to end up. I feel like from here, naturally, I'll be somewhere in this area. This is what I like about these little challenge missions is like, yeah, these are very cool. And I also like that it changes between the difficulties. Yeah, see, I'm hoping we can still use the slide there. Because then I can also, with all the heroism, I'm able to drop some rocks on these guys.
Feel my
7 enemies KO'd. We'll take that. Charlie goes here. Hold on. Let's check this first. Oh, are you kidding me? That looks like he's in the line. Are you for real? Oh, that hurts, man. That really hurts. I feel like sometimes, like, hold on a sec. It says there's no valid targets here, and I feel like that's generally the case, but maybe because that's a slide, we don't get that same bonus. If I put 12 damage on this guy and gave him vulnerable, that would take him down to 27. See, one thing I'd like is if I pick this card and I hover, I'd like to see, maybe even in tactics mode or something, I want to see the actual, what his health is going to be at afterwards, so I don't have to math it out. Like, that would be very helpful. Anyways, he'd be down to 27, and then a rock dropped with vulnerable won't be enough to KO him. I wonder if... I don't think Charlie... Yeah, Charlie can't use these. Man, he sure looks like he's in there. Let me tell you. I might actually just try it anyways. Okay.
I saw a move like that once,
I
centuries
think this
ago.
is going to be a wasted kick here. Oh, it's actually not even letting me do it. Okay, so fair enough. So what I'll do then is drop some rocks on these guys. That rock's too far. If the hero is melee based, well, I think actually all the heroes, maybe besides the hunter, will run over to the rocks to move around. Oh, that's so rough. Plus that vulnerable is only going to last the one turn, so it would have been better to place it over here, but a little risky. I think Charlie might fall here. 19 damage. Yeah, Charlie's definitely getting knocked out.
Our team is falling apart.
But
compared to our girl, these hellhounds are nothing but mindless beasts. Don't hesitate to strike. They certainly won't.
They've put me in a difficult position here because I don't get any Charlie cards when she's knocked out. So I could revive, and it is free. It costs 4 heroism, which is more than enough. We have more than enough. I have 2 redraws that I could use to try and get some Charlie cards, maybe. Like a vulnerable or something of the sort. I've got whips. I can knock them into each other. The only reason I would bring Charlie up here is so that I could potentially redraw some Charlie cards. But the only ones that would be beneficial would be the vulnerable cards, to be honest. So now, we only get 1 revive. So if Charlie goes down again, I will not have the ability to revive her. So something we need to keep in mind. I could, of course, use a heal. I'm going to redraw 1. Nice. Nice one, game. Nice one. Okay. So I think we go vulnerable on 1, whip into the other, which I hope is enough to get rid of 1. Then I can drop the rock on the other. Maybe even they're low enough then where I could quick slash that. This one's lower, though. So maybe to be safe, I go here.
Leave some for the rest of us.
Problem is, whip could really screw this up for me. Really, really could. Also, I am in the way. So if I do this, okay. If I do this, it takes out the Shadowhound that's vulnerable. Wait, I could also... Oh, no, I don't have enough. Because it's 50% extra damage. Okay, so what I could do is reposition the Hunter over here to slash, and I could get the kill this way. The problem is I may need to use this to secure further damage on those guys, so I can't do it that way. I'm just going to have to bite the bullet here. Because I do have that rock that I can drop. Let's see what we discard. Okay, we discarded the other whip. Not my first choice, honestly, but not the worst. If I go here, that takes out another one. And then Charlie's not being targeted. I can drop the rock. Can I drop both of these rocks? No. I'm only gonna have one heroism anyway. So this is fine. Or let me just see what happens. Let me just see what happens. See what we get here. Okay, we got the maul. Interesting. So I'm only sitting on one heroism here, so I'm gonna drop the rock, and we can do this on the next turn, but that is not gonna be a 3-star performance. Okay? It's not gonna be a 3-star performance. I'm gonna attack the Hunter, and it's gonna be a melee attack. So I'll tell you what, we're gonna bring the Hunter over here next to this rock so we can make sure that we can use that. And then if we need to, we also have this that we can maybe kick, because they'll probably end up in this area.
Lilith would be embarrassed by your weakness.
And we got a bunch of howls.
You can imagine why Sarah was so fond of Ashtor. If I didn't know better, I would say she modeled her role as caretaker after the goddess herself.
All right. Mission accomplished, but not as clean as I would have hoped. I just don't know what we could have done differently there. Other than...
And you too, Hunter.
Other than waiting for Charlie to level up, or having the Hunter at a higher level, clearing that many elites with that starting deck, I think would be very, very hard. Oh, 1. Yeah, see, we got that knockout. That's the worst. We actually lose gloss on the knockouts. Oh, they went with the pixel effect here. Let's see what else we have. I came up with a pretty interesting look where we were like riding Charlie at one point in my dark playthrough. And when you take photos of these, then you can put them into your Abbey frames, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys see if there was anything we could have done differently there? That would have been tough. Half an hour has passed. Thanks to 2K for sponsoring the stream. Appreciate that. Could I increase the game volume or decrease the microphone a bit? Do you guys think we need to do that? It's just like there's certain sections of the game that are naturally quieter, like these. If everyone's in agreement, I'll make adjustments. I don't mind. It also, like, the thing with audio that's very interesting, there's so many factors, right? It's like, specifically which device are you listening on? Are you listening on larger speakers that can produce lower frequencies? Are you listening on phone speakers that can't produce lower frequencies? That'll all have a perception on volume and stuff. So it's very, very hard to get it right for us.
Sarah was right to be wary of this place.
Would the difficulty be the same if you take the challenge later?
And I think after everything you've been through, you can handle it now. The two of you.
There's
as well
probably
as
a
your
certain
mother, are the
amount of
last your
scaling that
kind,
happens with the
the
enemies,
blood.
but if you take it later, you'd
Your
have
lineage
better
follows
cards
an
in your deck.
unbroken line to the old gods themselves. And if you call upon them, you might just find they're actually listening. They won't work miracles for you, but their blessings can be quite useful in the right circumstance. Why don't you ask the goddess Ashtur for her aid in dealing with that barrier over there?
Here we go.
Ashtur smiles upon me.
I'll increase the game just a tiny bit for you. How's that?
After all this time, it's still just as beautiful as the first time I laid eyes on it. It's hard to believe Lilith and Caretaker brought this place all the way from Transia. Of course, it was no coincidence that they wound up so close to Salem. This area is particularly attuned to the forces of magic. That's why the Elder God's influence was so prevalent here. And why our sanctuary here has remained all but impregnable over the centuries. And now I'm rambling on like an old sorcerer supreme. Why don't you come see me in the library tomorrow night? Oh, and let's keep this just between the two of us for now. I'm afraid Sarah, Caretaker, isn't ready to see me yet. Good night, Hunter.
You know, our Hunter kind of looks like Kristen Stewart a little bit. Kristen Stewart vibes? Anyone? Anyone else? Just me? Alright. I'll take it. Charlie, good girl. That was a great battle. Sorry you almost died. My bad. Woolly Pack, what's up? How are you? Okay, you can't follow me yet. Eventually you can have her follow you, which is cool. Do I have any...
Is this thing on? Hunter, please come to the forge at your earliest convenience. Again, that's Hunter to the forge. Thank you.
I love...
Strange out.
Strange on the mic is hilarious. Strange out.
Hunter, just in time. His royal weirdness and I were deciding what to do with that nasty little Hydra gift box you found.
Ah, yes. The spooky crate.
The very one. Though it is far from any mere container, I assure you. I am detecting powerful
Hey Marcelo, how are you?
Inside. If this is a sign of what Hydra is after, I fear we are all in grave danger.
My offer still stands. I could fly the thing up and nuke it in orbit. Only way to be sure.
Or we could open it, Tony, and perhaps use the mystical energies I sense inside to our advantage.
Yeah, I heard a "we" in there. Green goopy gamma serums are one thing. I'm not opening boxes full of mummy curses.
You don't have to. Hunter, if you'll allow me.
Your second funeral, boss.
Chat, how many of you guys are playing this game alongside either of the playthroughs?
To get into this crate. If Hydra is now working to acquire mystical antiquities, then our situation is very dire indeed. We need to find a way to gain the upper hand.
And you think you can do it with whatever is in the container?
Tony has one of the greatest scientific minds that I've ever seen. I, of course, have an unparalleled understanding of the mystic arts. I have no doubt that we can find a way to research whatever we find in there and have it work in our favor. I just wonder what it could be.
Here we go.
I hope the two of you create something powerful. I want to stop Lilith quickly and decisively.
As I said, I'm sure it can help us. I just need to convince Tony to set his ego aside. His discomfort with the esoteric nature of the arcane might
Designer
be a
Tom is
problem.
playing it. Tedar would
But
love
Tony's
to.
eccentricities aside,
Jay Buckley on Payday.
I know you can make
Woolly
this
Pack
work.
doesn't have it.
Right
Dennis
now, with the
on the
sanctum out of my
PS5 right
reach, I'm
now,
fighting
way
with
lower
one hand
difficulty.
tied behind my back.
It's okay.
Metaphorically, that is.
Sadly, you're at work,
If
must
I
live
can find
vicariously through
items
me.
to research, I can give the Midnight Suns every
I'll keep
possible
you
advantage over
breathing.
Lilith and her disciples.
I look forward to seeing what you
Mal
come
Reaver,
up
no
with.
new games for a bit.
Me
Philippe,
too,
you're
Hunter.
playing.
Now, all this talk is going nowhere unless we can get this container open and study what's inside. Approach the anvil.
Don't have
Hunter.
time for
We do
gaming
not
lady.
have time
Still
to spare.
starting 40k Demon Hunters. That's a fun one too.
Erethole.
Okay, so I'm gonna get
hello
into
there.
something a little strategy-wise here. So pay attention.
How may the Sorcerer Supreme
We're going
assist you?
to study this artifact, which is going to increase our research to level 1.
By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth, I can hardly
Luis,
believe
you're playing it. Really love it.
Is it
Sweet.
worse than you
sweet,
expected?
Sweet,
No, it's totally unexpected.
No, I'm on PC, Lee.
It's the Eternity Dagger. This was in a place of honor in my bedchamber in the Sanctum for years. The Sanctum Sanctorum is no common domicile to be burglared. These barbarians have no idea what they possessed.
Or perhaps they did. Maybe these artifacts are exactly what Faustus and my mother were after to begin with.
A distressing thought. If they had my dagger, then who knows what others of my priceless possessions have passed through their greedy fingers. The cube of nothingness. The tear of Profia, and most worrisome
Barack,
of
you
all,
picked up on that
toothbrush.
too, yeah.
You,
Place of honor
got
in
a
his
little coffee
bedroom. I
thing
know.
going on this
I don't know what that
morning with your
means.
Breath.
Oh, Tony.
Sorry. Doc's right, Hunter. I drank 3 glasses of holy water just to walk through the Sanctum's front door. Place is like a doomsday vault for all sorts of supernatural nastiness. We need to put a lid on this mess. Pronto.
I believe Carol is already working on it.
What do you think the
At
place of
last.
honor in his bedroom was?
Now that this artifact has been returned to its proper owner, we shall see if we can make use of the mystic forces contained within.
Okay, so we got some attack,
To be
heroic,
fair,
and skill
it
essences.
does
That's
look
nice. We have a
interesting,
common
at
knife
least.
artifact. I admittedly don't know what the artifacts are used for yet. I'm pretty confident we use those later on. We trade them in for something.
If it were up to Tony, you'd probably
to,
be stuffing that item into
get
some
more
machine
stuff.
right about now. Very impersonal.
Either way, we're research level 1, okay? Now, there's a couple of options that we have available to us. Number 1, supernatural fabrication, so we could start building single-use combat items. These are good, but you're going to need to spend gold to build the machine afterwards, and then you have to spend resources to build the combat items, and then you have 1 combat slot, and they're single-use. The second one is war games. This will give us the Foundry Forge, or the Foundry Forge schematic for the ability to increase our number of cards from gamma coils. So we get to pick 2 cards from 4 instead of 1 card from 3. So for that reason, I want to pick war games first. I don't know. I think strategically you have to do this. You want to go war games. And then we have a coil as well, and we could do the gamma coil analysis, but I'm not going to do that because if I wait until tomorrow when the research is complete and we build the item that we just researched, then I get an extra card out of the deal. So anyways, pro tip. So I'm not going to analyze it.
You've been here more in the past few days than I have since ever. The forge is pretty badass, but the creature trapped inside riles up my own inner demon. Speaking of, there's something you should know about me.
You are bonded with the spirit of vengeance?
Damn, you're good. How could you tell?
You are not the first spirit of vengeance to join the Midnight Suns. I fought beside another just a few days... 3 centuries ago.
Oh man, sometimes when I have crap to work through...
Yo, Charlie, what's
I
up,
like
man?
to get my blood pumping.
Are you going to play this game,
Why don't we
Charlie?
hit the yard for a sparring session? I know Sparky's excited to meet you.
I feel like you would really enjoy the
Sparky?
strategy side.
That's what I call my spirit of vengeance. His real name is something you'd see written on a symbol, but with like 12 apostrophes. Also, he's not allowed inside after the incident with Caretaker's Sumerian sofa.
It would be my honor to spar with a spirit of vengeance.
I feel you.
Wow, he's real excited. Never thought he'd get bouncy, but here we are. Okay, let's do this. I'll get Blake to set things up. Won't take a minute.
I will head to the yard. When you and Sparky trade places, what does he look
How long until the story heavy beginning will make
He's
way
the guy
for the
with
more
the flaming
regular
metal
gameplay?
skull
I would
and
say
hellfire
probably
chains. Kinda hard to miss.
after the next mission, things kind of open up a little bit more. And again, like, we could be skipping all this dialogue and getting through missions, like, way faster, but I also know that some people will just watch this playthrough and not the other, and so if they want to have at least some idea of what's happening in the story, it's weird if, you know what I mean? So.
Hunter, ready to get your burn on?
Okay, so
talking
sparring. Every day you come and spar with somebody, it costs credits to do that. You gain training XP for this, and you get whatever is in here. So this one you have to take Ghost Rider, and you get a combat bonus and friendship XP. So we'll see what combat bonus we get. So now he's going to have 2 fast at the start of his mission, which is cool. Okay. Now,
Hunter,
when I
report
played
to the war room. We've got a mission.
when I played this next mission in the Dark playthrough, I did not take Ghost Rider. And I think, like, by design, they want you to take Ghost Rider because you just got a combat bonus with him, so I'll probably take him here just for some variety.
You called for me, Captain?
Keep telling ya, Carol works too, but yeah, I did. Now that Tony's finally starting to get a handle on his gremlin problem, I've been able to put Central to good use. Got a lead on some particularly gnarly Hydra operations happening in the city. But we need to move fast if we want to intercept them in time.
Then let us get
This
going.
next mission is
My thoughts
actually
exactly.
very challenging.
There's just one problem, though. We seem to have lost our gatekeeper, Magic.
Lost?
Well, I updated her on the mission. She said something I can only assume to be a prolific swear word in Russian and disappeared. Literally. And with no magic...
There is no passage to New York, or anywhere for that matter.
Now you see my problem.
Do not worry, Captain. I will locate and alert her of the team's needs.
There's that can-do, get-it-done, old-timey prophesied savior of humanity attitude I was hoping to see today.
Just
Still,
rolls off the
You
tongue.
better hurry. Not sure how long Hydra will remain in their current position.
Then I shall make haste.
Yes, you hasten as much as you can, Hunter.
I love Carol. Okay. So now we need to find out where
Not much
Magic
more I can
is.
tell you, Hunter. Though I did hear her mutter something about Wanda right before she poofed away. Maybe that helps.
Thanks, Captain. I shall find her.
Does Blade know? Here, let's ask.
Got a minute, Hunter?
Let's ask Robbie.
Robbie, have you seen Magic?
No, but there were some pretty crazy energy flashes coming from the dorms a few minutes ago. Usually means she wants to be left alone. Trust me on that.
Thanks, Robbie.
Okay. Target acquired. Hello. Totally intruding.
This room belonged to the Scarlet Witch, did it not?
Wanda. It belongs to Wanda. Let me guess. You are to ask me to do the one thing the others value me for. Opening their precious portal. Well, I am in the middle of something. Come back later.
Captain Marvel has a lead on Hydra. Time to go.
Hey, Thomas. Welcome,
I'm in
buddy.
the middle of something. Come back later.
Something more important than saving the world?
Wanda's first grimoire. Agatha gave it to her when she was teaching her witchcraft, the dark arts. She was trying to help Wanda control her powers. She would never let me read it. So now I read it.
No good ever comes from a book like that. Trust me.
Funny. You sound like Wanda.
Okay, cool.
She
So
was also
when you
afraid
pick the
of her
dark
power.
option for magic there,
I
she
can
actually
almost hear her
likes
scolding me
that,
for invading her
and your
privacy.
relationship
But I've done
increases.
far worse than to rummage through someone else's things. Far worse. And so have you. I know what she's going through. To come face to face with true evil itself. To be dragged to some hell dimension so hot that your soul is scorched black. Your heart so filled with soot that it chokes out all the bright parts of you. Until you are just a dark thing of smoke and ash. I cannot let such a fate happen to her.
We will find her. I can feel it.
And just who will find her? Caretaker? The Avengers? Do not try to fool me with your false empathy, Hunter. I know Caretaker will never waste resources looking for her.
Ileana, just open the portal.
You are like an Avenger. All you do is take, take, take. You expect too much.
Avenger Shade!
Okay, I will open your damn portal. It is times such as this that I wish someone else here could drill holes through space and time. Perhaps Doctor Strange should spend less time tinkering with Tony Stark in the Forge and focus more on his magic. No matter. I will be there when you are ready, Hunter. Goodbye.
As a reminder, I'm trying to pick different dialogue options from what I'm picking in the recorded Dark playthrough. And so, yeah. That's all. That's it. That's all. That's the reminder. And I'm going to pick anytime there's a light Hunter option, I pick that.
When Hydra isn't preoccupied with world-ending scenarios, they spend a lot of their free time terrorizing the citizens of New York through various low-level operations. It's fairly routine stuff for heroes these days, and worst case, we'll still get some fresh intel in the process. Why don't you check the mirror table and see what we've got on our plate?
Okay, it's go time. So we got to stop a Hydra helicopter. Captain Marvel and our Hunter are coming. There's an intel cache up for grabs that's going to introduce us to the hero ops mechanic. And I will go ahead and take Ghost Rider because of the combat bonus. And then we can talk about a new mechanic that we haven't seen yet. So customization-wise, I think we're going to go... I think we'll go Death Knight, because I have him kind of kitted out with the Spirit of Vengeance in the other playthrough. And do we want to change any of these? Those aren't bad. What about Captain Marvel's? That's pretty cool. The Majesty one's nice. Oh, Archangel's actually quite cool. Archangel kind of fits into our Light Hunter vibe, you know? It's 300 gloss, but I feel like it's worth it. It's done. We've done it. We've bought it. All right, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's begin, shall we? I love these little walkout scenes, too. We could get a pretty similar matching headband. Oh.
It would actually be faster for me.
By the way, there was something in here we unlocked. What was it? Oh, this compression top. So it's like a short sleeve version of what we have.
That is not good.
Yeah, I try to be considerate.
We're sending you straight to the coordinates Captain Marvel identified in New York. Dr. Banner has confirmed that the gamma signatures in the area match those of Faustus's weapon. We need to recover whatever intel we can if we're going to find out exactly what's going on down there.
Pedro, thank you so much. Thank you for all the videos and streams. I would not be able to experience so many games if it was not for you. Thank you again. That's super kind. Thank you. Sad you haven't put out Callisto Protocol vid. I'm gonna wait on that one. I'm diving deep into Midnight Suns. I'll play Callisto Protocol at a later date though, but it will be later. This mission, I feel, is very hard because we actually have a turn timer, and if we don't deal with this chopper, that's a problem. Okay, so we're learning about mission cards.
Looks like Captain Marvel was right on the...
Heroes.
Okay.
A single world-ending calamity is never enough to satiate your appetite for destruction. You insist on meddling further, forcing our hand yet again.
Oh, that's just lovely. Faustus
How
has
you
a
doing,
radio.
Rayman? It's good
I'm
to see you.
assuming whatever Hydra is attempting to flee with on that chopper is our target. I suggest we stop it and see for ourselves.
Okay, so we have 3 minions, 1 big officer, and 2 elites. This mission card delays the helicopter for a turn, and then we have full force, where environmental attacks deal increased damage and cost 1 less heroism to use for 2 turns, so not bad. There are mission cards that can give vulnerable to the helicopter, but that's not the case here. I feel like the helicopter here has less HP than it did in the Dark Hunter playthrough. But I think that's because our team level here might be lower. If I'm not mistaken, I had Blade on that Dark Hunter mission. And Blade was like level 6 or something. So that probably put more health on the chopper, which is kind of interesting. Hey, Forest. Okay. We have a slide there. We also have these that we can use to topple for 2. It's not bad. Ghost Rider cards. Forceful knockback, but he takes 17 damage. A Hellmouth where you can create a drop that has an increased chance to KO. I don't love this card. And then we have another Lash. We have Photon Beam here, but it's unlikely we're going to want to use that. I guess maybe I could line up these 3 and taunt. Or maybe, yeah. Something like that. I have 1 Quick Slash here. I'm gonna discard 1 of the Lashes, and I'm gonna redraw our heal. Okay. Not great. Not great. Not great. Only 1 person targeting Ghost Rider right now. I think if we can knock these guys into each other, that's a decent start. I could also knock into the helicopter, but I feel like if I can get rid of these bigger, stronger enemies, then that's something. Let's start here. Because then I can also set up a Hunter knockback attack to get damage on both there as well. Like this. Right? And then I'd have 2 heroism for Fists of Radiance, which probably takes out the front guy. So I could go slash, and I could quick slash one of the other minions, maybe this guy, because there's going to be 3 attacking Captain Marvel. That gives her a little bit of breathing room. We'd have 2 attacks on the Hunter there. Yeah, I think this is okay. We're definitely going to take some hits this first round. There's no question.
Just like old times.
Okay. So now we use the Hunter to go quick slash. We take care of this one. And then I could... I won't have the heroism, but that's fine.
Hell.
Okay, so we have 3 heroism. So a Photon Beam would be nice because I could just damage both. But, like, in this situation, I think Fist of Radiance is just better because I will actually take out the first one and get even more damage on that guy in the back. Then I could even drop the box on the guy in the back as well. This gets us 1 step closer to binary. And we've taken out
Seems like
one
it'd be
elite.
cheaper just to replace you guys with robots. I bet Tony would cut Faustus a deal.
What's this guy's health at? 23? Yeah. Let's drop the box on him. Okie dokie. Now, who's targeting who? These two are both targeting Marvel. Those two are both targeting Hunter. What I'm going to do is bring the Hunter... Well, do we go towards the chopper so we can knock people into the chopper and stuff? Or do I go towards the environmental objects so we can use those to take care of enemies? That's tough. I think I'm going to focus on trying to get the chopper down. So let's draw enemies this way. We also have the delay chopper card if things are getting tight. So I probably won't redraw that, but I'd rather just have it as an insurance policy.
Have to try harder than that.
Oof. That's a bad one. Because now even if we have binary, her block's gonna disappear so quick. She's vulnerable.
More souls come for judgment.
I don't know if I'm even gonna be able to utilize his fast. Oh, okay, I get it on the drained soul here.
The Gamma Disruptor you so narrowly escaped within our last encounter was only the beginning.
Show
Okay.
yourself to me, Faustus, and I will open more than your eyes.
Such ferocious spirit.
1, 2, 3,
You
4 on the
truly
Hunter,
are your
5 on the
mother's
Hunter,
Child Hunter.
1 on Captain Marvel, and if it's from him, he probably KOs her with the vulnerable, and 1 minion on Ghost Rider. Drain Souls is his, like, bread and butter card. So it chains, it does lifesteal, and then every time you play it, it gets an additional... Future Drain Souls cards get an additional chain and cost 1 more extra heroism. If I could pull a Hellride card here, that would be an interesting option because it would only cost 2 heroism because of fast. What's this guy at? 13? I mean, I could just double chain him and then he's gone. It's an option. I have a knockback for potentially getting rid of 2 minions, if that's an approach we wanted to take. Photon Beam here for 3, but I need to play 2 cards before she's binary, so that's not looking too hot. But a Photon Beam could, even a basic Photon Beam could clear out all of these minions and hit the chopper. So that's like that's decent. But I feel like if she's allowed to get hit here by that officer, she's going down. Even if I knee strike and get block, you know? Okay, well, let's redraw the Hellmouth. Quick Slash, that's helpful. We'll take that. We will absolutely take that. That's 1 good start there. And then... So now with Quick Slash, that's 1 heroism. Drain Souls costs 0, but that would be a card play. I'm not in a position to generate enough heroism yet to play Photon Beam. So I'm actually going to redraw this, see if we get another quick card or a Hellride. We got double Drain Souls. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Well, this could be interesting. I feel as if she is going to get KO'd here, and there's literally nothing that I can do about it. There's literally nothing I can do. That is really too bad. This Drain Soul will become a Chain 3, which is kind of nice. And because of Fast, it will be 0 heroism, but it's 2 card plays. But we can use that to kind of get rid of some of these enemies. But yeah, Captain Marvel's unfortunately gonna get knocked, and there's nothing I can do. Love how hectic this is. Oh, tell me about it. It is hectic, I'll give you that. So now, hold on a sec. What I could do is, either way, 2 of my chains need to get used on this guy. So I don't know if it matters if I distribute like this and then set up another chain to finish him and chain more things. I don't think that actually matters. This feels like pulling 2 to 3 pods at a time in XCOM. That's actually a really good, that's a good analogy, because it very much is, like, okay, here's the situation. What the hell do I do to get out of this? Now, if I played full force, I could look at an interesting little bouncing scenario here where maybe I come over here and I kick this and it bounces these guys. But man, do I ever not love this right now? I think Marvel's getting knocked and I just, there's nothing I can do. So if I do this, then I can knock these 2 into each other with Slash, and that takes care of 3 minions. Then I can, then I can drain souls, and I can chain here, so he's taking some damage, and all the minions are gone. So, like, at least that, but unfortunately, I can't get him not to target her here. I have no way around that. So yeah, let's go. I don't see another option,
even
chat.
for Hydra.
So now normally this drained soul would cost 2 because we increased it. But because of fast, we get that little benefit there. So we'll use this to take out the 2 minions. We apply it to our last attack to him or the chopper. You know what? Because I need so much more damage on him, I'm going to apply this to the chopper. Yeah.
Prepare yourselves.
The faster I can get the chopper down, the better.
We will stoke the fires of hell.
And then I have 1 heroism. So before Captain Marvel goes down, which is going to happen here, I think, we're gonna let her do some damage.
Ready up.
Looking good here.
How's that one guy stronger than the whole helicopter? Hey, that's actually a very good question. Okay, Captain Marvel's going down. Ugh. That is
Our friend is down.
very painful. I don't think there's any sequence I could have taken differently there. Oh, and she got an injury. Keep heroes healed and protected to minimize injuries. They do not have immediate effects, but will have negative consequences if the heroes brought back into combat while still injured. Okay.
The last thing we need is for that pompous buffoon to win today. Stop that chopper, please.
With pleasure.
What an interesting hand to draw here. What an interesting hand to draw here. Okay. I'm going to immediately redraw Photon Beam. And I'm going to redraw Hellmouth. Oh! It's so bad! You guys. That is such a bad hand. Bad! So, okay. I pretty much have to heal here. I have to heal. And then, like, do I use the heroism that we generate on that to bring up Captain Marvel? She won't get attacked this turn. Or do I, like... I might have to go, like, heal into Delay Helicopter, which doesn't generate any heroism. Into... I don't know. This is a bad scene right now. I'm out of redraws, so I have to heal. So fine, I'll heal.
The light is on our side.
She looks so happy for the time being.
The advantage is mine.
That's cool. Now, I could whip here, and you discard a random card. It would be really bad if that whip discarded revive, wouldn't it? It would be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad. These cost what? 2? Just gonna look here. So I could use 2 heroism to slide this guy here and then maybe bounce him into a minion. I'm just trying to think if there's a world where I don't revive Captain Marvel here. Because if I don't play Delay Helicopter now, I have to play it next turn. So if Delay Helicopter or Revive got discarded from Whip, that would feel really bad. Revive is a free play. It's just going to use all my heroism. So maybe what I do here is I don't whip anything. I just I delay the chopper. I revive, I delay the chopper, I full force. But then that's literally it. Like I can't even use this. Because I won't have any heroism because I'm using it on my revive. But like, I don't know. That just seems like it's my only option. It's too risky to use the whip there. So helicopter's delayed. And then I play this just to play it. But now, this guy's going to be in trouble. So if this guy applies a debuff, it'll happen after this hit at least. So like, he'll survive. But it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. And, yeah. Okay. Ghost Rider, come over here. Let's draw these guys in towards the chopper.
Where do you think you're going?
So that if you get some drained souls, maybe we got that, but... Whew, this one's spicy.
Follow my lead.
Vulnerable again.
Soon enough.
Okay.
Our loyal
No reinforcements, at least.
punching bags you've come to expect, are they? Somehow these humans, these
Still has one binary. Look at all the high heroic cards that we have right now, too.
gods. All these
This was my, this was my justification for not bringing Ghost Rider in the Dark playthrough, is that, like, him and Captain Marvel rely so much on having a lot of heroism. Now, on the plus side, I do have... I can play... I can play one step ahead. I'm actually going to get rid of Whip first. One sec. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. That kind of sucks. I can knee strike and then play one step ahead again to draw another card, and then I can Hell Ride 63 damage across these guys, hitting this one and this one for sure. I think Hell Ride is unlimited range, if I'm not mistaken, and hitting the chopper, which means I can take the chopper out on the next turn at least. The concern is if I redraw knee strike, I might get something that I can't even use. So this is guaranteed heroism, and then one step ahead is guaranteed heroism, which sets me up for a Hell Ride with a 63 crit. So I think that has to be my play. Because I don't want to be in a situation where I am right now, where I can't draw anything. Wait, would I be in that situation even if I play this? Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna redraw. If I redraw one step ahead, I just don't want a Captain Marvel card. That's my worry. Okay. 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 Chain 4, so that's 32 damage with lifesteal, which is good, but not as necessary for right now. But for next turn, that'll be our finisher. So I go one step ahead, then I go knee strike, and then I go Hell Ride. Well, yeah, Hell Ride's going to discard our entire hand, right? But it doesn't matter because I need to do it. I'm pretty sure Hell Ride is an infinite beam. So for that reason... Wait, actually. 63 plus 8, not enough to take out the chopper. Alright. So what we'll do then... We'll put this... Actually, let's do this first.
Here we go.
She will get binary off this as well. Ooh, tempting, but I can't spend the heroism because I'm gonna have to go Hell Ride. Okay.
Whatever gets the job done.
So I will play this because he's gonna come in hot with a big attack. And we'll use our block to hold that. Okay. Now, before I move... Yeah, this is a full screen destroyer. But I'm gonna ditch my entire hand for this. So, is that what I want? That's the question. Do I want to ditch my entire hand for this? Because I could use Photon Beam. And next turn, the chopper would have 32 health. And then I have some... Then I have Hell Rides available for a bunch of damage still, right? So where it's probably enough for me to finish off... Yeah, I could finish off this guy and the chopper next turn with a Hell Ride. So I actually think Photon Beam is the play here. My worry, though, like, this line looks pretty good. This line looks pretty good. I'm just concerned that I'm not going to be able to get this guy and the chopper in. And it's not like she won't fall because she has enough block on the next turn. So even if I leave one alive, it's not the end of the world. But I think not discarding my hand here, knowing that I have Drained Souls and a Photon Beam, I think this is the better approach. So let's see what we can do. I'm committing to the Photon Beam. We're not going to have Heroism to use our hand this turn, but I'm thinking into next turn, because if I discard these, I don't know what I'm getting next turn. Whereas if I save these, I know I have a Hell Ride, and I only need to play one skill card, one attack, and boom, I can Hell Ride something. So that's the thought process. Oh, nice. I think I might have it. Nice. Okay, so we've got the angle. Photon beaming! What a comeback for Captain Marvel.
Now they're really in trouble.
What a comeback from Captain Marvel. Okay.
Regroup at position Tango. I'll handle it.
Perfect.
That helicopter's about to take off, and with it, any hope of understanding
fine.
what this madman is actually ranting about.
We only needed to make sure, basically, that we had a skill card, because that is going to grant 2 heroism. And he's at 48, so all we need to do now is we heal for 2, we play Lash for an extra 1, and then we Hell Ride into victory.
Walk in the light.
Appreciate.
So this is a forceful knockback into any direction. It's unfortunate, but he can't really do a whole lot. We'll knock him here.
Accept your fate.
We haven't even talked about his souls meter. He builds souls from getting KOs, and then each time he hits that, he gets a copy of his Drained Souls card, this one. And when you have his passives, I think he gets a health boost, if I'm remembering correctly. Guys, we absolutely salvaged this. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I saw this, and it wasn't, like, super dim, so I was like, it's not hitting, but yeah, it's totally hitting. Watch out, Hunter. This is the best ability in the game. See ya.
Well done.
Guys.
Seems like that's the last of them.
We got some bad luck
There
there.
are more heads to the Hydra
So it could have
than
been worse.
you will ever comprehend, heroes. This is a minor setback at most.
Well, at least we
With the
don't have to
knockout,
listen
we're
to
probably
you
a
any
1
longer
star, but
today.
still.
I consider that
Chat.
alone a victory.
Chat. That was good. Oh, there's the tutorial.
Well done.
Look at his blade just dangling.
If Hydra wasn't paying attention before,
You could at least wrap him up while you're walking, bro.
stay sharp.
Thanks to 2K for sponsoring the stream. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, chat. You guys are excellent. Look at that. Who's that, you think?
Count on it.
Who's that up there? Weird. Oh! This difficulty's very hard, man. I don't think I'm gonna be unlocking Ultimate 1 with no card upgrades anytime soon. If one thing would have went different there, and if he could have just distributed damage to one other person, we would have been fine. We probably 2-star that mission. But it's fine. It's fine. Kind of looks like Sabretooth, eh? Weird. This is why we're patient with Odd. We get some serious comebacks. I mean, yeah, I mean, that worked out great towards the end, but we did big brain that last play there. The photon beam was absolutely the right call. Because you don't know what's coming next. If you discard your entire hand, very likely we still would have come out of that fine. But you don't know. You could have got a really bad draw that bricked you. So that was the right call. Don't worry about leveling every hero. As the hunter's level increases, weaker heroes automatically level up so they don't feel far behind. At higher levels, all heroes level up faster, granting access to a higher rarity reward sooner. So that's us, guys.
Feeling a chill, Magic?
Hey, Michael,
You could
welcome,
say
buddy.
that. I've been staring at the night sky trying to figure it out.
Figure what out?
You're observant, Hunter. You tell me.
You are trying to figure out how to bring Wanda back.
Close, Hunter. But no. Something much more sinister has grabbed my attention.
Sinister?
When I was holding the transdimensional door for you back there, I sensed something was at the docks with you. Something dark and familiar.
Do injuries carry? They need
What
to
did
heal
you
at
see,
base?
Ileana?
Yes.
I did not see.
I will show you that.
I sensed something there. But that's not the only thing I sensed today.
Oh?
Something has shifted in Limbo, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. All I know is that whatever is happening is also strangely familiar to me. And when all you knew was darkness and despair growing up, that warm, fuzzy feeling of familiarity is not just a warning sign, but an alarm bell.
We should inform the others of any potential danger.
Warn them of what?
Yeah, see, she
One of
doesn't like
Magic's
any of my Light
airy-fairy
Hunter
gut feelings?
options.
The Avengers are already unsure of us. I do not need to add to that. Best not say anything until I am better able to articulate it. I'd like to be left to my thoughts now, Hunter. I still have a lot of thinking to do, while I try to make sense of what I felt at the docks and the energetic shifts that ripple through Limbo. I will let you know if I do.
So, it's clear that the devs intended for you to bring Ghost Rider on that mission. But the risk of doing so at the higher difficulties is that you get into that situation where you only have these really expensive cards because Captain Marvel has to come. And you got to think about that when you're building your squad for a mission. Okay, so we're going to do a hangout here.
Hey, for someone they just dug up, you look pretty
We can go with
our names
Captain
right about
Marvel,
now.
we could go with Robbie, we could go with Blade, we could go with Doctor Strange.
Well met, Hunter.
Doctor Strange is so good that it's really hard for me not to want to do this, but like I am investing heavily in Doctor Strange for the other playthrough. Blade has some really good passive synergies where he gets a chance to automatically apply bleed on his attacks. So he's probably worth investing in. His Midnight Suns card is pretty okay.
Man, I think they got the hell right on one of those traffic cams.
Robbie's is pretty good as well. I think at some point we can reduce the number of knockouts it takes to fill his souls meter. And then Carol's is okay. I think she has a chance to gain counter, which is very strong, especially if she has binary. But I think it's very low chance. I want to say 10%. I'm going all off memory here. I'm actually going to put together a little document that I have so I can just reference it while I'm making these decisions. Because even though I built all those showcases and I've covered all of these guys' passives, the details of which are hard to just remember. Chat, do you guys have a preference here? I'm leaning either Blade or Captain Marvel.
I am not above celebrating the end of some real bad people.
Captain Marvel is gonna kind of be our tank
that
for
was
a
hell
while.
of a ride, partner.
Iron Man's not available for a hangout, so the hangouts are the people that you take out to missions, usually, plus some other randoms. You've been loving Nico as support and damage? Me too. I'm using her in my Dark playthrough in the last couple episodes that you guys probably haven't seen yet. She's very cool. Okay, you guys seem to be leaning Blade. I'm okay to get... Yeah, maybe we get a little bit of chat involved in some of these decisions. What do you think we should do with Blade? Now, in Midnight Suns, Blade's a little bit more sensitive. And he is reading currently. I kind of feel like reading by the fire is like his vibe. Let's read by the fire. We kick everyone out.
I should be training.
You need to go?
Technically, you are
No,
training.
I'm just not the kind of person who takes a lot of breaks.
What do we think he'd like here?
I used to relax by hunting bears. The only weapon I brought was myself.
Right.
Right, you have to keep up or you'll fall behind.
Because any day could be your last.
That was good.
Yeah, you can't control everything. Dangers crop up. Not every day, but yeah, most days.
Hey, let us be realistic. Every day is impossible.
Exactly. What next? Sleep one night a week? That's how you get hallucinations.
You speak from experience?
Maybe.
Come on, tell me.
Northern Alaska has 2 straight months of darkness per year. Some idiot vampires think they'll find paradise. But no, all these fanged tourists find is Northern Alaska in winter with no one to eat. So they take it out on the local wildlife. Hunter, the worst thing I've had to do is drive a stake through a blood-hungry caribou. They're so majestic, it really gets...
Gee, he's a softie, man.
What does any of this have to do with hallucinating from lack of sleep?
There were so many caribou, if you slept, you died. By the end, I could swear they were talking to me.
What did they say?
Nothing I care to repeat.
He liked
Okay,
the activity.
I didn't mind that.
Didn't love it. We got a common Abbey outfit for Blade and a legendary swimsuit for me. Really? Really? You guys want to check out the swimsuits? I know my audience. I mean, something. It's all right. It's all right. Let's see what his chill Abbey outfit is. The jersey or Shadow Warrior? Oh, I kind of like the jersey. I love this, that you can set to have your options change every day for whatever you have unlocked. I would like for them to add, so I could say, yes, change outfits daily. Let's say I had these all unlocked. But then I could like right-click active ones that go into the rotation. So even if I've unlocked things that I don't like, eventually I could say, don't wear that, but decide wear whatever you want to wear for now. Anyways, I don't have a ton of gloss, so I'm gonna hold off on this for now. Yoink. Let me just do a quick scan here.
Than ever, kiddo.
See if we find any essences, gloss, money. Here's one. We have this journal page we didn't grab before. This is the Caretaker's journal, talking about moon seals. Whoops.
The goddess must be busy.
I missed my blast.
Ashtur smiles upon me.
Okay, arcane level is now 1, so the resources that we pick up get we get 25% more.
I'm glad to see you're getting comfortable with the words of power, Hunter. If you're going to continue,
Can you switch
our
shirts or
little
shoes? No, it's like
investigation
full
at the Abbey, they'll be
outfits.
vital to your success.
Investigation.
A side
Is there a story reason to have
but a
swimsuits?
potentially transformative one.
Jake Solomon really
With my
wanted them.
blessing, Wanda was
He
working
fought
to
to
uncover
have
what may be the most
a pool in the game.
Just what in the hell do you think you're doing in here?
Standing in the library?
I've given you free rein so you could get back on your feet. But I never thought you'd pull something like this.
What is it you think I am doing, exactly?
Don't be coy. It does not suit you. I told you how hard it's been since we lost Agatha. Instead of letting it rest, you decide to reopen the wound?
Oh, Sarah. I never thought of this place like that.
Of course you didn't. And now, it's done. Why should I ever stand in your way?
That anger wasn't meant for you, dear. You know that, right? Don't hold it against Sarah.
She may try to mask her feelings, but you know she is struggling with what happened. Why are you hiding from her?
For most people, the captivating relationships of their lives are formed over a matter of days and years. Sarah and I spent centuries together exploring this world, fighting the darkness, watching cities and even nations form and then crumble. And yet we persevered together.
You still have not answered my question.
It may be difficult to understand, but she needs this time. Sending Wanda away, sealing the library, that elaborate memorial she conjured up, she didn't waste any time trying to bury what happened.
You are right. I do not understand.
It isn't up to me to reveal myself. It's up to her to accept what happened and allow herself to grieve. When that happens, we'll see each other again, but not before.
I trust you will do what is right for Sarah. So, what is it you are looking at here?
Yes, we should get back to the real reason I asked you to meet me here. Wanda's journal. The Abbey grounds have a great deal of history. Many of its secrets remain hidden, even after all this time.
Even to you?
Even to me. Wanda had taken
Tino,
to
welcome.
exploring the
Thanks for
grounds
the
in search of
membership.
a strange energy.
You're the
we
best.
both
Thank you.
sensed. Knowing that Sarah had no intention of waking you to investigate, Wanda felt it was up to her to take your place. Of course, being the clever girl that she is, her notes are written in an ancient, transient cipher that I've only just begun to understand.
So we're going to go
Take a
through
look
one
at the
more
first
combat
entry.
mission today. Arcane levels. So we learned about this. As you do stuff, you increase your levels, you get more rewards. And this is Agatha's altar. And this provides hints as to the Abbey grounds, what you want to do. I have to restore what I've taken from the altar. The damage I've done can only be reversed when all the elemental rods have returned.
I'm sure it still seems a bit cryptic, but Wanda was definitely...
Nation says, low-key think Agatha's going to have a heel turn at some point. She's hiding for a reason. Yeah, I don't know the story of Midnight Suns, so I'm pumped to see how it unfolds.
Why do I feel
and
like
I totally agree with you. There's more to her than we know.
Since when has that ever stopped you? Let's meet out at the altar. I'll try to do a better job of explaining from there. Charlie will show you the way if you've forgotten.
Dang, Bill Prime Gaming as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We're going to mark this epic arcane chest here. And we can usually get some arcane levels from checking out the library like every night. Now this picture frame here is a bit of a mystery. Bowl of Offering, the rod. When she turned her face from us, only the wand can reveal her hidden blessings. Oh, Bowl of Offering. Is that a hint for what we do with the artifacts later? Maybe that's it. This picture frame up here.
What is this?
We don't know what this is, but in the Dark Hunter playthrough, I read this book, and at one point this book said something about the painting changing, so I don't know. But I want to grab these things for arcane knowledge. If you want to read those, pause them. In the Dark Hunter recorded playthrough, I read everything I pick up, but we're not going to be doing that here. But I do want to grab them because we want the arcane knowledge. So, there you go. Now we need to go find Agatha's altar. Let me grab some of these. Always be grabbing the reagents. If you can avoid fast traveling for that reason alone, it's worth it. Because you're going to need this stuff. You're going to have side quests where people want you to be bringing them a bunch of materials. Oh, here's one of the Midnight Suns monuments or statues. I love how they changed it, because normally your interacting button is E, but here it's F to pay respects. It's kind of funny.
The grave of Jeremiah Cain.
So I don't know what happens when we unlock all of these.
Of vengeance.
I
wonder if he was as conflicted as Robbie is about being a Ghost Rider.
I want to. Oh, let's actually run down here real quick. We can grab a haven spot. Now, we haven't done any havens yet. I'm just kind of waiting to figure out like who we want to invest into, because havens are a big commitment. Single use and single use for the hero.
This is which sign?
And single use for the haven itself. Is there anything here? It's like a little witch hangout. Let's go, Speedy Hunter.
She believes in our purpose.
Don't forget to like the video, guys. Yes, thanks, Ontario. That would be great if you guys could do that. That would be very nice. But also, you know, you do whatever you need to do, okay? A vessel created by witches to honor the innocent. So there's 6 of those apparently that we need to find. Just before I go to her, I'm going to grab all this stuff. Also, we can blast this open.
Blessings of the
There's
goddess.
another rod down here. You guys tell that I've done this before?
An elemental rod.
So that's 3
I should
rods
take
now.
this back to the altar.
We have the water rod from the pool, the fire rod from the chapel in the back of the abbey, and now the whatever other one that was. These I don't know how to unlock
cracks
yet.
In this wall. This looks like a fairy ring.
But presumably from another word of power that we get access to in the future. I've only ever gotten access to 2 because I trying to keep a lot of stuff fresh for the playthrough. By the way, if you guys have more questions, feel free, drop them in the chat, and I'll try to answer every single one. These little icons, try to remember where all of those are, because your next word of power is going to help you get those. Very nice. Very nice. They seem to have fixed the bug in this build, where... Broke my cauldron today too, wasn't even in the library, that's a little hint. There would be a lot of times where you would walk up to an item and you couldn't interact with it. Then you'd have to pause, go back in, and then you could interact. But they seem to have fixed that on the release version, which is cool. This is my first time today playing the release version of the game. Okay, I think that's good. Now we have one more rod, and I know where it is, but we'll see what she says here.
Like most things on the grounds here, there's more to this place than meets the eye.
Is it time for the 2K sponsor announcement? Yes, thanks to 2K for sponsoring.
Are you going to make me say it?
Humor an old, dead woman.
Ugh. Hocus pocus.
Does the game have microtransactions?
You haven't lost your touch, dear.
No. You can buy
The words may be simple,
legendary
but these
skins
plinths
if you
won't
want
appear for just
real
anyone.
money, but that's it.
Each represents
You don't
one
buy
of the
cards or
basic
anything.
elements. Their power activated only by the elemental rods.
Stream will
they
probably
would
be another
normally be
hour.
holding.
We're gonna do one more combat mission
And
before we wrap up for today.
where are the elemental rods now?
Scattered to the wind, unfortunately. A side effect of Wanda's experiments here.
Let me guess.
That's right. I want you to find the missing rods and return them here.
Oh, I'll find the rods.
Hopefully, as I decipher Wanda's journal, her notes will aid in the search.
But you have not actually told me what the greater purpose is here. What are we doing this for?
All in good time, dear. After what happened with Wanda, I'd rather you take things slowly. In fact, I don't want you overthinking this little project. There's no rush, and you don't have to help if you don't feel like it. But there is one more thing before I head back to the library.
Yeah, Ahmed, that's a good point. Ahmed says, I think you should prioritize giving the hangouts and havens to characters that like the light answers
Just a
more
little
and the
something.
opposite for the other stream.
A token
It's
for
a,
your
it's a
efforts
decent
so far.
general approach.
The key can be used to open that chest nearby. Like so many other oddities around here, those chests tend to appear before those who deserve them most. Make yourself that person.
That seems intentionally vague.
It's more fun that way, isn't it? I'll be in the library working on the translations if you need me, dear. Good luck.
In my dark playthrough, my gut tells me I should lean into more of the classic Midnight Suns characters, like the 4 that start at the Abbey with you, Blade, Nico, Ghost Rider, and Magic. And I feel like here, I feel like a lot of the Light Hunter options would probably draw us more towards Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, Captain America, stuff like that. So it'll probably naturally work out that way. There's our first arcane key. Oh, look at this. I don't think I grabbed this in my dark playthrough. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back and get it. Oh, maybe I did. She-Hulk reference here for Justice. I don't know if I got that or not. Either way, I've got a few rods. So we want to match the rod design with the altar. So water goes in this one.
The old magic still holds.
And we get a key for that. This one is the air rod. We get a key for that.
Here?
This one is not the one. This one is fire. We get a key for that. Now, it wants us to use a key here on this chest, but I'm not going to do that. So now we can explore the Abbey, return to the quarters to go to sleep each night and start the next day. That's good. What I'm going to do is hop over to the Hunter's Folly real fast like. We're going to do a couple things here. See if there's anything in these woods. There are. And this is a tricky one. So if you were to read the next hint that's in the library book, it will tell you that the Earth Elemental Rod is at the Hunter's Folly. But then you come here and you're like, okay, well, there's this symbol, but I don't have that word of power yet. There's this, which is cool. We're going to open this. It's rare, so let's see what we get. So we got the rare head prop Mystere, and we got a combat bonus out of that chest. Very nice. That's one of the cool things about these chests is that they don't just drop cosmetics. Like, now our hunter is starting invigorated, so strengthened at mission start, which is super nice. But to go back to my previous point, sneaky,
Noble
we can take
Ashtur
down the
guides
door
my hand.
with that, and there's our last
It
rod.
is one of the elemental rods.
So I am going to fast travel back to Agatha's altar to save us a little bit of time here. And boom.
There. Finished.
So this is something that you don't need to complete this yet because we are under-leveled to take on this next challenge.
The moon seals are ancient.
The bonus is just for one mission.
Gods.
Yep. The fast travel is very fast.
They
The
are
loading is
keys
insane.
to unlocking an even greater gift.
Is that why Wanda was here?
Is this
In
stream going to
pursuit
go
of
into
this
spoiler
gift?
territory regarding the other
Just
Let's
as
Play?
we started with you as
What
a
do you mean,
child,
Frederico?
I allowed Wanda to experiment here, with the hope of focusing her powers through training in basic elemental magic.
But that is not what happened.
Wanda's connection to the old gods, to Chthon, was not the same as yours. She isn't descended from the blood, and the trials weren't meant for her.
But you knew this before she started?
I did. And you should understand that I regret not putting a stop to her efforts sooner.
Then what really happened here?
When Wanda tried to use this moon seal to access the next trial, the Bloodgate didn't open. But the seal's power did have an effect. She had visions, both terrible and somehow alluring at the same time. What started as idle curiosity became a compulsion for her.
And now I am on the same path. So where is the next Bloodgate?
Beyond the Standing Stones, if memory serves. I doubt you'll have any trouble finding it.
Okay, so her hint is to find the Standing Stones, which I know where the Standing Stones are, but we're not going to go there yet because the challenge there is too strong for us right now. But that will get us access to the next word of power. If the question was, will the streaming eventually get ahead of the pre-recorded? Yeah, it's possible. Like, there's another episode going up for the pre-recorded that is going up in 40 minutes, I believe. And that one it's a long episode. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. Some of these episodes are very long. Oh, that's the helicopter episode. is in the dark one. That was a really good fight there too. But I'm gonna stream. I'll probably stream again tomorrow, and then I'll probably take a day or two off. So there may be times where this kind of slips ahead, but then the Let's Play will catch up and vice versa. Yeah, but this one's a lot more casual. So like story-wise, you're gonna want to, if you want all the story bits, you're gonna want to follow the pre-recorded stuff for sure. Okay, so we got to go to the library. We're gonna also open up the legendary, or is it a legendary chest in there? I always get the nomenclatures mixed up. Epic. An epic chest. So we got 72 gloss and Hellbred. Epic whole head prop. Okay. Okay. Head prop. So Mystere we unlocked. Royalty we unlocked. I think the other one's a combat one, yeah. Hellbred. I don't know if that's the vibe. I don't know if that's the vibe that I'm going for. But honestly, actually, the one of these could be kind of cool for our Light Hunter in combat. Do you guys like the Royalty or the Mystere? I kind of like the Mystere. A little different. My combat outfit options right now are only this one. I haven't unlocked any hunter suits yet. Oh, you guys like the Royalty. Alrighty. Alrighty. Overwhelmingly in favor of the Royalty. We can change the color too. I feel like for a Light Hunter, we should probably lean in there and just go white. We could keep the silver. I guess you could put some gold in there. I think for now, let's go white. All right. So these are the hunter outfits here. And you can see what the requirements are on the left. So for us, the light hunter suit, we need to reach 150 light balance. That's a ways off. And then that modifies our light hunter cards the same way the dark one does, where they have increased chance to be critical when drawn. But some of these others are very cool, like collecting all the tarot cards gets you Salem. This one unlocks at some point in the story. Same with Demon Child. High Tech is a research thing. Borderline, it looks like a research thing. Midnight Suns, complete the Hunter's Challenge at the Armory. This we'll probably get to in like the next couple of streams, I would say. Maybe. Ancestral, complete all mystery regions on the Abbey grounds. And then Super is from completing the story, which is obviously a ways off as well.
Hunter, hello. I see you found one of the elemental rods. If you'd like to keep going, you may keep searching for more.
Thanks.
It's always good to see you.
Where did the words of power...
So we're not going to go through all of this stuff with her.
Until we speak again.
That's totally fine. Okay. That's all we can do right now. I do have some keys. I could open up more of the common chests, I guess. These ones eventually reset, but they take quite a long time. So I think we could just wait till we find better ones. I do have 3 keys. Our arcane level is 5 away from hitting the next thing. I wonder if there's... I'm trying to think if there's anything I can find out there. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there is. Let's do this. We're just going to go and increase our arcane level. I'm going to run around and open up a gate over here. Or we'll find a collectible or something like that. Right here. This will do it.
The goddess
10
of
knowledge
order
and
approves.
ba-boom. So now when we open chests, what I should have done is looked, and we would have gotten extra cosmetic reward. But I didn't. I didn't do it, okay? Just gonna grab any of these that I can see in ice shot. Oh, and one other thing. We'll come back to this area later. Let's go back to the spot behind the Abbey that we found earlier that required a word of power. And we're gonna blast this open now too.
The gods are fickle.
Yeah, that god was particularly fickle.
Blessings of the goddess.
Free key down here. Hello. Thank you. Raging fire. That seems good. Now, chat, what do we need to do before bed? What do we need to make sure that we get done here? She's in the library. Oh, okay, I think maybe we already pet her today. I guess we did. Okay, well, the important thing is that we check. It's bedtime. It is bedtime. Brush your teeth, milk and cookies. All of those are great ideas, but more importantly, you gotta pet the dog. You gotta make sure you pet her every day. So if you're unsure, just visit before bed.
After all these years, it is good to see your face again.
Wish I could say the same, Mother. Now,
am I gonna play the other Let's Play as well? Yes, Ross, 100%. That's the deep dive, all the lore, all the stuff playthrough.
Sweet,
100%.
helpless little baby. You don't remember that, do you? Well, I do. Bringing you into the world was the happiest time in my life.
And taking you out of this world again will be mine.
I had thought the words of power would open your eyes. But I should have known my sister and her pet witch would continue to withhold the truth from you.
You're loving the gameplay, watching until the end? Awesome, thanks.
Is this a dream?
Yes and no. We are connected, you and I. Ever since the day you...
Wait! Mother! Where did you...
Cliffhanger! Okay, guess what? It's time...
Is that really her?
...to visit the forge. And because we saved our gamma coil, we are going to get a bunch of new stuff here. Oh, look at this. Tony has a hero help request.
Hey, can I ask a favor?
So, I'm coming to learn now that having this happen to me like 3 or 4 times. This first hero request is scripted. He's given this to me every time, first try. So he's saying, you're clearly the expert in demon hunting. What's your opinion on how we should train? And I could say, a true warrior values technique over brute strength and we get 23 credits. Or I could say, train like you fight with furious intent, no quarter, no mercy. We give him a permanent 10 increase to his critical chance. He has a 30% chance to gain an injury. In any of my experimenting, he has never gotten that injury, but it's possible. And he gets a card out of the deal. So, like, of these 2 options, this is pretty good. But credits are hard to come by sometimes. But a permanent stat upgrade is very hard to turn down, in my opinion.
Thanks, Hunter.
Oh, he got the injury. Awesome, thanks, that's great. He got marked target, which is good. That's enough for us to upgrade because we have 2 of them already. So, that's cool. But now he's injured, which is not cool. And I was thinking about maybe taking him on the next mission.
Oh, you are gonna love
So,
this.
the foundry is built, or the schematic is ready. We're gonna go into researching the Way of the Fang here. Or, sorry, the supernatural fabrication. This is different from the way that I progress through the research in my other series. Because we need to have another mission with Blade for getting the training schematic for Shove. Anyways, this will allow us to build combat items, so we'll start that research. And now that we got that research done, we have to buy the foundry in the forge, and that's 50 credits.
We're
But
finally getting some decent tech down here.
that'll give us the ability to see more cards, pick more cards from our gamma coils.
What have you got for me, boss?
Our gamma coil we were holding is the Blade Captain Marvel Hunter one.
This should be quick.
What's up, Moises? Welcome, welcome.
Take your pick, Hunter.
Okay, so this is a light hunter ability. And it's a pretty good one. Change the cost of a random heroic card in your hand to 0. Nico has a card where all of the heroic cards in your hand get turned to 0 for that turn. One step ahead. We have 2 of them. Quick Strike, we have 2 of them. And Dark Heal, restore an ally to full health, and Cure, Hunter takes 20 damage. This is very good. So here's actually a great example of the difference between a light hunter build and a dark hunter build. This Dark Heal restores an ally to full health, but you're taking 20 damage. But it also cures them, so if they're dazed or stunned or whatever, right, you cure them. I may grab this, even though it's a Dark Hunter card. I may use this for the time being until we fully flush out our deck. Inspire is also pretty good, but then some of these we could look at the upgrades. So one step ahead plus gives you 4 cards in your hand, 4 Captain Marvel cards. Quick Strike, if the target has bleed, they take an extra 22 damage. So then you could start using this to finish off stronger enemies and get your card play refunded. So that's pretty solid. The Dark Heal upgrade makes it so that... okay. Instead of not generating any heroism, you're generating 2, like a regular skill card, and you only take a slight increase in damage. Or you take less damage, I should say. So that upgrade is nice. And then Inspire, the upgrade makes this card free, and you change a random heroic card in your hand to 0 cost. So, yeah, we get to pick 2. I'm thinking Captain Marvel is a good pickup here. And then if we start leaning into her, having Inspire out there often could be pretty nice. So maybe we take these 2. We get Inspire, replace one of our heal cards. We could then use that extra heal card to upgrade heal. And then we have the upgrade available to get one of our one step ahead cards buffed. So that's what I'm going to do. This game's out yet? Yes. Yes, it is.
I feel like I could automate this process and take myself out of the loop here.
You probably could do that, yeah. Okay, now Ghost Rider is in the mix for cards.
You're welcome, Hunter.
Okay, Fortify. Very nice card. Getting any... Oh, getting block is so good. And then counter, I feel, is like the strongest mechanic in the game. It's so strong because it's 1 counter, but that means 1 turn. So if you have 1 enemy or 10 enemies targeting you, you're hitting back against every single one. So I feel like it's very powerful. Cosmic Ray. This is a rare card because it's blue. If the target is targeting Captain Marvel, then you get extra 15 damage, so that's pretty substantial. Judgment is nice. Man, a lot of tough calls here.
I'm pretty sure Charlie left a steaming coil in the hallway. Third state of matter, indeed.
Coil, get it. Consume 25% of Ghost Rider's health. So whatever he's at, you consume 25% of that to damage an enemy. 2 damage for each health. There's another card called Penance Stare, which is like his big ultimate. And that does 4 times the health you trade and 50% of his health. So this situationally could be pretty good. This will get stronger, obviously, as he does, because he'll have more health. It also damages everything nearby, so it's like an AoE as well. Okay. And another new card. Holy smokes. Holy Spark is cool, because you have a damage option, or you can cure an enemy, and it's a quick card. Like, holy smokes, you guys. What am I going to do here? Oh, these are 4 really cool options, and I only get 2. I think I can eliminate Judgment for now. It's a little too risky for this difficulty, I think, or at least where we're at in terms of our deck development. Oh, man. Cosmic Ray works nice because she has taunt abilities, so enemies will be targeting her. And then you can use a strong attack. What's the upgrade on this? And if you take them out, then you gain 1 counter. The upgrade here is to counter for 2 turns and 33 block. I feel like that's a no-brainer pickup for me. Here,
Tony's Forge of Mystery, we never close.
This changes from also damage everything nearby, which could include allies, to also damaging nearby enemies. So it only does the enemies. And then here, instead of 9 damage, it does, well, double that. So we're probably at like some in-between number. So it doubles the damage, and that way, if you use that for a damaging option, you have that available. Personally, I think we go Fortify and Holy Spark. You know? And that's the thing, is like, we do use the Hunter a lot. They have to come on every story mission, and there are great benefits to bringing your Hunter on the side missions because you get the friendship boosts. And 2 friendship XP is like, it adds up, man. You go on 10 missions with somebody, that's 20 friendship. Like, that's a whole level of friendship. The downside to Holy Spark right now is that we're not dealing with a ton of enemies that are applying a ton of really bad status effects. Like, if somebody puts Vulnerable on, right now we seem to be able to play around it. Later, that could be very good. I do like that it's another quick card, though, to deal with minions right now. So for that reason, maybe I keep it.
If this thing behind me turns into a giant gateway,
and I get rid of one of her, because it's an attack card, so I'm gonna have to think about what I take out of the deck, right? So you can only have 4 attacks. So I would probably have to get rid of the slash. But then I could use that extra slash to upgrade to slash plus. So yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take our 200 cards. This is like, oh, this is the part of the game I love. It's like the evolution of your deck over time. It's like things keep changing and you're at the whim of what you get. And even if you go into a playthrough like, this is the deck I'm gonna build, well, you might not get that. You might not get those cards. Later. And it's gonna take some time. Okay. So now we need to have 8 abilities. Yeah, you can have 4 heroics, 4 skills, or 4 attacks as a max. This one step ahead, we're going to buff. So let's not do that just yet. Let's go to the Hunter. And we're going to do a couple of things here. So we are going to put the attack here, Holy Spark, in. Remove one of our slash, which is our knockback attack. We're replacing that with a quick 9 damage or cure. So pros and cons. Pros and cons. I'm going to get a Fortify in here instead of... You know what, actually? I'm going to ditch Whip and put our Fortify in. Whip is fine, but now I could also look at upgrading Whip so that it's a 0 heroism cost card and it does 9 damage in addition to the knockback. It's too bad that you can't get rid of the discard part, but that's Dark Hunter stuff for you. But that does get us out of the Dark Hunter side a little bit. The upgrade for heal is if you overheal, you draw some cards, so that's a decent upgrade there, but then we're only going to have one heal card in the deck. And then this Inspire is going to be situational, because we're using this to reduce the heroic cost of other characters' cards, really, because we only have, well, we're going to have a 0 cost whip if we upgrade that. You see what I'm saying, chat? Deck size doesn't expand. No, you have 8 per hero, 8 active cards. Whip is dark, hero light. Yes, agree with that. But there will be times where I have to pick a dark card, and even when I'm playing the Dark Hunter in the other playthrough, I have to pick some light cards sometimes, just because you just gotta build the hunter. So, anyways, let's go upgrade. Ba-boom. Can you destroy cards for materials? Yes,
Hey,
you can
Hunter,
salvage cards.
When you've got a minute,
100%.
could you meet me in the war room?
I can show you what that looks like right here. That's a great question. So if you're in here, you see where you can salvage for heroic essence. Heroic cards you salvage for heroic essence, attacks for attack essence, and skills for skill essence. And then to upgrade skill cards, you need skill essence. Once we get blueprint crafting, where you can then craft cards, you need the associated essence for that as well. So yeah. Does a hero deck expand to get more build versatility? It doesn't expand in number. You're always 8 slots. That's how it is. 24 for a 3-person team, right? But the cards that become available, first of all, the Hunter has like 30 cards. So you can do anything you want with the Hunter decks. The other heroes have 10 cards each, but then they each have an associated level up. So that makes it kind of like 20 different cards. And then you have mods that unlock later into the game where random mechanics get put on here. So let's say, for example, I was going to put the heal card through the mod system. You could get a thing where it's like, okay, upon playing heal, yes, it's going to restore 57 health. It's going to have the upgrade at that point. So it will also draw 2 cards if overhealed. But the mod system could add a thing where it's like, also grant +2 redraws. Also grant person gained counter. Also grant whatever mechanic you can think of in the game gets added to this, multiplied to this. This could maybe, this could give you, I don't know. I can't even think of something off the top of my head, but anything that you can think of in the game that exists on other cards can be added to stuff like this. And that's when you get into some of the game-breaking territory, right? Dan's asking, what's the benefit for leveling up friendship? Are more cards available? Better synergies in the field? Leveling up friendship does 2 things. Number 1, it gets you access to their passive abilities. Those are things that can trigger on every turn or every knockout or whatever. Every hero's different. If you want to know what those are, I highly suggest watching the video series I made of all the hero showcases. It's on the channel, and in each one, we talk about the passives for each hero. The other thing, it gets you access to their Midnight Suns ability. So when you max out their friendship, you get their Midnight Suns ability card, and that's their strongest, most powerful ultimate that I show you at the end of all of those showcase videos. So that's the main benefit there. What's the most broken move you've seen? The thing is, I think we're going to see more broken, quote-unquote broken stuff when we get into card mods, because the combinations will become ridiculous. But straight up like vanilla cards that I think are broken, honestly, I feel like this card is kind of broken. Empower on Nico. All of the heroic cards in your hand cost 0 until the end of your turn. So you play that, and then you have at least 2 card plays left. And you could put your most powerful heroic cards out, no problem. As a vanilla common card, that is insanely strong. Let me see. So he's injured, which means he's going to be vulnerable for 1 turn. We could probably work around that, but let me just look here. His surgical strike can get really out of hand if you start getting some upgrades to his other cards that allow you to get more Iron Man cards in your hand. I'm trying to think of what else is broken. I think Doctor Strange is broken in general. Like, he's got first of all, he's got 2 cards right off the bat that have knockback and quick, so you can kill 2 minions with 1 card. That's very strong, and that you get the card play refunded. There's no damage on it, but them knocking into each other applies the damage. So those are very strong. Agamotto's Gaze is insane because you can play 2 really strong attack cards. Attacks, not heroic cards that do damage. Attacks, and then play this and get those back. And start the next turn with 4 card plays. And you get +2 heroism. So it's actually just ridiculously broken. Blessing of Ashanti is situationally very strong, but at least in the realm of normalcy. And Axe of Angaramus, applying 2 weak, having the enemy's damage output is insane. And then being able to enhance it with 4 heroism to double the damage is insane. So, like, yeah, we can get into it. What does Empower upgrade to? The Nico card? Good question. So, Empower upgrades into even better. So, let's say it draws you a heroic card, then changes everything, then changes the cost of all heroic cards in your hand to 0. So let's say you have nothing. You only have Empower. You play Empower. You get a guaranteed heroic card. Could be from anyone in your group at the time. And then it's free to play. So, ba-boom. Yeah. Spidey's coming next, guys. Spidey is, I believe, our next mission. But let's do some upgrades first. We're going to do... Actually... 1 second. Before I do that, one of the pieces of advice I have is that you check your mission
there you are, Hunter.
Before
the intel cache we
making other
from
decisions.
Hydra's gunship might seem sophisticated to the casual bystander, but they probably weren't expecting to go up against the likes of me. With Central's help, I can decrypt these babies in no time, providing us a valuable and fascinating glimpse into Hydra's twisted little minds.
Decrypt the intel cache. Okay, let's do it. This is another
Good.
mechanic that we're
For
learning.
something to do.
So we're going to gain intel and some other rewards from this, and then we can start doing hero ops.
Now we know what they're up to.
So we got 12 intel.
The question is, what are we gonna do about it?
This first one is scripted, and Captain Marvel has to go on
Now
it.
that we've decrypted the intel, let's put what we've learned to good use. Check out the available hero
And you
ops
can see the
listed on
rewards
Central.
are a common Captain Marvel card, but it's coming in upgraded. So it's not one that you're going to have to combine later. You're getting, boom, an upgraded ability. Hero ops are very powerful, but you lock out that hero for the day, and it costs intel to do this. So it's just another thing you got to balance, and it's really hard to do all of these things in the game all the time.
Sending your friends out to fight isn't the easiest choice.
Okay. So she's gone for a day. We can't use her.
I'm here if you need me.
Now it says we can just do what we want in the Abbey. They have thought about this though, and I don't believe you can put injured heroes into the into a hero op. So something to keep in mind. So now we have general story missions. Our first one is magic with rare rewards, or a Ghost Rider one with common rewards. And then the Spider-Man mission to unlock Spidey. I think what we're going to do is we're going to probably do the magic one to get the rare rewards and the rare amount of credits. I am tempted to get the artifact from here because that would increase our research level. But if we look here, our next research needs to have a Blade mission anyways. I suppose I could take Blade on that mission, but I can't turn down a rare Gamma Coil either, because we get better cards from that, right? So I think we'll probably do at least a magic mission, then we'll maybe go into the Spider-Man mission from there. But before we make those decisions, let's upgrade. Because we know if we're doing the next mission with magic, I probably want to use her in my sparring. Don't have to, but I could.
If you can be careful, let's do this.
Both of these guys have injuries, eh? That's rough. Okay. So, do I want to upgrade Whip as my heroic card? Do I care about it that much? Not really. The heal is pretty nice. The slash is decent because it's a forceful knockback. But just note, I only have enough attack essence to upgrade 1. I have enough skill essence to upgrade 2. And I have enough whip or heroic essence to upgrade 1 because they're 40. So I think this is a no-brainer. We upgrade that skill. And then we got the mark target where you can redraw it to mark nearby enemies as well. That's quite strong. It's quite strong.
Caretaker said I need to be a team player.
But this one
so
absolutely needs it.
For me too.
So one step ahead
make a
plus.
difference.
Also, that unlocks Alien Alloys research. So if we upgrade 3 Captain Marvel abilities, we can do the Alien Alloys research. And then I feel like this is a nice upgrade. It's not super necessary. The forceful knockback, it's good. I have 2 of them in my deck right now, so...
New and improved.
Or sorry, I'm gonna have 1 of them in my deck. I'll upgrade this. More cards are always nice.
A timely enhancement. Let us see it in
And that hits our training level. So this is another thing you gotta think about, guys. Even if there's cards to upgrade that belong to a hero that you're not even using a lot, sometimes you could just be upgrading them to increase your training level. Because now, any of the Vault environmental attacks are going to deal more damage. And it's a significant boost. The next one, if I can look. Should I upgrade this? It's 9 damage. I don't have any other heroics to upgrade. I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna upgrade this too.
Our enemies are many.
Okay, so now you can see up here, our next one is going to buff explosive damage, environmental attacks, so very solid there. And here, we're going to get Friendship XP, no combat bonus, but we'll get an Arcane Key as well. So now I'm not as picky about who gets this from a combat perspective, but who do I want to boost my Friendship XP with? That's a good question. We can see our friendship XP on all of these guys. So maybe I give it to Blade, because we're kind of getting close to his level 1 friendship. Let's do that.
I'm ready when you are.
God, he looks good. That's going to cost us 19 credits, which will probably come back to bite us.
Just remember the most.
Yeah, wait, Alien Alloys, just like XCOM, exactly. Where in the Illyrium? Exactly. There's a lot of little things like that. I'm glad you guys are picking up on it. That's super fun. All right. I was going to do another mission, but that took a lot longer than I originally anticipated. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to do a little arcane knowledge run in the library. This is like the best way to do it, in my opinion. Oh, the cat. Oh, where's the cat? Oh, you guys. Okay. Pay attention.
Aw.
Pay attention.
Who's a good kitty.
So this is another pet, Cleo, and check this out. 25 arcane knowledge, and all heroes got a level off of that. All heroes automatically went up a whole level. Like, that's insane. I don't know all of her rewards. That's the same thing she gave me in the Dark Hunter playthrough as well. But that's insanely strong. This is talking about the tunnel that we found behind the forge, behind the Abbey, that we were already down there, so that's kind of cool. And then let's get this for arcane knowledge. And again, as a reminder, if you're just getting to the stream now, I read all of these notes in the pre-recorded playthrough. That's like our super deep dive. This playthrough is a lot more casual. And we're not going as deep into all the lore and stuff. I'm still playing all the cutscenes and everything, but yeah.
What do you know about the moon seal?
Presumably forged by the gods themselves. I like to think of
Tim
a moon
Hendershaw,
seal
thank you
as
so
both
much
a
for the
lock
30
and a
months,
key.
man. That means a lot. Thank
With
you,
the
buddy.
right power, wielded by
It's
the
so
right
good to see you
person,
again, man.
the energy of the seal is unleashed, creating a conduit to the Elder Gods.
And I am that right person?
Just another benefit of being descended
Wow,
from
and what
the
does the
blood.
dog give? The dog
Lucky you,
gains their own levels and builds out their own deck. The more you pet them, the more their XP increases, and it improves their abilities.
We've got a situation rapidly developing. I'll be in contact soon, Hunter. What are you doing, Faustus?
Come on.
Hunter, my second favorite zombie superhero.
Who is your first?
So would you have to rearrange the decks again after
Tony,
upgrading?
on 2 hours of sleep. So, what do you need?
Nothing,
We don't
Carol.
need her
See
backstory.
you
That's
later.
in the other playthrough.
Looking forward to it.
Would you have to rearrange decks after upgrading? Yes and no. So the way that upgrades work is you need to have an extra copy of the card not in your deck to upgrade it. So when we upgraded /plus, because we put Holy Spark in its place, that made one of our slashes available. We upgraded that, made it to /plus, and it automatically applies that into the card that we had equipped. So yeah, later on when you have a whole bunch of cards and stuff, then you will have to do a little bit more managing there. But yeah, I think what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna wrap up the stream here. I'm gonna go pet the dog one time. She's in the library. Okay, so both the animals were in the library.
Hey there.
Wait, that's not the dog. That's the cat again. Okay, Charlie's out front somewhere. She's over here. We're gonna pet Charlie. Where are you?
Good girl, Charlie.
Good girl. You don't always get the animation, but in the background, she's building XP.
Come along, Charlie.
You can also have her follow you, which is kind of cool. Yeah. Is there anything else I need to do here? I don't think so. I think we're gonna stop, and I'll talk to Caretaker.
I feel like we left things Well, don't leave me in suspense.
And then tomorrow we're gonna
How
come
are you
back.
enjoying the library?
And we're gonna do more.
I thought we were
We'll
past
probably
that.
do at least a side
We
mission,
are,
maybe
but
2.
I'm still
Then
allowed
we'll
to
get
be annoyed
Spider-Man,
with you.
hopefully, and go from there.
I expect a bit of pushback from the others, but not from you, Hunter.
Why not?
Charlie's level is
When
the
have
same
I
as our
ever
level.
made things easy for you.
The XP
You
is
had
something
your
different
moments,
that we'll learn
few and
about
far
probably on the
between.
next time we pet her.
But that's exactly my point. You know what that place, what she meant to me, and you did it anyway.
Is there a pet owl too? I would be down.
If I had known it meant this much to you, I would have.
Thank you guys for joining me on
It
this
was
6-hour
not my
stream
intention to
today. I know
defy
that's
or hurt you.
kind of insane.
Hurt, no. Defy, maybe. At the same time, I know I haven't been very open with you about everything that's happened.
At least we are talking now. Silence between us would only make things worse.
You're right about that. We have bigger things to worry about. Like the mouthy alien tormenting Spider-Man as
Aha!
we speak.
Yes, that guy.
He did risk himself for us without hesitation. We owe him for that, at least.
For once, I think the entire team is in agreement. It's only a matter of tracking Venom down.
I would just follow the trail of destruction, but maybe there is another way.
I'm sure we'll come up with something. Don't leave poor Spider-Man
Beautiful.
waiting too long now.
Okay, so we are level 10 in terms of light balance, I believe. Current light balance, yeah, 10. So it's swinging this way, which is very cool. Okay, guys, we will see you tomorrow. I'm going to schedule the stream in the next, like, half hour to an hour or so. So you'll see that on my page on YouTube. Thanks again to 2K for sponsoring the stream. Very cool. I believe they're going to sponsor tomorrow's stream as well. And again, this playthrough is totally separate from the Dark one. We're doing both. I've got a bunch of guides coming. I have the cool fashion video you should check out today. If you're unfamiliar with the different heroes, I have, I think, 13 hero showcases in a playlist on the channel as well. So check that out. But as you can tell, I really enjoy the game. I really enjoy the game. So I'm going to be playing a ton of it, and I hope you guys enjoy as well. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Please like the stream if you could. That would be phenomenal. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.